Is the new Netflix Junji Ito show that bad? It's okay. I'm in Kansas City. I'm sick as shit. All the flights back home got canceled due to some bad weather, so I'm just stuck. I'm sick, I'm stuck, life sucks. But you know what? I remember today, I thought to myself, oh wait, Netflix just released that new Junji Ito special. I wonder how it is. From the kings of animated horror themselves? Oops, Farzar? Remember Farzar? How about Chicago Party Ant? Big mouth. Huh? You remember any of those? Well, I thought, how bad could it be? To keep it short, it's like a 6.5 or a 7 out of 10. It's okay. If that's all you wanted out of this video, there's your short answer. Otherwise, we're probably gonna get into some spoiler stuff. So I will say, you know, it's okay. If you have some free time, might as well pop on a couple episodes here and there. But how does this show hold up to the Junji Ito collection that was released in 2018? I think it takes steps in the right direction, animation-wise, but once again, on so many levels, God, it falls flat. We're this close, I swear to you, to a beautiful, beautiful Junji Ito video adaptation, and I'm still praying that the Adult Swim Uzumaki version really covers that. But let's talk about the good and bad of this show and see if it's something that you might want to give a watch. See if you might want to dabble in it. I don't know if 7-Up has ever been proven to help. I'm pretty sure my 87-year-old grandma was just like, drink 7-Up, it'll make you feel better. It might be the lemon. But first, today's video is sponsored by Keeps. Keeps is a discreet online subscription service that brings hair care to your door. Look, it's gonna happen. 2/3 of men experience hair loss by the time they're 35. Ew. The important thing is that you do something about it. And with Keeps, you get 24/7 support and a team of medical professionals backing you up. Their doctor-recommended treatment plans are tailored for your specific needs. Most people see results within the first 6 months, and best of all, Keeps delivers right to your door. Keep the hairline that you have and keep the symptoms of hair loss at bay. All from the comfort of your home. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or just take better care of your hair you have, Keeps has you covered. To get 50% off your first order, go to keeps.com/papameat or click the link in the description. That's keeps.com/papameat. Thanks to Keeps for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. I don't know, is that okay? I would feel like a rude host. Why don't I take you on a tour of my $70 a night Airbnb in Kansas City, Missouri? This is a lovely little kitchen. Look at this. This is nice. I mean, it's like, look at this exposed beams. My little hipster cock is hard, rock hard right now. I'm like, exposed beams? Ugh. Jacking it, dude. Got some candles. I was trying to light them and be atmospheric and, you know, cinematic for you guys, because you know how I treat you. Not a goddamn match or lighter in the place, all right? You know I don't be smoking. This is awkwardly placed in the corner, but guess what? Junji Ito's from right there. The guy who we're talking about today. Japan, he's from Japan. In case you forgot where we were, it's just like, you know, this is the city you're in. I hate when people do that. It's like, I know where I'm at. If anything, it would just put the map up. I know how to spell Kansas City. You know, we're in Kansas City with barbecue, so we got them longhorn curtain rods up there. It's 2 TVs. The same TV on each side. I don't want to watch Seinfeld. Well, I don't want to watch Bionicle, the movie. Well, I'll watch it on this TV, you watch it on that TV. This is a room that they clearly built, or this wasn't meant to be a room, but it's still very big. Oh. I have to lay down, goddamn sinuses are clogged. If we're gonna talk about this shit, we should probably just talk about the weakest ones first, which is very odd. It starts off with our worst episode, and it's worst rated on IMDb, which I thought was kind of peculiar. They didn't even start with their strongest ones. It was called the Hikazuri Siblings. And it's just weird because in the show, this is a horror show. And I'm not saying that everyone's gonna be afraid of these Junji Ito stories, but that is the aesthetic, that is the storytelling that's happening. You're supposed to be generally spooked. That's your genuine reaction. And in this first episode, you have some of the weirdest dialogue and like back and forth, and they have like this fucking weird buffoon music. And it sets this tone for the season that's just like, is this like a weird slapstick horror comedy show? If so, I had no idea this is what he did. This is awkward. But key word I said was buffoon music. And I think that's where I want to start off with the show. Complaint number 1, which is the music. That is so bright. They have the alphabet, the phonetic alphabet in the bathroom. You know what screams, I have screaming diarrhea, or I have to piss, or bathe my naked fat body? The phonetic alphabet. The music is vitally important. Music is probably in video format. Audio is everything. You could have the biggest piece of shit looking thing, but if the audio is good, 100% of people are gonna stay to watch that versus the beautiful thing that sounds terrible. Music is another language. So the theme song to the show, which is like a hip hop kind of club music, something where I'm like, I'm trying to grab up on a girl and start grinding. This is club music, goddamn. I'm trying to get my jam on. I'm trying to do one of these, you know what I'm saying? Hey. I'm trying to get one of those going. Is that a good precursor for a show that's supposed to be scary? No, I feel like I want to pop Molly and I want to drink Bud Light till I throw up. That's the kind of show that I'm going into. So we have this theme song, which I don't know how much of it we can play without getting copyright stricken. Let's just play a little bit. They see me rolling. I mean, hopefully from that clip you can tell that it's not a good match, but atmosphere is everything. Horror, as I've said before many times, horror is about atmosphere. If people feel like they're outside of that atmosphere, if they feel like they're not completely immersed into this universe, they're gonna be lost. They're not gonna care, they're not gonna get spooked, and the whole thing is gonna be a big sham. So even after if you can get past the very, very odd hip hop music at the beginning, so many music choices in the show, they don't fit with the themes of the show at all. They kind of are just like, go on LimeWire. Sir, we don't have LimeWire anymore. I don't care, just go. And they just kind of randomly selected stock music that they just kind of threw in. And once again, some of these moments that could probably be pretty good are ruined by lackluster music that completely takes you out. It's awkward too, and it's befuddling because sometimes the music works. Sometimes the music's pretty good. You have good atmospheric sounds. You have stuff that I'm like, I wish that was just the theme song. I wish that's what led us into the show and got me kind of strapped in and neck loosened, ready to go into the show and experience it and have a lot of fun. But no, it's like a weird Chameleonaire kind of like, it kind of sounds like a Chameleonaire song. I'm probably wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's like one Chameleonaire song that sounds like the theme song. I don't know why. I might be misremembering, but shout out my boy Chameleonaire, that shit's fire. The first 6 episodes, they end on kind of a lackluster note, but then the last 6 really aren't that bad, but all of them end on the same like jazz math rock song. It is the worst tension break ever. Usually an ending song or an ending credit sequence usually is a bit more subtle than the intro song because the intro is supposed to elevate you to an emotional level that you're trying to be at to watch the show. And then you have a nice cool down period with whatever happened in the episode at the end of the end song. Ooh, we let it sit. Oh, we let it sit for just a little bit. This song feels like I'm having a fucking panic attack, which could work. It seems like it should work, but it's so upbeat, it feels like someone's speedrunning a Mario level. That's the first thing I have in my mind. Somebody, he's like in their little rainbow form, and it's just guitar sweeps. It's very odd. The visuals going on don't match it either. You know, this is just subjective. It's just my opinion, but for me, it's just a huge miss. Complete and total way to not want to like move on into the next episode. Because that's essentially what Netflix is trying to do. They're trying to keep you on the app as long as possible. And as soon as I heard that first guitar sweep from that fucking math rock song, I was like, might be done. Might be done. But I powered through, baby. I powered through. Nice bathroom though. This place is deceptively large. Big deep tub. I want to have one of those at my house, dude. Did I scare you? Another full room. This is kind of creepy. I don't know about you, but when I go in Airbnbs and it's like a new place and it's like all the lights are shut off, freaks me out. Makes me think of that one video. Remember that one that was like a really popular video of like the woman who was like supposedly up in that person's attic and she would crawl down at night to steal food? It's horrifying. It fucked me up. Anyways, back to the Junji Ito thing. Good boy. The next thing about the show that kind of sucks is the animation, which listen, it's not a huge budgeted anime show, so they have to do what they can. And I will say that they did take better steps than the 2018 adaptation, which in the 2018 adaptation, all they did was pretty much just take stills from the show, freeze frame them as a, remember this scene? Which was a horrible, egregious thing. It almost made the show not watchable. And this one, they do attempt to do some pretty nice animation, but a lot of the cues are pretty sloppy. Animation can be kind of rough, but the biggest egregious thing in my opinion, and what I think is ruining the aesthetic of anime right now, it's gotta be the use of 3D in anime. Every instance Oh, god damn. Almost every use of 3D in this show was just really lazy, and a lot of the stuff could have been done with just 2D animation. One of the first things is in this ice cream shop, or ice cream truck episode, there's a moment when the ice cream truck is pulling away, and they didn't even animate the car turning. They just put the anchor point at the top of the truck, and they just move the backside like this. It's really funny if you put an extreme tire screech on it, because it kind of reads how it would actually sound. And what was really upsetting is in Hanging Balloons, which out of the whole series is probably my favorite concept. It's just so beautiful and dark and twisted and so simple, but it was probably the funniest episode by far that I watched. The whole thing, the pacing, everything, it read like a beautiful comedy. And there is a scene where these 3D heads were, oh my god, it's just do a looping animation of the head flying, and the hair just kind of waves, and that's it. It's like this fucking PS1 head flying down, and this guy gets hanged, and the balloon heads are moving kind of like this, and that motherfucker is like ragdolling as hard as it can. Kind of like whenever you fly off a screen or something in GTA or whatever, and the ragdoll physics go on. It is so absurd and so funny. I had to stop it. I was laughing so hard, especially just out of nowhere where they're trying to be all serious, and then here comes this ragdoll. It's so funny. But then it's just weird because in the episode later on, there's a pretty funny scene where one of the girls is getting ready to be killed by their floating heads, you know, and a guy's like, hold on, and he goes and grabs a crossbow that he just has in his house, and he shoots it. But it pierces a hole, the balloon goes down, you're like, oh, she's safe. But then her head gets a hole in it, and she deflates. And it's actually a pretty fun frame-by-frame animation. And you see it being done, and you're just like, why can't we do more of that? Even if it's not the smoothest thing, that looks so much better than all this 3D nonsense, dude. Especially when you watch the dub. Obviously, the sub version, it's always better, shut up. But the dub version, watch it, because this episode is so funny. There's like, there's 1,000 floating heads outside, and there's a news anchor guy, and he's like, oh my god, my head's coming towards me. It just looks just like me.
That one looks like me. That's my own head, and it's heading this way.
He just like watches himself get hung. Just run away. Why are you standing there? So many parts of this show, people are just like, I'm leaving. The dad later on the episode's like, I gotta go to work. There is tens of thousands of dead people hanging in the sky. I gotta go. I got a good corporate job, 9 to 5. I have to go. It's a great comedy though. I'm taking notes for some nice comedic beats and stuff. It's very nice. Another general complaint I had with it was the compositing feels really bad. It all feels very one-dimensional, very flat. It kind of feels like the whole thing is filmed on an iPhone camera. Huh? Guess that's what we're doing now. Boost it up with a little bit of compositing. Maybe take that 3D budget, put that back in your pocket, maybe put it into some compositing next time. Some episodes were in 4:3 ratio as if it was 1996. I don't know why, 4:3? So only some episodes were. But the most egregious thing, which I already said was a 3D, I'm still gonna put that at top. The second most egregious thing was they did an episode on his short story Mold, and the whole thing was in black and white. And visually, it was the strongest episode to date. And it pisses me off so much because it's like, dude, this whole show would have looked so much better if you just had it in black and white. I think it just hides a lot of the cheapness of a show. It already gives a natural atmosphere by being lifeless, soulless, despair, sadness. It's all these things that come with those color registers. It's what makes Frank Miller's stuff so good. Those big, beautiful black shadows. He creates so much depth and atmosphere. It's amazing. And that's why Junji Ito's work is so good, along with other, you know, Hideshi Hino, all kinds of other horror mangaka who, that's all they have is the black and white, but it settles in that atmosphere, that dark fear aspect, all that beautiful emotion that comes with the lack of color. And I just I pray, you know, and I know Adult Swim is working on Uzumaki, but let them do something where every episode's in black and white and they take that creative risk. Because I know there's gonna be a lot of people that are like, oh, black and white, what is this show, old? People don't know what they want until they get it. Mold was fantastic looking. The ending was really rushed, but still, great visual episode. But then on a good note, probably my favorite episode of the series would be Layers of Terror. Fantastic acting in the sub, great fun animation. Frame-by-frame animation towards the end to give some really gruesome, brutal acting to this horrifying scene, really visually disgusting scene that's awesome. And it looks great, but as I was sitting there watching it, I couldn't help but think to myself, oh my god, if this was in black and white, it would hide some of the cheapness of the looks of this flat color. It would make it would tie everything together. This thing would be phenomenal. It's a banger of an episode, but it just falls short a little bit because the shots look flat. The reveals, very odd timing for reveals. I mean, there's some moments where we get a big reveal that the mom has fucking 6 layers of teeth. It's like half a second long. What? That's like being like your mom coming in being like, I have teeth. And then she closes it and leaves. It's like, excuse me? You know, like, could you say that one more time, please? Reel it in. And there's just other things where it's just static images with just zoom ins. It just feels lazy. Instead of doing simple, loopable animations that, you know, bloodshot eye here, twitching, or something that in the grand scheme of things really wouldn't cost you extra time or money. It's just filled in with a still with a zoom in. It's just a bit disheartening. And last but not least, another bedroom. It's very moody, dude. Like, this is a big Airbnb. $70 a month. So, I fucking wish. $70 a night. If you're going to Kansas City, dude, go. Go for like a weekend, spend like $300 on a big ass apartment. Yeah, there's a fucking balcony, which I don't know how I feel about that. You go straight to the street. Also, that's like a bar. It looks closed though. It doesn't look like there's anybody out here yet. You could just peek in and be like, oh, there's someone sleeping. I'm gonna break down this window and fucking kill them. You know what? Actually, don't stay here. Don't stay here. This city is actually very unsafe too. Look it up. It's always in like the top 5. Always. I got mugged here, and so did my friend. I hope you've enjoyed this Airbnb tour so far with all these beds. Something crucial that comes with converting still image media into moving media, motion picture media. The last and final complaint I'll give you is adaptation versus translation. What I mean by this is, so far, out of all of Junji Ito's work, we have gotten a translation. People take basically his manga, they bring it in, and they're just like, well, this is what it is on the page, that's it. A comic is not the same as a cartoon, as an anime. You have to adapt what works on the page for what works on the screen. So a lot of these stories are told so incredibly straight from the book that the pacing and the timing does not work with the visuals. We need to adapt that format, that formula, into something that really sells that pacing, sells the timing of everything. It makes the story so crucial while you're reading it. You linger on pages because of the visuals. You soak in all the beautiful details, right? You're not just rushing through and being like, wow, that was crazy. And you just shut the book cover and you're done. You linger, you see what's happening, you're checking out the environment. Visually, you have to do that too. Good music, tense atmospheric music, people kind of moving. Set the scene, build your scene up, and deliver on very simple premises sometimes. One of the biggest problems in the adaptation versus translation was sometimes they tried to fit the shorter stories 2 episodes in one, so 2 stories in one. Instead of letting a short story breathe longer and be its own standalone, we get these rushed micro stories that feel totally unsatisfying, unfulfilling to watch because it happens so quickly. Everything is rushed to you so quickly that you have no moment to really sit down and resonate with it. You maybe get some good visuals here and there, but by the time it's over, you're just kind of like, oh, that was it? And that's kind of a shitty place to be in. As a creator, I've done this many times with my own work, and it sucks. You don't always see it when it happens, but if you have a time and you have something like Netflix to give you 22-minute long episodes, use those 22 minutes to just tell a good story. And the first example is A Thing That Drifted Ashore, which is just about this weird fish that's decaying on this beach and people are surrounded by it. But as the skin decays, you see that there's humans inside of it. And it splits open and the humans just kind of scurry and the guy's just like, they're acting like parasites, and it ends. Instead of doing that, use 22 minutes to really like build the atmosphere of what is this fish? Ask that stupid question. Ask the stupid question, what is this fish? Because it'll be so satisfying. Let people breathe in this atmosphere, this one setting. And I love it because it's just one setting on a beach. And it's not trying to take you across and try to, you know, go into the ocean and find out what these things are. It's the ambiguity. It's the reason why Lovecraft is so popular. It's just this thing that's from the unknown that we could never understand. But when you rush it, it's just like, oh, it's just a fish that ate some people. Cool, well, I don't know what happened. That's weird. It must be a weird, crazy space fish. It just undersells it, and it just sucks. Then there's this short story, Intruder, which I don't think it's really one of Junji Ito's strongest ones. It's like weird dimension hopping stuff, and imagine rushing the idea of dimension hopping and like time travel into like 10 minutes, and it's just like, by the way, boom, ending. And it just ends. It just ends with a guy. It's so ambiguous and so rushed that it like pissed me off. I was like, why did you even include this? Just Make them longer. Fuck the intruder story. Don't even put that one in. Don't make it. Don't spend time on that story. You know, we got one of the unendurable labyrinth. Basically, some women are like walking around the forest and they get converted into a cult, which I thought was kind of cool. And they immediately follow this woman who's like, my brother's been here for 5 years. I think they've killed him. And they're like, can we come with you to find him? Yeah, okay. They go down into this like labyrinth where what happens in this cult is people practice and they go down and starve themselves to death and they mummify. And we are given one scene of context where a girl has like weird social anxiety where she doesn't like when people look at her or they're judging her. The story just ends with all of the mummies just looking at her and she just screams. Usually when you do something like that, you want to end it with like you see empty hallways to insinuate like, oh, they were left in there, they never made it out. But there's just so much shit left up in the air. It's like, I feel like I'm on chapter 2 and there's no end. It's like opening up a book, someone ripped out 80% of the pages and you're like, okay, well, I hope I get to read the rest of that soon. You just put it down because you're done. And the last one, which is also one of the funniest ones, maybe not as funny as Hanging Balloon, is Up. This one called Bully, where it's just about this young girl. She basically assaults and commits crimes towards a child, attacks by a dog, tries drowning him, fucking beats him with that stick. She beats him with this stick in the bushes, and you're like, God damn. And then it does a time skip, and she's like talking to a man on a bench, and she's just like, I had done bear my sins to you. And he's like, well, I mean, that's fine. I mean, you're a crazy bitch back then, but who cares? And she's like, but I feel like I fell in love with him. And the kid shows up and he's older and she's just like, that's why I'm leaving you. I'm like, okay, so this is a soap opera now. And the guy's like, what? Why? Doesn't have anything else. It just cuts to them years later. He apparently got some pussy from his bully. They have a kid who looks just like the kid that she bullied, and he leaves her. Which is kind of funny. I mean, he kind of got his, you know? She leaves and the kid's just like, hey, Mom, I love you. And she goes insane and she's like, well, I'm going to bully you like your dad because I miss him. So then she just bullies the shit out of her son, and it kind of insinuates at the end that she kills him, which it's like, is that a punishment? It kind of just seems like she gets her nut off to torturing children, so she probably just got what they want. Like, they both kind of got what they want, I guess, in the ending. It's very odd. Use the stories to adapt it to a visual moving format that works, that has room to breathe, that gives scenes room to breathe. Even if something is a small panel in a book and seems like it's insignificant, in a moving medium could be the most important part of building up a scene, building up a strong point, any kind of thing that could push the viewer forward, being like, oh, this is why I'm watching this. That's it. In conclusion, it's really not that bad. You should give it a watch. Like I said, 6.5 or 7 out of 10. You know, it's a passing grade. That's what I got in, you know, geometry when I was in high school. My mom was proud of that. I would say my top 3 episodes in order would be Layers of Terror, Toontown, and The Headless Statue. Layers of Terror, sure, you know, the music's a little wonky. There's some good music in there. Maybe they don't hold well on some shots. It's being kind of nitpicky, but you do get some good atmospheric stuff. You have a great ending, some decent animation. It's pretty solid. Toontown, fantastic premise. One of my favorite Junji Ito stories. Really the only big thing in that I remember is there's just this horrible 3D rendition of a monster at the end. And it's just like so distracting that I was like, oh God, please, please never again. And The Headless Statue, pretty simple, but it's such a great idea for a like slasher serial killer thing that once again falls so short because it would have been so beautiful in black and white. So fucking awesome. So if you have time, you have a couple days off, or you just want to pick a couple episodes to watch, maybe watch those, see if you want to give it a chance. But otherwise, I really hope that at some point we get a true black and white, atmosphere-filled, beautiful.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're doing anything for views.
Good to be home.
Anything. Not anything, just a couple things. People online, content creators specifically, will do anything for views. Anything at all. Hell, I'm one of them. I've done a fair share of quirky things myself. There's a few people who do things without thinking about any of the repercussions that seem to follow. All of the prank videos of people going down, basically assaulting people being public nuisances.
I was just wondering, do you want to see my dick?
Get money on mate. Or getting your buddies together and faking a museum heist. Little bomb threat.
Bomb detonation countdown successfully started.
Hey, it'll get clicks. Can you imagine the kind of algorithm push we're gonna get for faking that we're gonna blow up a museum? I got a bomb!
For over a generation. And that's about the way
It makes it delicious.
Wait! I want to thank our great, dear, beautiful, unbelievable friends at Bad Dragon.
Bad Dragon is the home to all of your fantasy, toys. If you're trying to spice up things in the bedroom for yourself or maybe a partner, consider going over to Bad Dragon and seeing all of the amazing goodies they have to offer. Let me tell you, I've been to the facility. I've met the people that make it. It's like Willy Wonka's goddamn chocolate factory over there. Whimsy, mystique, quality, precision, royalty, class. Bad Dragon's products are not only just amazing, but the quality control that they do, the customer service that they have, and how fast that they get the products out with their shipping is pretty fucking awesome, just from a consumer standpoint. And like I said, so many unbelievably talented artists come together to make these awesome designs, and maybe it's time for you to put a little something in your drawer, or on your shelf, as I do, because they're art pieces, basically. They're amazing. Bad Dragon has been a continuous, long-time supporter of this channel, and I gotta tell you, man, they're our favorite. Sorry, every other brand. We love Bad Dragon the most. Okay? So if you want to spice things up in your own life, or maybe for a significant other, head over to Bad Dragon and tell them Papa Meat sent ya. Thank you, Bad Dragon, for sponsoring the video. And hey, let's get back to the video.
All of these people basically committing crimes, and even some of them facing serious jail time, all for views. Why? Are views that rare? Are views the new blood diamonds? And I started thinking about all this because recently, a teenager was charged with 2 felonies for derailing a train in Nebraska for his content, for his YouTube channel. Isn't that fun? I love content creators. They're special. Capital City Rail Production is a very small channel that focuses on filming train content in and around his town. Not anywhere else, just in his town, okay? 3 months ago, he posted a video on his channel titled, "Most Insane Video I've Ever Taken!" The video shows a train crashing into an empty train car, causing it to derail.
Okay, so this arbor just hit a defective car, apparently, and is now on the ground.
And this accident resulted in $350,000 in damages. If you're a small boy in Nebraska filming train content, that's a lot of money. The owner of the channel claims he just so happened to witness the accident while filming, but when investigators questioned how the incident could have occurred, the YouTuber responded with,
Well, obviously a switch was turned the wrong way.
which made everybody extremely suspicious towards that guy. Authorities later went through the surveillance video from the area and discovered his vehicle and a lone driver traveling around the area before the derailment. Which the switch box he's talking about, which is causing so much suspicion, is hidden. So it's like, how would you have known where the switch box was, and how would you have known that it was switched the wrong way? Which led him to be a prime suspect, probably the only suspect, and he is now awaiting trial, but he could pay a fine of $15,000 and up to 7 years in prison for each felony count that they charge him with. Are the views worth it? I don't know. It made me think, what are some of the other stupid things people have been sent to prison for their content? And that's what we're going to find out today in the beautiful true crime world of YouTube content creation. I don't know, throw up a thing there. Which first up on our list, we have Trevor Jacob. You might not know his name, but you know what this guy has done. Trevor Jacob is a 30-year-old American former Olympian, pilot, and YouTuber. Posted a video on November 24th, 2021 of his plane engine failing and him having to parachute out in order to survive, which is pretty crazy. On first glance, you're just like, holy shit, that's insane. Is he alive? I hope he's alive. And then you quickly realize when you see the video that this is all orchestrated and that he just jumped out of the plane and is just going to send it into a mountain. So you could say to yourself, well, no one's there or whatever, but God forbid. What if something went wrong? What if there was people I mean, like, there's so many variables of why this is so stupid and dangerous.
What if he hit the one camper?
That's what I mean, is what, or the one guy hiking. What a beautiful day. Upon going viral, the video immediately raised suspicions. Trevor claimed he was spreading his dead friend's ashes over the Los Padres National Forest, but things just simply weren't adding up. The first red flag was that Trevor was already wearing a parachute at the start of the video. Don't get me wrong, I'm a paranoid flyer as well, but I doubt every pilot is just wearing a parachute bag. It is not typical for a pilot to wear a parachute unless they are going to engage in high-risk activities, such as jumping out from the plane at the get-go. If you're a skydiver, you're probably going to be wearing a little backpack. He also claimed in the video that he always wears a parachute on his flight, but this is a lie. There's never been a parachute backpack on him. Come on, Trevor, what the f are you thinking? He also had several GoPros attached to the plane to capture every single angle of the flight. There were a total of 4 cameras, one in the cockpit, one on the tail end of the plane, as well as one on the front wing. And lastly, he had a selfie stick that he used as he was free falling from the sky. You gotta get those angles. Every person flying off just has 25 cameras on their on their plane.
I will say the tail angle looks pretty cool.
All of the footage looks sick. The footage is amazing, but it's so funny to try to wheel it back as like, I was just spreading my dead friend's ashes, man. Like, why would you need a selfie stick for that? And then why would you need 3 GoPros? Gotta send him that MP4 to heaven, dude. I miss you, bro.
You know, his friend died.
How did his friend die?
Basically, he died falling.
He died from falling from a high... That almost feels disrespectful to the friend, if I'm being completely honest.
Throwing him from the plane.
Being in a plane and dumping their ashes just feels like kicking a person while they're down. But the biggest red flag was that he immediately jumped out of the plane once the engine stalled. They even train you for that. They train you for if the engine stalls, how you can land. So for him to be like, uh-oh, and then just immediately jump out, which also he doesn't even say uh-oh. He just, it looks like a Red Bull event. It looks like him just like, he's like getting ready and he's like, okay, I'm ready to jump. Jacob made no attempt to restart the engine or contact air traffic control. Many veteran pilots also noted that he could have coasted the plane to safety in an attempt to land the plane, but instead his first thought was to just abandon ship. Some people even noticed that he had a fire extinguisher in his pants. How do we know he's just not an ultimate prepper, dude? He's like, okay, if I catch fire, I will be able to put myself out. And the whole reason why he did this entire stunt is so he could get a lot of views on his Ridge Wallet advertisement, which is why I want to thank today's sponsor. No, I'm just joking. Pull out a Ridge Wallet. The FAA concluded that Jacob intentionally crashed a plane in order to make a viral video, which worked as the video currently has almost 5 million views. It's a good video. Knowing now nobody got hurt, all that stuff. I mean, come on. In April 2022, his pilot's license was revoked for reckless operation of an aircraft and intentional misrepresentation during the investigation. Jacob lied to investigators saying he did not know where the wreckage was, even though in the video he clearly gets to the wreck. I don't know where the wreck's at, okay? How did you get the footage, Jacob? Well... And in May of 2023, Jacob pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 6 months in federal prison. That's not too bad. I mean, 6 months of your life gone, but still. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it does end on a happy note. Trevor Jacob did get his piloting license back. You can't fault the guy who knew how to get the fucking plane up there. But don't be surprised if a plane is hurled into your fucking house like a Japanese warplane during World War II. Next up on the list, we're gonna have a guy's name who I'm definitely gonna mispronounce, so I apologize. Kanghu Ren. I wish I was more worldly. 19-year-old Spanish YouTuber Kanghu Ren filmed himself giving toothpaste-filled Oreos to a homeless man as a prank in 2017. Brush your teeth, bro. The video showed Ren replacing the cream of the Oreos with toothpaste and resealing the packaging before giving it as a snack to George L., who's the homeless man. He paid the man 20 euros and made light of the situation by saying, this will help clean his teeth. I don't think he has cleaned them since he became poor. That's a direct quote. This resulted in George vomiting after eating the cookie, so he pressed charges against Ren. He must have been scarfing down those cookies, dude. He's a homeless guy. Why wouldn't you? If somebody gave me one of those little fucking like gas station packs of Oreos, oh, dude, they don't stand a chance. Ren was charged with violating the moral integrity of George and endangering his health. During the court case, it was revealed that Ren had previously tried to compensate George with an additional 300 euros in an attempt to avoid legal issues, but George declined the offer. Dude, I'll give you $300 more. Just calm down. He's like, no, no. No! He's like, dude, it's 300 euros. Just come on. You're making a big fucking deal about this. In his defense, Mr. Ren said that the video was just a bad joke, for which he had later sought to make amends. He quote says this: I do things to mount a show. People like what is morbid. This is like some like H.H. Holmes kind of quote, whatever. People love to see the darker side of humanity. Ren was found guilty and sentenced to 15 months in prison. And additionally, he was ordered to pay 20,000 euros in compensation to the victim. Don't give fucking toothpaste-filled Oreos to a homeless guy. What a fucking win for the homeless dude, right? That's sweet, sweet 20 grand, baby. Smart motherfucker. He's like 300 euros? Yeah, right, bitch. I'm him for the long haul. His YouTube channel and other social media accounts were shut down for 5 years as a result. And he has now moved from prank videos and instead uploads Fortnite content instead. What does that say about Fortnite content creators? They're all bad people. Every person who makes Fortnite content, they're a bad person. I hate to say it, but that's just, it is what it is. Anyways, next up is Alex Choi. Alex Choi is a popular automotive YouTuber known for his extravagant car modifications and street racing videos. Ooh. And on July 4th, 2023, Alex posted an 11-minute video titled Destroying a Lamborghini with Fireworks. The video was filmed on the El Mirage dry lake bed in San Bernardino County and features women in a helicopter shooting off fireworks at a Lamborghini.
Sounds awesome.
I mean, don't get me wrong. On paper, this sounds sick. Some chicks with big ass titties like,
Alex Joy's YouTube channel.
whatever. A helicopter involved in this? Why? It takes 1 millisecond for things to go completely haywire and to have people's entire lives ruined. Alex was arrested in June of 2024 and is now facing federal charges for causing the placement of an explosive or incendiary device on an aircraft, as Alex and his team did not receive official permission to do the stunt. Very safe, Alex. People could have died! As a result of this stunt, the pilot of the helicopter lost his license with the FAA. Good. The DOJ also had evidence that Alex's team had to go to Nevada to buy the fireworks since they are illegal in California. You know, those little wildfires that are going on right now? So sick. Alex is like, it looks cool for the video, man. Getting trending. And Alex is facing up to 10 years in prison. That feels like a long time. Things could have gone wrong, but they didn't go wrong. You think 10 years? If someone got hurt, I'd be like, put them in the motherfucker, lock him up. Alex was released on a $50,000 bond and is now awaiting trial. This is not the first time Alex was involved in a reckless stunt, because in 2022, during a Tesla meetup, what? Aren't all the Teslas the exact same? What the fuck? Like, listen, I have the exact same one. That's awesome. Alex was involved with an incident where someone jumped a Tesla 10 feet in the air and crashed it into 2 parked cars. He's such a tiny, like, dweeb-looking man.
It's like, you mind if I do some badass pranks for you hoes?
Alex states he was not responsible for the stunt and did not condone such reckless behavior. I happened to record it and I uploaded it because I thought it was sick, but I don't condone that behavior. So I put it up on my YouTube channel because it's a big sign. People, don't do that. Stop. Next up, we have Jay Swingler and Rommel Henry in the Ground Floor Bros, the TGF Bros. The duo is famous for their high energy and often reckless videos.
Nothing's clickbait on this channel. This is the day where I'll probably
commit tax fraud.
Wow. Their content ranges from dangerous stunts and pranks.
To bizarre challenges.
Some of their most famous stunts includes casting themselves in Jello mold, extreme crocodile dentist, and burying themselves in cement. My claustrophobia could never. I had to do the face mask for the Dagon mask we did. I was like seriously like having a panic attack. The guy's like, it's gonna be fine, don't worry. And I'm like, but we're here to talk about the time they cemented Jay's head in a microwave back in 2017. I swear, there's just not a thought going through these fucking people's heads, dude. The idea on the stunt was to use the microwave as a mold for a cement cast around his head. How was no one along the way like, what if we didn't? They used breathing tubes to ensure that he could breathe while they filled the microwave with quick drying plaster.
the cement will hit all around my head. I can breathe perfectly fine through this.
Side note, a 16-year-old girl lost most of her hand when casting her hand in plaster because it causes a chemical reaction. It's just no bueno. And now you're gonna cast your friend's head in it in a microwave. Don't worry, he has tubes, dude. Can you breathe, man? Plaster heats up and will burn your skin. It's good stuff. Put it on your face. As the plaster begins to set, Jay was unable to move his head and it became harder to breathe through the air tube, so panic began to set in.
His head's not coming out.
Oh, thing is so heavy. For over an hour, his friends tried various techniques to try and free him, but they were unsuccessful. So they ended up calling the fire department.
So he has a heat microwave stuck to his head. I know this sounds like a prank call, but he was trying to film a YouTube video.
Oh my God. Unironically, this is like my hell. It took another hour for 5 firefighters and 2 paramedics to dismantle the microwave and free Jay's head. 2 hours, or probably even longer because of the setup time. Let's just say 3. 3 hours stuck. The fire department made a tweet saying, seriously, unimpressed. Frowny face. That feels inappropriate as well. We should probably tweet about this. But this is just the tip of the iceberg for Jay and Rommel. In March of 2020, they uploaded a video titled Extreme Driving Test, which featured the 2 recklessly driving, crashing into parked cars, and flipping their vehicles. 2 years later, they both pleaded guilty to reckless driving and were each fined $1,000. I mean, which is just a slap on the wrist for these content creators. They haven't posted on their channel since October 2nd, 2022. Maybe this little thing scared them and they're just like, I'm not gonna know more, which maybe the slap on the wrist was enough. Maybe lessons learned.
Jay's now a YouTube boxer.
Jay's now a YouTube boxer? Thank God. YouTube boxing is awesome. Next up, we have the Stokes twins. God, they're handsome. Twin YouTubers Alan and Alex Stokes are known for their prank videos and Mr. Beast style challenge content, so you know they're making stuff for children. In August 2020, they were arrested after filming themselves staging a fake bank robbery in Irvine, California. This is where seriously it comes that content creators are so stupid, where they're like, what if we just went to a bank and we acted like we were robbing them? People got really scared, and at the end we could be like, just kidding, we're the Stokes twins. We've seen your content, we love your stuff. That's probably how it'll go. Sure, yeah, okay, let's do it. The prank occurred in October 2019 and involved the two dressing up all in black, wearing ski masks, and carrying large duffel bags as they pretended to run away after robbing a bank. That's hilarious. During the prank, they would ask bystanders for clothes and items to disguise themselves.
You know where the nearest bank is at?
Which kind?
Just like a bank where I can make like a large withdrawal. That's okay, I'll just go find out myself. All right, thank you.
Once again, really funny. They eventually called an Uber driver as their getaway vehicle, but the driver was not in on the prank and refused to drive away.
Not funny. Okay, can I just take this way?
The bystanders promptly called the police, and when they arrived, they held the twins and the Uber driver at gunpoint. That's awesome. Thanks for getting the Uber driver involved. I'm sure that's going to be great for him. Definitely no trauma.
Just a prank, bro.
It's just a prank. Luckily, the situation de-escalated and the police let the driver go and issued the twins with a warning. How? With all of that, you know what I mean? Like, come on. But this did not stop them. Of course it didn't. As they decided to film the prank again on the same day, right after being released from the police. Castrate these men. Do not let them reproduce. The twins were charged with false imprisonment before making a plea deal, which dropped the charges to just a misdemeanor.
Do you think they slipped some YouTube money?
Oh yeah, definitely. Or they probably have rich parents or some shit. During the trial, their attorney claimed the twins couldn't be guilty of the charges as they had called the non-emergency line to warn the authorities of their prank. Yeah. Oh, that's valid. Yeah, I'm planning on robbing a bank today. Okay, let's go. And they were only sentenced to 160 hours of community service and 1 year of probation. I am so mad.
Public prank that gets about 15 police officers in the area hauling butt over here because you guys are pulling off masks.
This is seriously one where I'm like, they need to spend time in a federal prison.
I mean, they could have got that guy killed.
Exactly. If the guy who threw a plane into a mountain where no one was at got 6 months in prison, the person who had somebody at gunpoint, which is much more deadly, what the f? Next up, we have the very infamous and dare say one of my favorite YouTubers, J-Station. Shout out Nerd City. Jason Ethier, aka J-Station, is a popular YouTuber known for his clickbait prank content.
Whoa, guys, what the hell?
And fake 3 a.m. challenges. If you haven't seen Nerd City, he did an entire expose on J-Station about how he steals content, all this stuff. Nerd City, amazing channel. If you haven't seen it, go fucking check it out. That series rules. In 2020, he announced that his girlfriend, Alexia Morano,
what's up, family? Welcome back to Anything Alexia.
No, had been killed by a drunk driver. He's a great guy. Oh, shout out J-Station. He made a series of videos mourning her death, visiting the crash site, and even talking to her spirit with a Ouija board.
If you believe that shit.
The thing about J-Station is his audience is all children. Even if something as comical or as like cartoonish as like talking to her through a Ouija board, I don't think children are that savvy enough to know that it's not real. Turns out, she wasn't dead at all! And this was an attempt to increase subscriber numbers by exploiting the death of his girlfriend. In a video titled, Alexia Morano, the truth about her, Jason apologized and admitted to faking her death. His plan was to eventually resurrect her and gain even more followers. This is the hell we live in on this earth, okay? In the same video, he also claimed that Alexia was in on the hoax and how she is now accusing him of assault with a weapon. So maybe he was predicting her death? I don't know what J-Station's mind is. She cites a specific incident where he threw an iPhone at her eye and another time where he pushed her down when she didn't do exactly what he wanted her to do. He was arrested on February 3rd, 2019, and YouTube demonetized his channel for faking his girlfriend's death and for the assault charges. That was the afterthought. They're like, we don't care if you slap her around, but you can't pretend she's dead. It's just either do it or don't. All right? YouTube policy, thank you. And lastly, we have Mona Lisa Perez and Pedro Ruiz. And guess what, guys? It's another YouTube prank channel. I mean, are prank channels onto something or what? The couple would post harmless pranks, challenges, and vlogs of their daily lives together, often featuring their 3-year-old daughter. But Pedro wanted to launch his YouTube career into the stratosphere with an extremely exciting and new dangerous video. The stunt was for Pedro to hold an encyclopedia to his chest and have Mona Lisa shoot him with a Desert Eagle from a foot away. For people that don't know guns, a Desert Eagle is like a hand cannon. I mean, every gun can kill you, but a Desert Eagle is a 50 caliber gun. That's what sniper bullets are, okay?
The point of this video is I really just want to see
if a 50 caliber bullet can go through a book.
Encyclopedias are thick, babe. How many words there are out there? And quote, me and Pedro are probably going to shoot one of the most dangerous videos ever.
His idea, not mine.
Not wrong. That's cute. And on June 26, 2017, Pedro convinced Mona Lisa to do the stunt. And in the world's least surprising turn of events, the bullet went through the book and killed Pedro instantly. So sad. It's just so stupid and sad. Their 3-year-old child and around 30 onlookers watched the shooting in horror. They didn't watch the shooting in horror. They watched it with drool going down their face like, surely that's fine, right? The horror came after him being like, was he sleeping? Oh my God, he's dead. Oh shit. Prior to the recording, Pedro apparently tested this stunt with a different book that stopped the bullet. So they thought that they were safe. And look at this. Please hit. This looks like some Zodiac killer shit. Mona Lisa was arrested and charged with second-degree manslaughter. She was 19 years old and pregnant with their second child at the time of the shooting. She pleaded guilty to the charge and would serve a 180-day jail sentence in 10-day increments over the course of 6 years. Afterwards, she will be on probation for 10 years and is banned for life from owning a firearm. You think? Which the fucked up thing about this is that Mona Lisa, she did not want to participate in this for weeks. And Pedro was just kind of like, babe, come on, you're being a bitch. Come on, just think of what we can get our daughter when you shoot me with this Desert Eagle. I'm gonna stop with a fucking Webster's dictionary. Then after the stunt happened, after she was convinced to do it, Pedro's family blamed Mona Lisa for killing him as if it was her fault. What would you have to gain? She's like, she actually wanted to be the super YouTuber, not him. The stunt ultimately gave them the YouTube fame that they always wanted, but at a heavy, heavy price. There's a repeating thing going on here, and it's this. People are dumb. Extremely, extremely dumb. There's really no way to really get around it. I've been seeing it more with TikTok too. People being given the opportunity to be on a stage of any kind. It makes me think of Joshua Block. Worlds of T-shirts, whatever, on TikTok. He's a guy who is mentally unwell. He's an alcoholic, and people comment on it being like, you should keep drinking. Basically enable this person. I would say the same way with like Chris Chan and that kind of stuff too. And it's people who are maybe the ones commenting on these kind of videos who are just like, we should just keep pushing, keep doing whatever. And those are the people who either foster this creator to do something really stupid, or they see somebody doing something stupid and they want to one-up them. It's like a vicious cycle of terrible shit. So here's what guys say to you. There's nothing wrong with making some content, dude. I love my job. This is my favorite thing I could ever do, is doing this for you right now. It's the biggest blessing in my life. But for the love of God, look after yourself. Don't do anything that's going to harm others or harm yourself in the creation of this content. And let's just try to make some fun stuff for some good people. How does that sound? Shake on it. That's all I have. I will see you all in the next one. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna go save some trains. Goodbye.
You ready to go feed those homeless those Oreos?
I will actually. You know what's crazy is we got, and actually too, before we cut, we gotta stop that Oreo thing. I know we replaced it with the toothpaste as well. I had no idea that was illegal. So. Is this still recording? No, cut the camera, Nick. Cut the camera! Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down, because today we're going to talk about something you probably already heard about. And that's the ongoing chaos between YouTuber Reckless Ben and Bricks and Minifigs, also known as BAM!
Quick disclaimer.
Everything we're talking about today is all things that we've seen that are public information from Reckless Ben's YouTube page, social media accounts, and from what Bricks and Minifigs has said online. This is just a recap, so that's the disclaimer. Is that good?
I think so.
What started as simply trying to recover money seemingly stolen from an old, sick man has turned into a full-blown fucking nightmare, dude. Currently, a big corporation is alleged to be abusing the legal system and working with corrupt police to silence Reckless Ben and others for uncovering the heinous acts of one particular Bricks and Minifigs franchise. Which, if you don't know Reckless Ben, we've seen some of his stuff before. He also did a video on the McCamey Manor as well, which I thought was sweet. He infiltrated it, but it seems like he goes into corrupt businesses and basically tries to uncover the truth or just expose them and like right the wrongs of stuff as well. Try to use legal practices that a lot of these businesses use against the people that they harm.
I like to think of myself as kind of like the king of loopholes, you know, and so I kind of always want to go against like someone who's like the opposite. So I do like legal loopholes for good, but I want to go against someone that does like legal loopholes for bad. So this seems like the perfect battle, you know, like we're both just using like legal loopholes against each other to like get each other in trouble and stuff. And I just knew it was gonna be like a crazy story.
We think more eyes should be on the story, so we're not only going to talk about it, but we're also going to speak to Ben later in this video and get some more insight on the situation. Not everyone knew what Bricks and Minifigs even was until the story broke out. Essentially, they're an absolutely massive company that specializes in buying, trading, and selling Lego products, which I think we might have touched on it briefly. We did a Lego collector video, and it's like just a retail space where people can go, and it's like an in-person retail store.
Yeah.
It's a franchisee thing, so each person buys the store, they open it, blah, blah, blah. You can sell your Legos there. From that video alone, you can tell just how massive the Lego collector market is and how much money goes through that market is absurd right now. It's got to be the highest it's ever been.
Oh yeah.
100%.
Stuff. Oh yeah.
Yeah. In 2023, the business's massive success led to them opening around 150 individual stores, and by 2025, that number doubled. Even back during 2023, the business reported each individual store averaging nearly $580,000 in annual earnings, with more popular stores even breaking $1 million a year in sales. And lots of people have their own horror stories about Bricks and Minifigs, with some claiming that they're essentially the GameStop of Lego. Online, there are entire threads of people complaining about selling their childhood collections, easily worth hundreds of dollars to Bricks and Minifigures, only to be offered about $50 at most at times. I think people don't realize how easy it is to just be like, put your shit on Facebook Marketplace. You'd be surprised by how quick people will jump on things. If you can, because I know some people are, you're just in a pinch. I have to have the money now, but I don't know.
Like your wife's kicking you out. It's you or the Legos.
Yeah, me or the Legos. All right, bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Tell you what, my Lego Ninjago set doesn't fucking hang with him. YouTubers like MGS Brick, for example, have documented bringing in rare Lego figures only to watch multiple stores downplay their worth, repeatedly telling them that a chrome gold C-3PO figure worth around $1,000 was obviously fake. We can touch more on what happens there later, but for now, let's look at where Ben comes into the story. The story begins with a man named Brian Mansell reaching out to Ben, given his content for his over-the-top documentary investigative styles, to help him get into this company and help resolve the situation. How did you initially find out about these missing Legos? Was it just through the Facebook post, or was there like other people that were hitting you up about it? How did you find out about that?
No, this wasn't a big story at all. So I guess the YouTubers covered it, Collectors Weekly, and it only got like 1,000 views on it. And so at the end of my Lose for Valentine video, I was like, okay, if you have a problem and the police can't solve it, email me at this email. I made a whole email for it. We got a bunch of emails. And so we're just going through all these emails for like 26 hours. And we see this Lego video, and I'm not really into Legos at all. I don't really collect things or anything. But the thing that stood out to me was he just said, we had the world's biggest Lego Star Wars collection. We gave it to a company and they're selling it without paying us. And I was like, well, that's just black and white. Like they just stole your Lego, And he's like, they're claiming that they didn't steal it. They have like some loopholes that they're trying to use,
Specifically, he asked for help retrieving $200,000 worth of rare Lego Star Wars sets he co-signed to Bricks and Minifigs franchise to alleviate the burden of selling them all himself. Important note! The $200,000 value was an estimate made after a brief initial look and not before a detailed evaluation was made.
My original assessment of about $200,000, it was before I'd actually gone through and had done an actual evaluation. I looked at it and went based on 3 different rooms with all the sets.
It's more accurately listed around $107,000, but still 6 figures fucking worth of Legos, guys. Crazy. Brian's contract with the store stated that the sets still belonged to him, but revenue made from any sets that sold in store would be split between them. However, when that specific store was purchased by new owners, it's alleged that they completely failed to honor the contract and even started refusing to let Brian inspect the inventory. Unfortunately for them, there is security footage showing Brandon, one of the Salem store's new owners, making it abundantly clear that the consignment would be taken over by the new owners. It's fucking pathetic. The back and forth they're doing. Well, actually, we said this.
Maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
No, actually, we said this.
All the photo evidence points to there being $20,000 worth of Lego in this of Star Wars Lego in the store that night.
Well, actually, we said this.
When Brian first came in, we identified anything that was on that list that would have been his, and we set it aside. And it's still sitting there.
No, actually, we said this.
Dude, the shelves were empty.
Which also, even if this was all legit, could you not look more unprofessional? To not have your ducks in a row? Or just to stand by your policy and be like, this is what we said, this is what it was? Which, don't get me wrong, with these videos and stuff, people are calling, harassing, all kinds of horrible shit. I mean, I can sympathize with that. But at the same time, if you righted the wrong, I don't think any of this would have escalated to where it's at.
But they're being greedy because they're like,
oh, it's unbelievable.
They're trying to get through a legal loophole. Like, well, we changed ownership, so.
Well, man, it's 100% from what we can see so far. It just looks like it's a thing where it's like, well, you signed this consignment for the sale and all your pieces are here, but there's new management and I don't know where that's at. I don't know if these are yours. It's just like, just being fucking scummy.
Yeah.
Some of the video footage, man, that you see of this owner, like on the stoop of his house, talking to the cops, and he's like, hey, love the American Fork Police. You guys, Lou, I love you. Him doing that is the cringe.
matter.
Yeah, you guys rule. It's like, dude, fucking eat a fucking barrel, dude. My God. Brian confronted the store with a contract in hand, only to be threatened with a legal battle so lengthy it would cost him more than the Legos were even worth. What's worse is that these sets were collected by him and his father over many years, and after Brian's father had a health scare, Brian mentioned being afraid to tell his father what had happened to their collection for fear of worsening his physical and mental well-being.
At this point, my father had a health episode. We can't bring any stress to him.
This kickstarts an insane series of stunts pulled off by Reckless Ben to confront the Bricks and Minifigs team. The series is still up on YouTube, I believe. You can still watch part of the video so far. He just can't add anything yet. It's fucking unbelievable the amount of incompetence it has from Bricks and Minifigs, and just like the amount of like, if you just would have paid back or just did good business practices, none of this would be happening. Or even just being like, okay, we fucked up, sorry. It would have been fine. But now we are watching corporate suicide right now. Were you expecting it to be a lot more calm, or did you actually expect that hostility to be coming in when you went into the store? Did they already seem like fucking guns ready? You know what I mean?
Brian did warn me when I went in the first time. He's like, hey, when I went to ask for my Legos back, they trespassed from the store and started like screaming at me. So he's like, they're probably going to do the same thing to you. At this point, I didn't know if Brian was telling the truth or not yet, you know? So I was like, oh, I guess I'll just go and see for myself. But I came in prepared kind of knowing that I was like, okay, I'm going to be like extra nice to them because I know they might, I want to get them to talk because that's my goal is like hear their side of the story. So I went in, I'm just like, hey, I think my friend has some Legos in here. He was having trouble getting it back. Can we like work this out? And then she's like, I'm being harassed. Call the cops. And I'm like, well, I'm not really harassing. I'm just trying to hear like your guys' side of things. If they were paying him and he was lying to me, then they would have just told me at the store, like, hey, we're actually paying him, you know? So that's why I went to the store first to hear their side of things.
Just give back the sets.
What I'm saying is, even if it's not the money, at least give back what you have and like just do what's right, make it even Stevens with everybody. But they've dug so far down that now they're just, which if all these videos, you could just see how fucking gross the owners are. It's just nasty fucking practices, nasty people. And then also you have the police officers who just aren't treating it seriously, because I think there's still like a stigma with people that are like, oh, it's a YouTuber doing something, to where then they're like, oh, well, if it's just a YouTube thing, that's probably nothing, right? Or it's just, oh god, so this is just a troll thing, or this is just a joke or whatever. Just a general lack of care for a very serious thing.
He's a YouTuber. He has nothing to do with the store at all. He's a YouTuber. Okay. That makes things a little more clear. He has no association with the store. He's just trying to get content. Okay.
The amount of times I heard him say stuff like, oh, this is a YouTube thing, and discrediting the case just because this is like a YouTube video or something. It's very interesting how that like gives them a right, you know?
I kind of see their point of view because there is so many just like annoying like meta glasses people that probably the majority of like TikTokers and YouTubers that do the meta glasses, I'd say like probably a good 80 to 90% of them are just trying to, I'm going to piss you off as much as I can. And the bigger of a reaction you get, the more of a reaction you get, the more money I make, you know? I shouldn't be surprised by that because that is the majority of people, you know, but I would like to think that I'm a little,
maybe when you first hear about it, like, oh, it's a YouTube guy. Sure, you can go in with your preconceived ideas of what that is. But I feel like even dealing with the American Force or even dealing with Salem, I don't know, did you deal with much of Salem Police Department at all in the same way that you dealt with American Fork or no? Or is that more of a distant?
The Salem Police Department was, was the Kaiser Police, technically, I guess, which is like 15 minutes north of Salem. But they sucked too, but they never arrested me, I guess. They always let us go. You know, like we would get in like our arguments and then I was like, here's the law book. And then they just kind of like ran away once I pulled the law book out. So they like wouldn't keep talking to me because I think they were maybe afraid of the law. I don't know.
Or they're just like, I don't want to fucking deal with this. Which it is a very unconventional way of approaching all this, but I would say that everything he's done is legal from what we've been shown, at least, right? These posts would go viral, causing tons of bad PR and even a public statement from BAM. In it, they downplay the situation and claim that they don't know the whereabouts of the unsold sets. They allege that all of Ben's work and the criticism online is just edited social media clips, and according to them, all Bricks and Minifigs want is fairness and support for the Lego community. Fuck yourself. Unreal. Also, it's so fun. That's like GameStop being like, we just want what's fair for gamers. It's like, why don't you go fuck yourself, dude? Really?
Power to the gamers.
Can we just like undercut you and sell you more? And then, by the way, when we get criticism, we're just gonna sue. Is that a cool thing? Can we just sue? I think that's what we want to do, actually. Oh god, make me want to throw up. Someone would soon leak a BAM company-wide email directly to Ben, revealing the internal state of affairs. The email directly tells other franchises how to handle the negative reactions to Ben's documentary and all other related content, which they labeled as a coordinated negative PR attack. Dun dun. Legos. One of the strategies is a new mandate to actively solicit Google Google reviews with every single transaction. They reveal that they are getting the FBI, Oregon State Police, and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service involved. Their involvement alongside the temporary restraining orders and cease and desist letters would be used to silence Ben and others' content. Ben was also sued for his website, WeStealFromOldPeople.com, which he uses to sell merch of their own company. By now, Bricks and Minifigs stores around the U.S. are receiving tons of bad PR because of this scandal. To combat this, BAM stated in their email that they would have reached out to Google, YouTube, Patreon, GoDaddy, and the Facebook to report Ben's content and anyone who's review bombing their businesses. Patreon's own CEO made a video responding to this, essentially telling them to basically go f themselves and to sue Patreon if they want.
Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us.
Right? Which good luck with that fucking legal battle. All employees were asked to pretend the scandal doesn't exist, and as a backup, were given pre-planned corporate scripts and a de-escalation playbook. The company appears to be in a full meltdown as they are demanding store managers turn off comments on all store social media accounts. As stated in its public statement, BAM says its ultimate goal is to regain the community's trust and protect its franchises. AKA, please don't bankrupt us. Please don't make us basically start a new business, which is inevitably, I think, inevitably what's going to happen. Do you think so far? Do you think they're going to be able to weather the storm?
I mean, as far as PR goes, I don't think so. I think no matter what, they're fucked. Even if they win the case against Ben.
The court of public opinion is decided.
Yeah, which is just like, well, these guys are pieces of shit. It's going to take years and years to regain the trust.
I could see them changing their name and trying to get out of that spotlight or something. Renaming their franchise or something. I bet you that's the route they take.
Or they might do a thing where it's like, someone bought us. And then, yeah, they rebrand it.
Yeah,
We're under new corporate management.
Yeah, but they won't say that someone bought us. I don't think so. I think it's going to be all secret. They're going to delete all the accounts, whatever, and they're just going to restate it. And you're going to look at it and be like, oh, these are all the same Bricks and Minifigs locations, is what I think is going to happen. It may seem like Bricks and Minifigure stores attract scummy workers and managers, but not all employees are like that, all right? Some are simply there for a paycheck and have to deal with the nonsense that comes with it. Testimony from Bricks and Minifigs employees makes it seem like a living hell. It is common for the work schedule to be brutal and random, and on top of ridiculous hours, you can expect minimum wage at best. Several employees also claim that there is no opportunity for raises or career advancement. Of course not, dude. You have some manager who owns the store, and they're going to be in the cycle of getting like high school employees to come through. And it's that thing of just being like, God, you're lucky to be here. I mean, you get to play with Legos all day. Clean the bathroom. Clean the bathroom.
Is that what they told Joe when he was working as a Lego engineer?
My favorite Joe I wonder if we can get him to say it. My friend Joe, it almost seems fake. My friend Joe, who's now like a very well-known, he's a stand-up comedian, very funny guy, I love him. We were in animation together in school. When he graduated, he won a Lego making contest. This sounds fake. He won a like Lego building competition to work for like a Lego store. Like he was basically a fucking Imagineer for Legos or something. I don't know. But yeah, I was just saying we should have Joe record. It would be really funny.
All right, so one time I'm building behind my giant plexiglass window, just some sort of rinky-dink Lego model, and a dad and his son come in decked out in St. Louis Blues jerseys because the Blues had just won the Stanley Cup like the day before. So they come in and they bang on the window and they go, St. Louis Blues! And I'm giving them a thumbs up like, yeah, Stanley Cup, yeah. And I go back to what I'm doing, and then the dad bangs on the window again. He goes, hey! Build the Stanley Cup! Build the Stanley Cup! And, I can't just drop everything I'm doing to build a 5-foot tall statue of a trophy or whatever. So I just kind of laugh him off and go back to what I'm doing. But he stands there for like several minutes with his son, and they keep banging. The kid's banging on the window. The dad's banging on the window. I think the window's going to break. Build the Stanley Cup! Build it now! And, really, that's what it was like working there at all times.
Yeah, I don't know. I from the perspective of a guy who just works at Lego, where there's no incentive of like reselling, I wonder what his perspective is on Lego fans. I'd be curious to see. The next big video Ben would release documents BAM actively thwarting his efforts to confront the store owner legally and taking their maliciousness to a whole new level. It's throughout this process that the American Fork Police Department starts to reveal themselves as straight up corrupt because the store owners and the CEO are part of the same Mormon church community. Brian alleges that some of the police are too, and that they're protecting their own. Us Mormons stick together. The religious undertones too, with like the cooperation of like, even with the American Fork Police Department, how a lot of those guys even go to church together and they're all kind of in cahoots in some kind of way.
So first off, I'm going to give you a little piece of insider information. I think someone found this on a YouTube. I saw someone's YouTube on this. It only has like 500 views on it. So no one's seen this piece of information, but someone dug back in the newspaper and found that Ammon and Josh, they went on a Mormon mission trip together. So they're like BFFFFs, which is crazy because they claim that they're two
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today, my friends, the end is finally here. Oh, we're talking about Doomsday. But most importantly, we're talking about the people who prep for those Doomsday preppers.
When survival's the goal, it's into the spider hole. And it's cozy in here.
Another interesting facet of the world of people who are preparing for the end. People who want to be prepared for when shit hits the fan. But there's a lot of crazy stuff happening in the world right now. Inflation. The worst thing that's happening is inflation. How about monkeypox? Maybe even potentially World War III? Whoa. Pretty much what I'm trying to get at is the world is going to end. We're all gonna die! I'm kidding, we're gonna be fine right now. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe by the time I post this, we're all dead. I don't know, I can't tell you. I'm not a future. Not a fortune teller. But thank God there's one group of people out there who can circumvent all of these horrible things that are happening. So today I just wanted to take a deep dive down into the rabbit hole of people who are going to survive the apocalypse. There's a group of people that are here to kind of show us the way. And of course, I'm talking about Doomsday Preppers.
Here's to the end of the world.
Let's go. Now, we need to realize that these Doomsday Preppers are rational, but albeit paranoid people. A lot of people ask, why? Why save 50,000 cans of corn in your cellar? Well, you never know when shit's gonna hit the fan. But preparing for disasters is not a crazy thing. I'll be honest, I think it's downright smart. I'm from the Midwest where there's tornadoes left and right. God's just sending little twisters to come greet your house and throw it into the air. And it's nice to feel like, you know what, we got a little provisions just in case something bad happens. Is there a flood? Is my electricity gonna go out? When I lived in Texas, I was without power for like 2 weeks and it was brutal. I did not prepare for that at all. Wish I would have. That would have been a much easier experience. When I was sitting in Texas and there was the deep freeze, I watched Amadeus, I think 6 times on my phone. If anything happens, I'm gonna blow my brains out. Like if the world ends, I will not survive. Just take me, God. When something bad happens, you wanna make sure that you have the right tools to be prepared. If a natural disaster strikes, like earthquakes, tornadoes, and tsunamis, you wanna make sure you have the basic necessities, like food, water, flashlights, and power. There comes a separation, my friends, where you go from being prepared for a lightning storm and being paranoid that the collapse of civilization is right at our doorstep, right? That's it. That's a leap.
I'm preparing my family for the imminent collapse of the United States economy.
Wait, I want to thank today's sponsor, GamerSupps. Now, I like to get nice and hyped up in the morning, but sometimes I don't prefer coffee. Sometimes I don't want a carbonated energy drink like Red Bull or Monster. I just want something a little more fresh, something a little more me. And that's why I drink GamerSupps. Not only does it have 0 calories, so my big fat fucking belly doesn't get any bigger. Also, no sugar as well for that stubborn waistline. And it's even keto friendly for any of my little gym rats out there who are trying to protein bulk right now. I see you. All of the flavors are amazing. I haven't had one GamerSupps flavor that I didn't like. All of them are extremely tasty, especially mine, raw meat. It's watermelon cantaloupe. It's basically a summer in a cup. Wow. They also sell amazing waifu cups that resell like goddamn blood diamonds on the black market, so be sure to check those out as well because those are a hot commodity. And if you use my promo code PAPAMeat on any orders, not even on my products, you'll get 10% off your entire order. And just let them know Papa Meat sent you. So thank you so much to GamerSupps for sponsoring this video, and hey, stay energized, drink GamerSupps. Back to the video.
Doomsday prepping became a popular movement in the mid-20th century during the Cold War, which wasn't really that cold, Nick.
It wasn't?
No. You could say that the Great Depression sparked Americans or people, probably just Americans, to hoard what they have. Who knows? It's mine! Don't touch it! Get away from me! People go through some dicey shit and all of a sudden there's no I in team. But that became, they're like, F the team. It's all about I.
There's me in team.
There's me in team? That's true. It's backwards, but it's there. With the threat of a nuclear war looming, people were encouraged by the US government to build fallout shelters and to stockpile supplies in the event of a nuclear apocalypse. I love that. I got the US government's just like, everybody, real quick, gather around. In your backyard, we're gonna start digging holes, and that's gonna stop you from having to worry about a nuclear bomb being dropped on your head. Go have fun, guys.
Have you seen the old, like, commercials where it's like, if a nuclear bomb drops, hide under your desk?
I love that. But my favorite one was, if there's an active school shooter, we're gonna turn off the lights and hide under our desk. He's like, Nobody's home in here. All right, well, these lights are off. I'm probably not going to go in there. But you also have religious reasons, right? For example, the Church of the Latter-day Saints believe that the end times are nigh since the dawn of their religion. So they encourage their followers to have 3 to 12 months of supplies at all times. When it comes to doomsday prepping, the goal is to have enough supplies to last you a few months inside your bunker when the world goes to shit. AKA when shit hits the fan. We watched Doomsday Preppers, the show. We're going to get into that a little bit later, but that when shit hits the fan is going to be, it's part of my everyday vernacular now. I just want to say that.
When the hits the fan.
When it hits the fan, if hits the fan.
Hey, it's gonna hit the fan sometime.
Hits the fan in 5 years, I'll probably be okay.
If you can survive in your little bunker while everyone else is fighting for resources outside, then within a few months, 90% of the population will die out, and you can emerge from your bunker as a goddamn survivor. Which we've already seen some of this, ladies and gentlemen. Does anyone remember toilet paper? Does anyone remember toilet paper during the pandemic? Hello? As soon as shit starts hitting the fan, people hoard stuff like motherfuckers. I had the worst food poisoning. I tried making some chicken at home, did not cook all the way through, and I had horrible diarrhea. So it's that kind of pain in your asshole where it feels like chapped lips. I didn't even know the pandemic was that big of a deal at the time. This is before, I mean, I really knew what was going on. I went to the store, when I went to the aisle and like every single piece of toilet paper was gone, that's when I knew. I've experienced stuff before where people raid grocery stores and stuff, and you're like, they left all the bottles of water, but they took all the goddamn Tang. Something's going on here, okay. The thing about being a doomsday prepper is that it is a beautiful spectrum. On one side, you have rational people, and on the other side, you have mentally deranged people. So you have rational people who are like, hey, it might storm, it'd be nice to have some Duracell batteries, some flashlights, and some water. And there's some people who are like, if you come near me, I'm gonna kill you. But that's what we're trying to figure out today, dude. Which end of the spectrum are you on? So level 1, the toe dippers. Ooh, the water's cold. I just ate a pizza. I'm not going to jump in for cramps. These are people who have a case of water, some canned food, and a few rolls of toilet paper. If you went into their house, you'd probably be like, a little extra supplies. They probably go through a lot. I used to go to my friend's house. His mom used to have, I'm not even joking, used to have 150 rolls of toilet paper. She was a little...
Have you seen that video of the lady getting hit with the brick in the car?
There's a video of a woman getting hit.
This guy's driving and a brick falls off a truck and lands in his mother's head.
That was her. These people, the toe dippers, usually have an emergency kit with candles, maybe a flashlight, a first aid supplies, you know, just in case anything happens. It's more so just being like, something bad might happen, but it's an afterthought. But then we get into level 2. And level 2 is where we start getting a little shaky, all right? We call this the paranoid. These are the people who get a little further beyond preparing for your occasional emergency and expect weeks to months long emergencies such as civil unrest and severe natural disasters. Which, let me tell you, Nick, if I was younger, I'd be like, civil unrest, what the f are you talking about? Yeah, the past 4 years, goddamn, I might even be at level 2, dude. I'm a little paranoid. I've experienced so many natural disasters anyways. Texas, the deep freeze, goddamn pipes burst everywhere, flooded the house. Unbelievable. The paranoid also believe that people are going to immediately raid the grocery stores, so you need to have a full stock pantry for you and your family in order to weather this storm. Once again, doesn't seem that paranoid whenever I've seen this firsthand. COVID, toilet paper, all kinds of stuff.
So you're never more than 20 feet away from a firearm in this house. One example is a small firearm and a number 10 can of peas. And I remember that because it's my pea shooter.
These prepper pantries are rooms or garages in people's homes where they stockpile non-perishable food items and emergency supplies that typically last a few months to even a couple years, which I can't even imagine. We could survive for years. That has to be like your entire garage is just filled with stuff. Even like canned food, like, you know how much canned food, years? Some of the items that these preppers may have include shelf-stable foods like rice, beans, and canned food, water storage containers, solar generators, some basic tools. Not Ryobi, dude. Nick bought Ryobi stuff for the studio and it pissed me off. Just get DeWalt. Why'd you do it, Nick?
That's what they had.
They didn't have any DeWalt? You're a liar. A portable stove for cooking, maybe a gun and some ammo, maybe, I doubt it, and tarps, tents, blankets, and sleeping bags. Which honestly, out of this paranoid section, doesn't feel too crazy. Doesn't feel crazy. It's the excess. Well, it's the excess, and it's also immediately jumping to the conclusion that the worst is going to happen. Or prepping as if tomorrow it's going to happen. If the pandemic happened and people did that, I'd be like, well, yeah, I mean, we're in trap. But like right now, if something happened, I don't know. Which I guess it is just hindsight, but to me, I'm just like, why don't you calm down, dude? You need years of perishables? We got enough beans to last us 4 winters. Some preppers in this category also have what is called a bug-out bag. These are duffel bags that are packed with essential items that can last 48 to 72 hours and are stored in a safe place. Bug-out bag. The bug-out bag.
Most people call this a bug-out pack.
but I just refer to it as a survival pack. There are birds and ducks and things, and if I had to, potentially I could catch some meat for dinner with my sling.
Which you call it a bug out bag because if something hits the shit hits the fan, you want you to get a bug out bag. Get out.
Need something for my bug out bag. Bug out bag, gotta have it.
Also, you know what's kind of crazy too? This is also enters that level of paranoia. Think about how often they have to update the bug out bag. These beans are no good. We gotta update the bug out bag. If an emergency requires you to leave your house, aka bug out, then you can quickly and easily grab your bag and head to your new destination.
We're here at Walmart. I've got $100 for my $100 survival kit Walmart challenge.
$100 survival kit Walmart challenge. That does not feel that hard. For $100 at Walmart, you kidding me? He's like, I was able to pick up 2 guns, a fishing pole, and enough perishables to last us 4 autumns. The way she jolted out of that thing, goddamn, dude. Did her dirty with the edit there, though. She's like trying to turn and like smile and be like, this is what I got. And he's just like, cut that. And similarly, there are get home bags that preppers have in their cars that contain enough supplies to get them safely home. I got a pistol, a flashlight, and enough Cliff Bars to last me 6 autumns. I'm done with the winters. I'm doing autumns now. The winters I'm not scared about. The autumns is when it gets unruly. Start getting diarrheas. In this category, you also learn basic skills such as CPR, medical training, and even some survival skills. Here's the thing. I just want to say, I know I said that we labeled this level 2 paranoia. It is paranoia. I still don't think this is totally egregious. The problem with these group of people is I bet you they talk about it a lot. Did you just see what happened on the news? And you're just like, oh, goddamn, dude. To me, it's mostly, I already got enough shit going on in my life. Diabetes, got acid reflux, hemorrhoids, back acne. My fingers are starting to get hairy, like my Bulgarian grandpa's. I got ducks dying on me. And then some guys just like, did you just see that they actually just shot off 6 missiles? It's probably coming any day now. But can we just talk about how horrible everything? Please. Oh, I'd love that. Let's do that. Please. Thank you. Yeah, thank God I got my bug out bag though, and 6 rounds of corn just in case I need to make it through the autumn. Level 2 is probably where I would still be friends with this person, but level 3, this is when I start like, I can't anymore. Which level 3 we have as the survivalist, aka the LARPer. This category is for the extreme preppers who have swallowed the doomsday pill. These are people that are preparing and sometimes even hoping for the collapse of civilization, government tyranny, and apocalyptic events such as nuclear war, global pandemic, and even an asteroid impact. Oh, please, God, please hurl that rock at our Earth. Please, God! At this level of prepper, you're basically fully committed to the idea that the world is ending, and you are so deeply entrenched in the philosophy that this is now your identity as a person. There is even a dedicated show all about doomsday preppers showing off the crazy lengths that people will go to prepare for this end. That's just the end.
You have to get ready. There's no other way but to prepare. If you're gonna survive.
No longer are you storing canned greens and rice in your pantry. Rice? What are you talking about? Rice and canned beans in your garage? You got soft hands, sweetheart. I've been prepping since I was 6 years old.
There's kids down here who are prepping since.
Oh, I know there's kids. I feel bad for these. You know what kind of reminds me of like a cult, like a religious cult, a little bit. You know what I mean? You ever see like a kid dressed up in like a like suit? He's like, oh God, he's an awesome God, he reigns. I'm like, that motherfucker didn't stand a chance, dude. You know what I mean? It's like, if you're older and you're just like, dude, I just love getting the gospel out. It just creeps me out, dude. When I see little kids and they're just like, I can't wait to go to heaven. But instead of, you know, your little cupcake factory that you were in before, now you're investing thousands of dollars into prepper-specific brands that can last years. Such as our good old friend, Jim Baker. Remember Jim Baker? Love Jim Baker's food buckets.
This is Mexican food that real life Mexicans approve of. You know, this is not gringo food. This is good food.
The Jim Baker food bucket we will buy one day, and I will try some of his soup. $300 in the Jim Baker bucket can get you 144 meals with a guaranteed shelf life of 25 years. If you purchase that bucket and 25 years later you're just like, I didn't even need this thing. Well, I had all these potato soups from Jim Baker, but guess that didn't pan out. For $4,000, you can get the Defender Dozen. We gotta spend $4,000 on the Defender Dozen. It's gonna be crazy. This gives you 2,448 total servings of food for $4,000 up front now. You're getting almost $2,500 servings of food. Does that seem like a lot? If, across you and your family.
Technically, like for a family of 6.
A family of 6.
Which divide that by 6, it's about 400.
400 meals, that lasts you like a year. Not even a year. Like, we're just cut down to 2 a day. That f***ing sucks. You, Jim Baker.
Oh, good.
And if you're cheap, like me, you can buy Costco's emergency food buckets instead. $80 for 150 meals. Dude, Costco always just does it best. $80 for 150 meals? Come on. That's 50 cents a meal, and then it's just like, dude, Jim Baker's deal. I can just stock up on Costco shit. Another popular item among your shelves are MREs, which are meals ready to eat that are used to eat out in fields by the U.S. military personnel. You know, I used to always think of peanut butter was a big thing. A sniper can survive on 2 tablespoons of peanut butter for 16 days. Most MREs suck, so the term rat was coined in the military because people would open up the pockets and only take out the good shit like desserts or whatever else was in there and just leave the rest. They're like, I'm not even gonna touch that other shit. Some preppers even have canned dog food in their pantries just to protect the puppers in the event of an apocalypse.
It's not for the dogs, it's for them.
They're gonna eat the canned dog food?
Chicken morsels, and they're just really good.
Really good.
He has Chef Boyardee right here, Nick. I don't even look at that Italian son of a bitch anymore. All I want's pedigree. There's 3 different kinds of meats and carrots in this. Says so right on the can. But eventually this supply will dwindle, so you're gonna have to live off the land. So you better learn how to farm your own crops, kill your own meat, and collect your own water. Else you're f***ed. So what, you got your fancy dog food, your pedigree, but you don't even know how to grow your own crops? Good luck, man. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to talk about hotels. We've all been to a hotel at some point in our lives, and the experience can vary greatly. From a luxury hotel that caters to your every need to a roach-infested Motel 6. There's a nice little spectrum out there. Regardless of what you're able to afford, going to a hotel can be a bit of a gamble. Sometimes they're dirty, sometimes the buildings are run down, and oftentimes there's a slight feeling of danger. I'm guessing from crackheads or maybe weird neighbors next door. What's that in the room next door? Apparently, hotel room break-ins have become surprisingly common. And by that, I mean, I feel like that's always been a thing. Right? So much so that there's an entire genre of video focused on giving tips on how to use household objects to lock hotel doors from unwanted guests or staff members, using things like hangers, towels, and forks to basically block the door. People even buy additional portable locks and alarms online to ensure their safety when staying overnight. You might think that doing this 20-minute long setup to lock your door or whatever while you're sleeping might seem outrageous, but at the same time, you don't want to be that one statistic. So let's look at just how bizarre and terrifying the world of hotels can be. Over time, we've seen a large increase in sexual predators going after women in hotel rooms. Really came swinging the game with this one, dude. Jesus Christ. Can't ease into it at all? Holy I thought we might start with like petty theft, but nope. Here we go. While creeps preying on innocent women have been a tale as old as time itself, more people have felt comfortable coming forward to share their stories. One woman from Austin, Texas recounts the night she had awoken to a man who had somehow gotten access to her hotel key. As he was attempting to open the door, the woman noticed his finger prying through the door, trying to undo the latch. The woman screamed and charged at the door and slammed it shut, yelling, "Get the f*** out!" The man screamed, "Ah!" and quickly scurried off. She quickly called 911, but soon realized that the man's severed fingers were still in the door latch when the police arrived, which is awesome. Yeah. I would put them in a fucking jar. If I was that woman, I would pickle those fingers 100%. And it goes without saying that more often than not, the source of most disturbances and strange occurrences are the hotel guests themselves. For example, one man was arrested for gooning in the hotel lobby. In Nashville, such a beautiful musical city, huh? A man named Jonathan Walker had visited a Hilton Garden Inn, and he started using the computer in the hotel's business center, despite not being a hotel guest. He started playing porn on the speakers for a long period of time until hotel workers started to notice. They called the police, who approached him and tried to get his attention. Jonathan refused to stop watching porn, to the point that the police officers had to take him into custody and remove him from the premises. As it turns out, this was a repeat occurrence, and he had already been banned from the hotel previously. He was charged with trespassing. He must have been locked in, dude. He's like, I can't hear you.
I like how he thinks it's like a public library where you can just go in and watch porn.
A public library where you can go and watch porn? Is that what you do?
Well, that's what...
No. It's a public library. What are you talking about? It's like a public library where they just let you watch porn, beat your dick all day, your little... Right, guys, the public library. And they can rent Shel Silverstein's Where the Sidewalk Ends. Right, guys? What I want to know is when they're like, he did it for a long time. I'm wondering, because they said he was a repeat offender to this hotel. I wonder if they just saw him and they're like, he'll be done in a bit. Who's motherfucker's got to clean that?
It sounds like he was just watching, not actually.
And you better believe, well, I think he was doing some dry rubbing, trying to start a little Indian fire. You know what I mean?
Oh, little pocket pool?
Yeah. Also, too, there's no way they're cleaning those keyboard keys. Just leave it.
They dust them, probably.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, this is not the only story about gooning in a hotel. There's also Florida's serial hotel gooner. That's right, my friends. Serial hotel gooner. In 2019, at Hotel Zamora, Jason Bradley walked into the hotel balcony naked and started masturbating in front of a hotel staff member. That's just not fun. That's a little peekaboo. That's a little Jack in the Box that I don't want to see.
Isn't that sexual harassment?
Yeah, well, it says the guy with the public library thing. How am I gonna get it? When management intervened and told him to stop, Jason ran back to his room and locked the door. Like a little toddler. It's like when your parents try to pick you up from your friend's house and you try to hide and be like, just see if I can stay over again. Except this time it's like a 6'3" naked guy, hard dick run through the lobby. Police were promptly called and he was arrested shortly after. 3 days later, Jason was again arrested for the same thing. This time at a Hyatt hotel near Clearwater Beach. This time Jason was caught jerking it in a beach house cabana that he didn't pay for, which was the biggest crime there. And that was after 3 women complained about him. So he was hiding there beating for a bit. Took 3 women to come forward and be like, there's a guy in there. And let me tell you, I don't think he paid. When confronted, Jason punched the employees in the face and then ran into the parking garage to hide. You think that was the hand he was using to beat his cock?
No, I think he punched with his other hand and kept beating.
So you think that he's beating and punching? That's an alpha. The police were called and Jason was once again swiftly arrested. He now faces multiple counts of lewd exhibition and assault. Just a few months ago, he was also arrested for indecent exposure involving a minor. Just had to put the little cherry on top. And there it is. He's just a guy being a dude. Okay, no, he's a pedophile. All right. Today's video is sponsored by Hungry Root. While you stay busy and productive, let Hungry Root be your personal shopper for groceries. Hungry Root is the easiest way to eat healthy. Achieve any and all of your diet and health goals when you use Hungry Root to tailor your orders for items you care about. Plus, Hungry Root has great options for the whole family with healthy groceries like smoothies, kids snacks, sweets, ready-to-eat meals, salad kits, and even supplements. If you're looking for anti-inflammatory, gut-friendly, gluten-free, or dairy-free, all you gotta do is let Hungry Root know, and they will fill in your cart with personalized items that get better with time. Right when you get started, they ask you questions to see what you like to eat and how much you want to spend per week. That way, grocery shopping can be a whole lot simpler and stress-free. And when I'm stuck at my desk, I'll sometimes reach for snacks that I end up regretting later. But Hungry Root has helped me find healthier alternatives to keep stocked in the fridge so I can keep it healthy while I'm working. Hungry Root has over 15,000 recipes to share, so there's something for everyone. Plus, many Hungry Root's recipes can be made in just 15 minutes or less. So take advantage of this exclusive offer. For a limited time, get 40% off your first box, plus get a free item in every box for life. Click the link below or go to hungryroot.com and use code PAPAMeat. That's 40% off your first box and a free item of your choice for life at hungryroot.com with code PAPAMeat. Thank you, Hungry Root, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Some people have reported strange hotel guests sneaking into their hotel rooms in the middle of the night, creating a traumatizing experience. Natalia Taksisi, a model from Thailand, posted a viral TikTok detailing a horrifying experience she had in a Japanese hotel. She had traveled to Japan for a vacation, believing it would be a safe place for a solo trip. Natalsi decided to go to the APA Hotel and Resort in Tokyo, which is a well-known hotel chain. After a long day of sightseeing, she returned to her hotel and laid in bed before noticing a particularly repulsive smell. After some time, she had realized that it was coming from underneath her bed. Natalsi checked under the bed, coming face to face with a pair of eyes staring directly at her. She screamed and leapt off the bed. The Asian man climbed up from under the bed and stared at her for about 3 seconds.
Do you think he was naked?
No, I think he was just a weird, stinky man, little garbage man. At the moment, Natalsi claimed that those seconds felt like my life was over. Suddenly, the man started screaming before turning and sprinting out the room. Ah! Turns around, pulls a Kevin McAllister. The police were contacted where they found a hidden power bank that the man was using for his phone, meaning he had potentially been there for a long... He was there all day, for sure. He was charging his phone, playing like Angry Birds and shit. He's so old game. Due to the lack of CCTV cameras in the hotel, the police claimed that there was little chance of identifying the man, but eventually she was able to get a full refund for her trip. Thank God.
I stayed at a APA hotel.
Oh yeah, you did, didn't you? I forgot about that.
They're nice. Apparently, we need to fact check this, but apparently the APA hotel is run by a cult leader. So maybe it was the cult member.
maybe it was a cult member. They're like, go up there and take this battery and let it charge. She'll be up there real soon. Hotel guests have a tendency to do whatever they want in hotel rooms, seeing as they're paying for it. While some will settle for cranking up the AC all night, others treat the place like their own personal trash can. This was the case for Kelly Tedford, the OnlyFans hotel pisser. In New Hampshire, an OnlyFans model named Kelly Tedford was caught destroying a Marriott hotel room with her bodily waste. She had the plan of filming a video for her OnlyFans, Kinky Kelly, in which she would cover the entire room in her own piss. She proceeded to pee all over the bedding, all over the curtains, even pissed on the AC unit, which it's like, that's gonna blow it even more in the air. Which granted, the room's gonna smell like piss anyway, so she's like, fuck it. And she even pissed on the hotel Bible. For good measure, she even took a on the floor, which she would later hide in the upper tank of the toilet. A little upper decker. That was that. She's being a little bitch, dude. That's a woman who just needs to be slapped around.
She needs to be shown a thing or two.
All right, we're kidding. She was arrested and charged with criminal mischief. Further investigation showed that she had been doing things like this for years. And in one case, she was arrested for peeing all over grocery store products. Jesus fucking Christ. And a whole new problem with hotel guests emerges when you look at stories revolving around luxurious hotels. Some wealthy guests can be straight up menaces. Some hotel workers have to put up with a very unique type of harassment, like the smear campaign orchestrated by a teenager named Theodore Weintraub. Theodore had been attempting to order a drink at the bar inside of the Mark Hotel, an upscale spot known for its high-profile clientele. He was turned down due to him being 17, attempting to use a fake ID, which caused him to become aggressive. After causing a scene, he was banned from the hotel for disturbing other guests, and he later tried to enter through a dinner reservation with his family, only to be caught and denied entry. He begged them to reconsider, only to flip out since he didn't get his way. And according to the filing, the defendant began accusing the hotel of being anti-Semitic and spitting in people's food, until his father calmed him down. Theodore, stop. Stop it, Theodore. Calm down. We're sorry. He usually gets his alcohol and he's fine, but God damn it, Theodore, calm down. There was also reports of hotel staff passing by him on the street near the hotel. Theodore became enraged and started screaming at them. This frustrated him so much that 2 years later, he returned to the hotel only to enact his revenge. He hired multiple protesters to stand outside the hotel and smear their reputations with signs reading, "Mark supports Epstein. Mark denies the Holocaust," and "The Mark spreads disease." Check, check, and check. All the while, Theodore sat inside of his Cadillac parked out front so he could laugh at the scene unfolding. And at one point, hotel guests were physically accosted as well. Theodore made sure to do this during the busiest time when celebrity guests would be staying at the hotel, specifically Drake. At one point, they attempted to physically stop him from re-entering the hotel, causing a crowd of his fans to get into a physical altercation that ended in one protester being punched in the face. In the end, the hotel filed a restraining order against Theodore and barred him from continuing his protest within 150 feet of the property. They're like, so you can do it, but just a little farther down.
Does that even work though? I feel like they...
Well, first off, if the protesters aren't getting paid, they're going to show up a couple times, but they're going to quickly be like, I can't keep doing this. You know? Also, him sitting in his Cadillac, he's like definitely like a little Nepo baby thing, just chortling, eating snacks. Like, can you pay us more? I can. My dad doesn't give me allowance yet. Other hotel staff members have recounted stories of guests making them incredibly uncomfortable in public forums. One worker tells a story of her creepiest night shift experience. One night shift worker explains that most of the calls they get late at night are from creeps, which just makes sense. People, little gooners going out there being like, I'm outside, I can smell your panties.
Jeez.
Like a little prank call stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm outside. Whatever. Or just people just being like, what are you wearing? I mean, I could see that. Just weird shit.
Also drunk too, maybe.
Yeah, drunk assholes. I need a place to stay. She received a call at 1 a.m. from a hotel guest, only to find out that he was jerking off over the phone. What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
Do you think she heard it?
Yeah, dude. The pud? Probably definitely heard the pud was all wet, sound like a big like trough of mud.
Do you think he was making little moans?
Oh. I was wondering if I could get away. Wake up call. Another staff member recounted the time that a naked man ran into the lobby and started yelling at workers to give him directions to the bathroom. He was given directions only to go the wrong way and end up running into a wedding party. The man began to panic, crying profusely, and he turned back around, leaking all over himself and onto the floor. He had to be escorted out of the building by police, and the wedding event was comped by the hotel for their absurd interruption. How do we know that wasn't orchestrated?
I was just thinking the same thing.
I'm gonna do the same thing for my daughter's wedding. When my daughter gets married, I'm gonna be like, here's $200, just yourself and run through. Oh, come on. Come on. The whole thing is free. $200 and you save how many thousands? Come on now.
Easy to repeat too, because all you have to be like, the wedding's there, go up to the staff, ask where the bathroom is, go the wrong way.
Easy peasy. The only problem is your wedding's in a hotel.
Oh, I'm in nice hotels.
No, it's
The
true.
Hilton.
Yeah, but I mean, where'd you get married? The Hilton. Isn't it a typical thing, like just tiny chapels?
Or barns.
Or barn. I got married on a beach.
Oh yeah, that's right.
On an Oregon beach.
I want to get married in Scotland on the cliff, and have my wife come down on a helicopter.
Some of the most entitled and chaotic guests at a hotel are easily from wedding parties. One front office manager of a hotel describes the most chaotic night of their entire career. 70 rooms were rented by attendees of the wedding, with the bride and bridesmaids infuriating nearby guests during the loud bachelorette party. After receiving 3 noise complaints, they decided to pay a group of kids $20 to run around the hallways in order to distract attention away from them. The next day, the bride and the bridesmaids angrily complained to the front desk worker about the staff telling them to quiet down. They believed that because their event gave them so much business, they deserved special treatment. Later, the worker had to assign guests to very specific rooms, as she was informed that several of the guests had cheated on each other and would have to be far apart. It's a crazy wedding, dude. The Hilton's getting a little wild. The day of the wedding was full of guests screaming at the staff over small inconveniences. In the middle of the chaos, one mother reveals that her child drank too much pool water and ended up throwing up in the elevator. During the wedding reception, police had to be called due to adults buying drinks for the underage children. One of them gotten so drunk that he took his mother's keys, attempted to drive her car, and crashed in the parking lot. Everyone was kicked from the venue, and the party resumed all night in the hotel rooms between arguing with staff who were trying to quiet them down. In the morning, the bride storms into the lobby and tells the front office manager that every single person should be refunded fully. The bride was furious over the fact that the cops are called, stating that they should be allowed to have fun and not be treated like a bunch of dogs. No refund was issued, and the worker threatened to call the cops once more if things continue to escalate. What I would have done is I would have been like, I have this hammer, and I'm going to drive it through your fucking skull. You and your trashy ass family. You know what? Actually, come here. And I would. I'd kill all of them with a hammer. But I'd let the kids get drunk still. We've talked about some wild hotel guests. Don't let that fool you. Hotel staff members can just as easily be the creepiest and most insane people. Look no further than the infamous story of Poop Gelato. Did I grab your attention? Poop Gelato. Steve White and his wife Jessica had been staying in the Coogee Bay Hotel in Sydney, a popular beachfront tourist destination. While grabbing a drink at one of the pubs on location, they were frustrated to find that the music they were playing overpowered the rugby match that they were trying to enjoy. They also complained that the food, the staff, and the price of their gelato and the other customer. The hotel decided to appease the two of them by sending a large complimentary bowl of gelato to their table. How I eat it? Would you like to have some gelato? It's from Italy. Among the various flavors of gelato in the bowl, the bottom seems to be layered with chocolate. Steve took a big bite, only to throw it up and retch over what seemed to be a giant log of shit hidden underneath the gelato. Jessica had already taken a bite as well, becoming violently ill. The hotel tried to offer them $5,000 to look the other way, which was denied. Instead, they took a sample of the feces and went to the police, who confirmed that it was indeed human excrement. Investigation into the poop gelato sampled failed to reveal who the culprit was. To save their reputation, the hotel employees signed contracts and forbid them from talking to the media. Jessica's reputation, however, was slowly ruined over the course of a month. According to her, everywhere I go, I'm now known as the woman who ate the poo. It happens when I'm shopping, when I'm walking down the street, and when I'm on the sideline watching my son at Little Athletics on a Saturday morning. In the end, an undisclosed amount of money was reached in a settlement between the hotel and the Whites. It had to have been like, you think it was at least 6 figures? They offered her 5, she said no, and then they're like, this is hush money. I bet you anything it was like at least $100,000. I think that she could have probably shut that place down. That's gotta be like bioterrorism, right? Some kind of crazy shit like that. And you got violently ill. I mean, like people would lose their jobs or strip. I mean, like I think that legitimately she probably could have shut that place down.
I was thinking like $1 million.
You think $1 million for some poo? Nah, dude.
Well, the damages too. People call him Poo Lady.
Yeah, reputation. I'm just saying, I think someone would buckle under $100K. You want $100,000? Okay, I'm the poo girl. I'm the poo woman. I'd be that way. In another disgusting display, we also have the Hilton Toe Sucker, which is my favorite story of this entire video. In Nashville, such a beautiful city for music, right? Once again, at a Hilton downtown hotel, a man named Peter Brennan was asleep before the day of a big work conference. He awoke to a man sucking his toes in the dead of night. Peter immediately leaped into the air and started screaming as the man sprinted out the room. This man was David Neal, the manager of the Hilton Hotel, who was working a night shift. David made copies of the guest key in order to break into the room and perform strange acts as a part of this weird, sick fetish. Definitely sexual. It's definitely hard doing it the entire time. Must have been a good-looking guy, huh? Had sandals on.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. He definitely saw.
You're in room 428. Have a good night. A warrant was put out for his arrest, and he was eventually taken into custody for aggravated burglary. This wasn't his first run-in with the law, as he had previously served prison time due to a slew of crimes. Brennan told reporters that he started going to therapy after the whole ordeal and still does not feel safe in his own home. If there was something like that, that would f me up too. People can probably attest this. There's got to be viewers that we have that has had someone break into their home or anything while they were there or sleeping. That invasion of privacy and security, dude.
But does it make sense if it's in a hotel? Because that makes sense if someone broke into my house and sucked my toes.
Yeah, but hotels, I mean, that's the same thing. Any place where you are sleeping and you lock the door, I think that follows you. Because then when you go home, you like hear some shit. It's just like the psychological damage to it. I think it fucks you up anywhere. Even if it wasn't your home or your own hotel room, like let's say you were staying at a buddy's house, it would fuck you up forever.
That's what I've been hearing, like rats in my ceiling.
You said that too with why your voice was like broken. That's why I have rats.
I don't think it's rats, maybe squirrels.
I think that's you having like sleep paralysis and you're just envisioning things. You also get like 1 hour of sleep a night. I'm starting to hear weird things. Little gnomes running around my attic. Some of the scariest things to come out of the hotel experience is not the creepy people or staff members. It's the things people find in their rooms. It's common for people to find human excrement in their rooms. There's poo. Get over it. One hotel Marriott guest came out of the shower and pulled a towel from the rack, only to find that there was a baseball with smearing of poo on it. Others have allegedly found hidden cameras placed inside the hotel room, sometimes pointed directly at their toilet. That's the biggest thing. The amount of like hidden cameras I see in like smoke alarms, people put it in like AC vents, all that kind of shit. Also power outlets, like the screw for your power outlet, that can be a camera. There's apparently a wand you can do to like go around a room. Yeah.
There's something people do with tape. I don't know if it's a troll, but they like put tape on windows and they put like a marker through it to see if it's like a see-through mirror too.
Oh yeah. Well, I thought I've heard that too with like hotel paintings and because they're like, I've heard that can be like a two-way mirror too.
With a painting?
Yeah, or like a glass frame painting, and it's like, oh, this is just a picture. I've seen some crazy shit, man. Which makes you think when I see the girl who's like, let me lock the door, and she puts like 70 things up to, I'm like, I don't fucking blame you. Also too, you know, you think I want my tiny dick and like my fat shit splayed out in the dark web to be sold? Not really. You know what I mean? If I'm sitting there beating my little monkey cock and then that's put online, that'd fuck me up.
That's true. I guess, you know, some of it's rational.
I think it's all rational. If I walked by and I saw somebody doing that, who am I to be like, paranoid much? And then of course that's when the next day I look at my phone and just sees me like beat my little dick. I'm like online. I'm like, how did they get that? One hotel worker had even stumbled across a live baby that had been abandoned in the parents' room. I hear that happens all the time. Well, that's the whole thing with dumpster babies too. Toss them out.
Well, I was gonna say, was this a staff member? Did they just leave the baby in?
I'm thinking that it was a guest. The thing too is I think people are f***ed up and they'll rationalize it. Well, like, I mean, he was in a comfortable, warm place.
Also, yeah, they leave it in a hotel room to be like, well, the staff will find it.
Well, they'll find it. Yeah. As if that like makes it okay. Well, someone's gonna stumble on it eventually. We left a bunch of crackers and Pringles on the, I mean, you should be fine.
Have you seen the baby boxes? Cities have a thing where it's like a big, like metal fucking box with a little window. You can put a baby in it, and when you close it, you pull like a string, and it calls the fire department.
What year are you talking about?
This is 2025.
No.
Yeah.
No. There is no way there is a metal delivery box for a child to first off bake in, and then also that you pull a string that calls the fire department. That seems like something in a Buster Keaton film.
It's got AC and a little tablet that the baby, it's like you put a little screen.
That's probably true. And as you would expect, multiple people have had the experience of stumbling across a dead body. In college, I saw a dead body. It's f***ed up. I thought it was a guy sleeping. It's a homeless guy.
Yeah, I told me about that.
It's fucking horrible.
Very scarred. Was it kind of like Stand By Me?
No, it wasn't as cool as Stand By Me. It was like really sad. Actually, I guess it's Stand By Me. It was pretty sad in that too. I don't know. You sit there and you're like, oh shit. Well, because you think at first it's just like a homeless guy sleeping in this park. You're like, oh damn. And then you like look at it and he was just dead. So we called the cops.
That's my fear. I'm gonna be walking and there's a dead body.
That's my fear. Not snakes. I'm not claustrophobic, but if I see a dead body, that's my biggest fear. That's why I've never been able to go to a funeral. Some people have found bizarre items like kangaroo tail covered in maggots inside of the oven. Another person found tons of raw steaks in their room. And apparently he was being kicked out of the hotel and he started throwing the raw steaks directly at housekeeping staff. But he caught him. Put him in a cooler. But nothing is as strange as what one hotel remodeler found during a job. He looked underneath a piece of furniture to find what looked like a dark human-like figure with large breasts. Just show the photos of that. I don't know what I would do. At first, I think it's a real body. I'd be like, oh my God. The man noted that there was old blood left behind on it, and people were convinced that it was some kind of weird makeshift sex doll. When asked how the material felt, he said, I will never forget the crunchy feeling. Sound like picking up like a pile of leaves. Some people will bring full weapons into the room only to leave them there. One hotel worker admits that housekeeping completely missed a loaded firearm in a drawer upon cleaning the room. An entirely new family was booked and checked out before anyone realized that the gun was there. In a strange scene, one hotel worker in charge of doing laundry walked into a room to find that a jacuzzi tub was filled to the brim with Jell-O, staining the material so bad that it had to be professionally cleaned and fully taken apart due to it being crammed into the jets. That's like how we couldn't lead with just like the Jell-O jacuzzi. Instead, that's at the end after everyone has clicked off for poop and blood, sex dolls, and dead people. Okay, hotels bring people from all walks of life. Sometimes things can lead to some truly bizarre and crazy encounters. If you're checking into a hotel, just act like a normal fucking person, dude. Don't bother anyone, and perhaps buy some extra locks so nobody bothers you. Thank you so much for watching this video, and good luck out there. Bye-bye.
Have you had any weird hotel stories?
Yes. High retention gaming experiences. There are also mid-tier spenders referred to as dolphins, and these players are also important as they spend less than whales, but more than the average player. And finally, there are minnows, players who spend practically nothing at all. AKA, do you see how this is also a lot of terminology that's referred to with also people that perform gay sex? Is there something that, you know, a bear, a pup, an otter, a whale, a minnow, a dolphin?
I thought they'd call them like shrimps or something, or like bottom feeders.
They should just call them a bottom feeder would be a good one, dude. Bottom feeders. You just play the game for fun? Okay. One woman shares a text thread from her fiance that reveals that he had spent $600 on Genshin Impact without ever bringing it up to her. Oh, that's a little skeleton in the closet. I didn't know how to tell you. Also, Genshin Impact, that's a big one. People spend tons of money on that game. She was infuriated, rightfully so, seeing as they were living paycheck to paycheck, despite her working 55 hours a week while he works for Uber rideshare. The woman berates him for using their shared emergency card in order to purchase 2 characters in the game, to which he responds by calling her abusive and controlling. Woman, run away from this man. Not even man, run away from this boy, this toddler. Okay, well, I told you I was gonna drive later. I just wanted to get these 2 new Fox mains. What the fuck? You know how controlling you are right now? She's like, we will not be able to afford food. Why don't you keep yelling at me? That's that it's emotional manipulation. I don't like that shit.
Get him out of there. See ya, don't need you.
Exactly, yeah. Toss the ball up.
I'd emotionally manipulate them back.
Dude, I'm pregnant. If you're a girl, use that all the time. Oh, can I not buy 2 fucking characters in the game? My period didn't come this month.
And you might not be the dad.
See, but you don't ever just say, I'm pregnant right away. Let it build for a second. You think that retard's gonna pick up fast on that? He's like, what? And then you walk away. It's like just sitting there for a while. Oh my God. And then if it gets really bad, don't do this. Not if you're in a bad situation, I don't know. Maybe cut this next part. I was gonna say, then whenever he says going, cut that. we'll cut that part. The man's entire family started joining in on the accusations, eventually encouraging him to call off the marriage. They ended things soon after. What a dodge bullet. If they were just engaged, Oh, that's a blessing in disguise. Oh my God, that makes me believe in God. It doesn't it? She's just like, you know what? If the parents come in, I think you should leave her. I mean, that's like literally, I've got a golden ticket. You know what I mean? Literally, I'd be like, go to church because you got some payback to give after that one. Holy hell. Genshin Impact has claimed the wallets of many unsuspecting people, with many racking up far more than a mere $600. In Singapore, a father discovered her 18-year-old daughter spent $20,000 for in-game content using a credit card that was supposed to be used for transportation expenses. And in China, one teenager spent her entire family's life savings, a whopping $64,000 on mobile games. Her mother only found out after checking her bank account and seeing that only 7 cents remained. Oh. Her mother told reporters, I'm in a daze. My head feels like it's going to explode. I don't know how you would process that. Your whole thing you've worked for your whole life gone.
One child policy.
We have to have some kind of rehabilitation that isn't just kill the child. We've got to have something. In a strange turn of events, one man spent so much money on the mobile game Diablo Immortal, here we go again, that it ended up punishing him. A content creator that goes by JT is All Business, a terrible name, spent $100,000 maxing out his barbarian character in the game. 100 grand, bro. Because his character became so overpowered, the game was physically unable to matchmake him with other players for PvP matches.
This might be a match that I lose, which I'm not even going to say that's a bad thing. Like, losing isn't necessarily bad for me because I can lower my rank a little bit and maybe get a queue.
And according to him, he'd have to wait up to 72 hours in queue just to match with one opponent with a similar matchmaking rank. He did not receive much sympathy from public, with one stating, "You paid to win. You won. Now you're on a throw with no one else besides you. Good job. Hope you're happy with yourself." Holy fuck. Holy man. Absolutely brutal. Maybe my stomach kind of turned. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of sat there for a second. I was going to say something else, but then I was just like... In one of the more extreme cases of mobile game addiction, a 22-year-old man from India took his own life after falling into massive debt. The victim was heavily engrossed in a mobile betting game to the point of reaching out to his family for money after spending everything he owned. When he lost that money too, he started reaching out to self-help groups in his village and taking loans in order to continue betting. And after spending the equivalent of thousands of dollars, he found out that he was later unable to repay the debts once they started to hassle him to pay the money back. Under the stress of financial ruin and the mounting pressure from lenders, he locked himself in his room and himself from the ceiling. This is a comedy video, by the way. You know what that is, though? That's the way that's connected, though, if I had to say, is it starts with like something innocent like a mobile game, but then that leads to gambling addiction. And gambling addiction is, I mean, that's the dopamine tap. If you do not have it, you're being like deprived of it. If it's not constantly getting that tap, it's torture. I feel horrible for that kid, man. That's such a horrible addiction, man. Brutal. And the people that profit off that, snakes. Disgusting little demons. The game Candy Crush has a chokehold on moms across the world. With thousands upon thousands of levels to complete, some have been playing it constantly for well over a decade. I know my mom went through a Candy Crush saga.
Or was it Farmville? That was
Farmville
huge.
on Facebook. I'm surprised there has not been a documentary on that yet.
Oh yeah, why?
Farmville was f***ing insane. I wonder if people remember Farmville. The millennials and the boomers do. Boomers treated that shit like it was real life. It was crazy. While it's only a simple puzzle game, people have come out and admitted that the game feels more addicting to them than heroin. One Candy Crush fan states, quote, "I've had dreams about the game, and I've started to look at household items as if I could rearrange them in threes to make them disappear and get points."
You're looking at your children.
That's actually kind of a fucking cool horror movie idea. Kid comes in with his backpack from school. "Mom, I'm home." In the living room, everything's in threes. "Mom?" She's sitting there like the fucking gardener, the pool boy, or whatever. They're dead, sitting in threes there. She's like, turns around. "Hey, wait, stop moving." Candy Crush. Bloomhouse, don't you fucking dare try to take that shit. Bloomhouse is like, "We can make it for $500,000. We can make $20 million. Jason Bloom. "I can make it for how much?" It's Jason Bloom. "Oh my god, I can make it for $1 million and make $500 million of it." I hate Jason Bloom, dude. You Keep or leave it in. I don't give a shit. In 2014, a 45-year-old woman named Sally Ann Turner from the UK was so addicted to the game that she resorted to stealing money from her disabled mother. Perfect target. Looking over. Ann? Ann? Are you there? Who goes there? Is that a good bit? All right. Adam Winger, a 38-year-old librarian from Utah, resigned from his job after stealing $89,000 from the city's personal account. He had used an Amazon account linked to the company card in order to purchase piles of Google Play gift cards so he could spend it on in-game purchases for Game of War. It's insane that he's probably the first person to buy a Google Play gift card that wasn't an elderly person getting scammed by an Indian guy. The one man to go into a Best Buy that isn't an 86-year-old woman with an Indian dude on the phone being like, "Do not redeem!" Some of these mobile game heist stories run deep. One of the wildest examples also involves Game of War and the story of Kevin Lee Coe and the embezzlement of $5 million. Kevin, a 51-year-old businessman, worked at Holt of America, a company that produces heavy machinery. And in the span of 7 years, he had begun slowly using fake credit card transactions to steal money from the company. Not only did he use it to buy 49ers tickets, he also bought fancy cars and even plastic surgery for himself. So sick. He had taken a liking to the mobile game Game of War and willingly spent $1 million worth of microtransactions. Eventually, people started to notice that money was being siphoned from the company, leading to Kevin being caught and pleading guilty to wire fraud and money laundering. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison and was forced to pay $4.5 million in restitution to his former employer.
Do people actually think they're gonna get away with this shit?
I think it's one of those things where they do it once and then they're like, no one noticed. Well, what if I try again? And it goes again to the point where I feel like you're like, they won't know me. Also, I think people have weird ways of justifying it. Well, the company makes this much. They won't notice it. Why would they care? While it may seem like an ordinary game, most mobile games are more akin to slot machines than a casual way to pass time. It's hard not to be tempted here and there to spend money on a game that you really like, right? I mean, I'd done it in League of Legends even. Do I need a new skin in League? No. What the f am I? No. I don't play the game for years and it's like, well, that was a fucking waste of money. If you want to spend your own money, hey, feel free to. Just know that it's a slippery slope that can lead to a lot of disappointment and regret down the road. Thank you so much for watching this video, and hey, happy clicking out there. Good luck on your loot crates. We will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Completely separate people. Like Josh is like, oh, corporate is completely different. Like corporate's not, we can't control what they're doing. Like they make their own decisions when really you can see they're like literally best friends with each other. Like Josh and Ammon are, I don't even think they're allowed to shower separately. Like they have to be in the same room at all times when they're on their mission trip because they're not allowed to like jerk off in the shower or something, you know? So like they have to like shower with the door open and stuff. And so Josh and Ammon are like closer than any two human beings can be together, but they try to make it seem like they're like completely different.
In order to have his case against Brandon and Josh approved, Ben first has to make a good faith effort to resolve the disagreement with all parties involved. When they try to approach Josh to make their good faith effort, police are already waiting for them and pull them over for supposedly not fully stopping at a stop sign, despite the body cam footage later proving this completely false. Body cam footage also reveals Josh calling the police to claim that Ben is stalking him rather than just trying to serve papers legally, and that he might be pushed to shoot someone over it.
A threat.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that you were gonna shoot someone.
I said, if they try to break into my house.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if they come inside, they'll have a surprise.
Okay.
Is that not a threat? And as for Brandon, Ben tried to speak with him at his home, only for Brandon to stand there in complete silence until the police made him leave under the threat of jail time if he returned.
He didn't steal anything. He inherited the store from somebody
No,
else.
he stole $200,000
with it.
Because I've been spending the last 3 months in the case and I won in court.
With his good faith efforts rejected, Ben's case against Brandon was officially accepted by the court. The police approached Ben and his friend once again at night this time to conduct a random 2-hour search of his car under a random suspicion that they are carrying heroin. They found nothing, but still tried to pressure them into confessing they were under the influence, claiming that their eyes were suspiciously dilated. They weren't. Fork PD was later caught on a body cam claiming that they were gonna scare Ben and his team a little before letting them go.
Can't we just have him pick his friend up? And I'm probably tired of dealing with the police at this point. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do. But
making it even harder to believe the heroin lie, which who believes the heroin lie? No one. Regardless, being unable to amicably settle with Josh over this got Ben's court case against him approved as well. And with an official process server alongside him, Ben placed a sign in Josh's neighborhood that read, "I stole a dying man's life savings," on a public piece of land to lure him out to be served his papers. As they waited, 3 separate police confrontations took place, ending with one officer trying to directly serve Josh the papers himself. He returns and says that Josh, quote, doesn't want them because he believes they're fake.
Have you two been to court before?
No, he can't. No, he's a YouTuber.
You've never been to court with him?
No.
So these papers that he printed up are
fake.
fake?
Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion %.
Okay.
He's a YouTuber.
That footage is crazy because it's like, you're getting served papers. No, they're fake. I won't accept them. If they're fake, then they're not going to do anything.
Can I peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit
All
of
right,
a bind.
never mind. It's fake. There's no lawsuit anymore.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's also a thing, too, with, like, if you have a public server there who has no qualm with the case, I mean, who is not related to the case at all, should be able to go up, serve the papers, and, like, that's just it. Yeah. Right? That's serving someone.
Exactly.
But to have the police sit there and be like, well, they're fake. Well, how do you know? What about these makes it fake? You know what I mean? Well, what's about the police body cams? They can just turn it off, or they can silence their mics.
Yeah, that's crazy. They can just turn the mic off.
Well, why would you be able to do that?
I'm gonna have a discussion with this officer. Go on that little pot of land right there. Perfect, right there is fine. Right here? Yep.
Unless there's just some reason I understand, editor, see if there's a reason that we legitimately just don't know about. But does that not sound corrupt? Okay, well, he thinks it's fake. Okay. Click back on. All right, we're just going to tell them to leave. A fourth set of officers confront them, this time directly calling the court to prove that the case is real. They are seen on body cam footage being told it is 100% legit.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
So they get fed up and just arrest Ben without reading him his rights. Ben gets out of jail, desperately starts a GoFundMe for Brian and his family and advertises it with another insulting sign. Police stop by and are seen scrambling to think of what excuse to arrest him again, right? In the footage, they're just like, I don't know.
Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Did it raise the police to be summoned because it causes problems? Did he come out? Is he upset about it?
I guess, but that's not.
Look at your stalking code.
Yeah,
see if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance.
They eventually try to seize one of their phones and immediately arrest Ben's friend Sheldon for, quote, trying to destroy evidence after he attempts to lock his phone, which is his legal right.
You're attempting to destroy evidence. That's a worse charge than what you're looking at.
I was just locking my
phone.
phone.
No, nope.
Yeah, I was just locking my phone.
I don't
That's
think
all
so.
I did.
Okay.
Soon after, their home base in Utah gets raided on a warrant that included, quote, stolen Lego, which lines up with the piece of defamation Josh threatened to make about Ben if he decided to go through with a lawsuit.
You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang. Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
A future statement from the Fork Police Department claims host of the Airbnbs Ben and friends were staying at heard them talking about stolen Legos, which is just so funny. If I'm sitting here and I'm like, Lego is so popular that oh yeah, did you hear about those stolen Legos? That doesn't mean that there's stolen Legos here in my fucking house, dude. Like, you could talk about things and not, it's just so stupid. Every single one of them is thrown in the back of a cop car. And in this process, Ben's arm is yanked behind his back so hard that it dislocates his shoulder.
Fun.
That's cool. Fork Police Department, you rule! Fork Police Department would also claim that Ben must have faked his injury because the x-ray image he flashed on the screen in the video was of a left shoulder despite it being the right shoulder that was dislocated. It was very clear stock image Ben used to emphasize what the cop had done to his shoulder. It wasn't the actual fucking proof. Yeah, so I mean, come on, guys. That's not way the x-way. It's like, no shit, dude. God, what is going through your mind during all these altercations with the American Fork Police Department? And I mean, like, them fucking up your shoulder. Did they even give you medical attention? I'm so curious
so
to
my
see.
shoulder's not that bad, just
Okay.
because it literally dislocates like probably once a month for the last like 9 years. Like, it's like a very normal thing. Like, it just pops out and within a second it pops back in. Like, it's like I used to have to like manually do it, but now it's my shoulders are so loose now, it just goes in very fast, which is why I try not to make like too big of a deal about that. I just really hurt my shoulder like right before. It was just bad timing, I guess.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking I don't know. I'm just like in shock the whole time because I usually try to be like pretty like respectful to police officers. I grew up in like a pretty conservative place where it's like you respect the police officers, you know. So
Pardon my reach.
No, it's all good.
On.
Well, thank you guys. Thanks
for being nice and
Yeah.
cool.
Thank you for being cooperative.
If you show them respect, they'll show you respect. You know, that's kind of how I've always like lived my life with police. But yeah, this is so weird because I feel like I showed them lots of respect through the videos, you know, like I was pretty open about what we're doing and stuff. And then I showed them respect and they didn't show me respect back. So it was very interesting. But it is kind of sad to think that this is happening to other people that aren't filming, you know, and they're just getting screwed over for no reason. And it definitely sucks.
Ben was released on a $2,500 bail and dodged an entire month-long sentence. Unfortunately, Ben now had a court case coming up with charges that put him at risk for a 5-year jail sentence. He had no time to breathe before his roommate called and claimed an officer stopped by their place and claimed to have a warrant for Ben's arrest. This time, it was non-bailable, and it listed that he, quote, represented a credible threat to the physical safety of a protected person. I wonder who that was. Now that there were police officers all over the county after Ben, he eventually fled to Mexico to continue the case without fear of being arrested. He could very well not be there anymore, but is likely not disclosing any more info about his whereabouts where he has before. Usually he says, I'm here, I'm there. Now I think he's probably just fucking laying low. As you can imagine, PR for Bam was getting even worse during this time. This is when Eamon agreed to go on small Lego channel streams to explain more of his side, during which he does something that Bam has done on more than one occasion, uses employees as a shield to gather sympathy for problems their company caused.
We legally can't direct franchisees who to hire, who not to hire. The franchisee will be held accountable, but we actually can't fire or, step over the line of that.
We're Lego company. Why are you being so mean to us? Isn't that what it feels like? Oh, they're bad. I'm not bad.
I'm a 46-year-old man playing with Lego.
I'm 48. My wife has sex with other men. It's unfortunately true that people have become so infuriated hearing about how evil Bam is that they began harassing employees and review bombing locations that had nothing to do with the controversy, which is a shame. That doesn't mean that you should go into a store and like fucking actually physically hurt anybody or whatever. But if you're review bombing shit, I mean, it's fucking blame Eamon, dude. Blame your fucking head honcho. He's the reason that this is all happening, right? And Josh and the Fork Police Department.
A lot of people to blame.
It's got a lot of things. There's a lot of things, a lot of targets you could throw up there. This actually hurts Ben's case, as Bam can now lump him in with the people that are doing these targeted attacks and harassment and label everyone as malicious. And it doesn't help that there have been both death threats and bomb threats made.
My name is, I'm gonna you in the way you've never seen. You're the next one on the line. We go down from Salem, Oregon, and we come down the list.
In fact, Ben alleges that Eamon called the police directly and claimed he planned on shooting up the store and burning the place down if the sets are not returned, which don't recall Ben saying that.
They sent people in saying they're going to murder our manager. They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, "Oh, I'm going to murder you," to Amanda, the manager.
Obviously, these are all fake threats. I would never do something like that. The police think that these are real threats. So now the police from Los Angeles, from Utah, they're all working together now to catch me.
As we mentioned earlier, one YouTuber, MGS Bricks, visited multiple locations with a large collection of minifigures, including a Chrome C-3PO. Yeah, a Chrome C-3PO. Put the value up on screen, which we all already know. Of the 4 stores he visited, 2 offered 18% and 19% of his collection's value. The other 2 stores offered a measly 6% and 10%, meaning that on the low end, one store offered him $96 for his entire Lego collection.
Oh my God, that's insulting.
Do you know what's weird though? Do you not get a better reputation if you actually just kind of pay good? 50%? 50% of what's worth?
60 feels
60?
good.
Over half?
Yeah. Well, you got to think, then they're only making 40%.
I'm only making 40%. Your Chrome. I mean, like, it's a Chrome C-3PO. I don't really know I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know the value of these things. But I'm like, if I sold that little motherfucker for a percentage, I'd be walking out of the store and I'd be like looking back at him and shit, just sitting on the counter. When he went to the final store, he sent his friend in to make the exchange since the store knew who he was. After the employees combed through the Lego and handed them back, MGS Bricks noticed that the rare 30th anniversary Chrome C-3PO valued at around $800, God damn, was missing. Both men checked the car and the collection again before heading back inside. As soon as they walked in, they saw the rare minifig sitting on the employee's desk. And when they confronted him about it, the Bricks and Minifigures employee handed it back to them, saying he had somehow forgotten to return it. What a fucking snap. Oh! That's weird. How did it end up over here?
How did it end up in my purse?
Sorry about that. That's called stealing. No. I just took it for myself.
Yeah.
Right, what? Just as he handed him over, the Bricks and Minifigures employee made one more comment claiming that the rare minifig was actually a fake. Ugh. Yeah, it's actually not even good, so if you just want me to hold on to it, I can. Which made the situation even more suspicious. Obviously, the guy tried fucking stealing it. Come on. That's crazy. That's a crazy evolution as a human being, though. Oh, it's the spookiest time of year. And if there's one thing that brings me into the holiday season is creepypastas. And there's one person I wanted to invite into this video, which is our yearly video with Wendigo.
Hey, yo, what's good, my man? Thank you for having me back. Appreciate it.
Of course. It's been a year. Last year we did in the Halloween time, we did the nice movie recommendations, which I recommend you go watch those if you're looking for some themed movies for your holiday season. But if not, this is a good place to start. The story we're talking about today, it's not confirmed. I don't want to put out there that it's confirmed, but it does. I think people regard this as one of the first internet's creepypasta.
It definitely has the reputation for it.
Which is Ted the Caver. It was a little blog post made, I think on March 31st, 2001 by an anonymous reader. A little bird told me that the guy that wrote this did it on a prank to his family who would read his blogs about spelunking. Have you ever heard of that before with this story?
I did not know about this theory. Oh my word,
That's
tell
a
me
theory.
more.
It was like a big practical joke on his family where he didn't talk to them for a while. By a while too, I mean like it was like months. Like horrifying.
This guy's evil.
It is downright evil, and I pray that it's real because it's so incredibly fucked up. This is all hearsay. This is stuff I've read online, but the whole thing was that he moved. He'd been proactively into cave diving, which his family's like, why the fuck would you want to do that? And he had been doing it a lot of his life, and I think that he started uploading this blog on Angel Fire, which I think it was just supposed to freak his family out, but of course it took the internet by storm. I mean, people have talked about this story to death. People do like readings of it on YouTube. You can listen to it on YouTube, but I think the best way to go about consuming Ted the Caver is actually reading it online.
Yeah.
Which I don't even know if Angel Fire is still around, which angelfire.com was like a blog website in the early 2000s.
It's at least recorded because I'm reading it on, or like I reread it on angelfire.com. So you can still access at least that story.
Which the gist of this story, just to, before we get into it too big, today's video is sponsored by Displate. Displate has a wide, unique range of metal posters, letting you showcase your passion in a matter of seconds. Displate's magnetic mounting system eliminates the need for power tools or putting holes in your wall, like a little aggressive teenager, huh? Just unwrap, stick, and admire. Hang up a display in your room or office to spruce up any space. With tons of designs to choose from major properties like Marvel, Star Wars, Harry Potter, Counter-Strike, Magic the Gathering, and Fallout, Displate is sure to have something for everybody. I love Displate because they're durable, they're lightweight, it's nice metal, it's just good quality product. One of the displays we just got is a Nico Bolas Magic the Gathering poster, which if you don't know that's a Dragon Planeswalker. It's kind of a big deal. And here in our little workspace, we're trying to set up one of the spaces to be like a magic shop. And this thing goes beautifully in there. Oh, fits like a glove. But the best thing is if things change, you just pop it off the wall, you take it down, you put it up somewhere else. Displate, it's flexible and easy. And if you want to buy another one, Displate will ship it to your door anywhere in the world within 4 to 5 business days. Oh, mama, that's fast. Dress your walls with Displate. Click the link or use my discount code PAPA to get 32% off your first 2 Displates or get 38% off when you buy 3 or more. Thank you so much, Displate, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. Is that it's a guy talking about his experience with a very odd cave that he's spelunking in, aka cave diving, aka the worst hobby on earth. I don't know why anybody likes spelunking. I'm extremely claustrophobic, so this story touches me to an extreme core, but it's about this man and his buddy named B diving down to a cave and exploring a mysterious hole that they find, and he writes in this blog as if it's his personal journal, just kind of going into great detail of all of the things that they see, the processes they do, and it's extremely effective. And it all begins in December 30th, 2000. So I thought this was crazy because I was like, oh my God, this story is now over 20 years old.
It is, isn't it? Wow. An internet story that's been around for 2 decades.
2 decades that holds enough infamy, but hasn't been manufactured into a bunch of different, because at first I was like, I'm surprised they haven't made a movie of this. But in 2013, they made a movie. I tried watching a little bit of it for this video, and it's really stupid. It's really bad.
Is this that movie, Living Dark? Mm-hmm. Yep. I didn't watch it, but I saw that in research, yeah.
It's just they change the story too much, it deviates from it, and you lose a lot of the charm of what makes this story actually very creepy. Which, coincidentally, I was thinking, when I was reading this, there's a point in the story where the writer mentions Blair Witch, and I was wondering how much of that movie and the crazy ad campaign that had with the fake website, I wonder if that influenced this story, or like the way that it's approached, or if it was a practical gag, if it was inspired by that.
That's actually a good point, because Blair Witch gets credit for, maybe not the first, but at least the first mainstream ARG of sorts. The way they built the website and like these fake missing persons cases and all that. So that would be interesting in a way if one of the earliest ARGs spawned one of the earliest creepypastas.
Yeah, well, I know people get all up in arms about, that's not the first found footage film, you know, blah, blah, blah. But it was the thing that, like, I think actually put found footage and the idea of lost media into the pop culture realm, or like the cultural zeitgeist, where people are like, oh shit, this is a cool way to consume media, which of course has gone on to inspire tons, if not every piece of like analog horror and a lot of the things that we see on YouTube nowadays with like Backrooms and, you know, all that. I think it all derives from Blair Witch. But for people that don't know, there was a website where it was like talking about these missing people, and I think everybody believed it was real, which is funny because even I don't know if you felt the same, but at the end of the first Paranormal Activity, when I saw it in theaters, I thought to myself, oh my God, this is real. Because at the end, they didn't have the credits. And that was enough for me as a young child to be like, it's real.
That's it. That's it. It's real. It's happening.
Yeah. It's real. I can only imagine what people in 1999 were thinking when they saw this thing. They're probably like shitting their fucking pants.
I remember my mom told me, this is in Kentucky, in eastern Kentucky, that she remembers while that movie's marketing campaign was happening, there were people at church asking that the missing college students from New England be put on the prayer list. It is so real that grandma in the South was like, oh, I hope they find out what happened to those kids up in the woods. Yeah. That's how much it got people's head. It's insane.
It's amazing. It's so fun, and it leads perfectly into the story, and without further ado, like I said, we'll get into it. This story is written from December 30th, 2000, I think up until April of 2021. The guy made the post, though, on March 31st. It starts off with Ted, and he gives his partner's name is B. People say it's Brad. I don't know if that's true or not, but they're going into a mysterious cave. They refuse to tell you the name of it, because he doesn't want to be responsible for anybody's death or people going to looking into this thing, but he's been basically making everything very anonymous, very discreet, so it's just a story he's telling. But it's all about them going to a cave that they've gone to before and exploring the cave and finding like a fist-sized hole, if I remember right, is when it first starts. It's just a little fist-sized hole.
He can just fit his hand through it, yeah.
But if you shine the light down in the hole in this cave, it does look like there's a little passageway into like maybe something that breaks off. They think it's a virgin passage, and for people who don't spelunk, virgin passage is basically just a place where no one has gone yet.
Like ever, historically. Like you would be the first person to set foot there, which is one of the appeals that people who are into spelunking talk about. The fact that you may step somewhere that humanity has literally never gone. It's like the surface of the moon, but underneath our feet.
Yeah, and I think that, I feel like it's like you're chasing, what is it, like a death-defying thing? Like you're like a rush, you know what I mean? So what's captivating about this story and what's happening too is that like, it makes sense that the guy would want to go back each time something kind of weird happens. He's like, well, what the fuck is actually down there, you know, and actually search for it. So
it's one of those things that I used to resent it a little bit. Like when I was younger, I'd be like, oh, it's so stupid. Why would the main character, you know, want to go to whatever this dangerous thing is? But as I get older, I'm like, no, I get it. If you knew something that outlandish existed, how could you sleep at night not understanding it?
It'd be like a crazy itch. It would just be something that is just pestering at you. So I understand. But to give a little excerpt, this is a little excerpt from when he sees the hole. There's a small passage in the lower portion of the cave that I wanted to check out to see if possible to get past it. It had a small opening, but lots of air blowing out of it. And then he says, we could hear the wind howling from the other side of the passage. It was a low, eerie noise. We could also hear a low rumble from time to time. No big deal, though. The cave is in the vicinity of a highway that was heavy... was in the vicinity of a highway that has heavy trucks drive on it. We figured the rumble was the effect of the trucks resonating through the rocks. Whenever they go down there, that's the interesting thing, is they start hearing things, but I also like how the story starts to implement like logical thinking versus like some stories, they immediately jump into like, what was that? It was something crazy and creepy. It's like, no, they're like pretty rational guys, which is what I also enjoyed about this. But I do think it's funny that whenever they find the hole and they call the passageway Floyd's tomb after Floyd Collins, which was just bad luck on my part. I mean, I would not call something like that Floyd's tomb, which for people who don't know, Floyd Collins was a guy in like the early 1900s who got stuck in a fucking cave and died. So it's like...
And I played him in the Internet Historian video, and I had forgot that they named this cave Floyd's tomb, so I was like, oh no.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were going to get a kick out of that too, because yeah, I was thinking about the Internet Historian video and your face in that video. It's so funny.
Something else to mention about this hole they found too is to get to the hole, it requires at least a half hour to an hour of cave diving to get there. There's like ropes you have to rappel down, there's these rock walls you have to climb, you have to crawl on your belly at certain parts. Like it takes an hour of caving to get to this hole. So if something goes wrong, it's not just like you walk out and you're done. You're still trapped
you can't
down
just
there.
Run away.
Yeah.
You can't do the classic Scooby-Doo gang run. You know what I mean? They run in place and run away. It's just something where it's like, well, if you're down there, you're fucked. I mean, like, there's no getting away from anything. Like, it's a trap, basically. It's interesting, too, because they also say that the entryway used to be really pretty when it was probably first discovered, like, 2 decades ago, which, if this came out in 2000, you have to assume that maybe this cave was uncovered in, like, the 80s. But now it's, like, covered in graffiti. There's, like, beer cans down there from people who kind of go near the entryway, but they have, like, actively crawled and gone deeper into the cave where no one has been, and it just sets up something almost like who knows what's behind this wall. Now their whole objective with this first entry here, they're so curious about this passage in Floyd's tomb that they're going to try and enlarge the hole to where they can crawl into it, which of course is like much more difficult than, you know, you can't just like take a hammer to it. It takes tons of tools and time, which is pretty much what starts to happen over the next couple passages here.
It's so fascinating. Like, I'm horrified of caves. I'm horrified of any tight spaces. I remember I went on a field trip when I was in high school where we went to the Lost Caves in like eastern Tennessee, and they had these areas that were only like, you know, 8-9 feet long that you could like dive in. Like you could put your hands in front of your head and like crawl through them or whatever. And even then, I remember doing that. You don't think about it until you're in the situation, but more than likely every surface or every like thing that you've been around, there has been some level of give to it. Like even if you're under a rock and you start to move, the ground beneath you will probably move, or it'll be a little bit soft, right? But in the rocks of a cave, it's like you feel something touching your chest and back at the same time. And there is an immediate chill that goes down your spine of absolute unforgiving. That's what all the rocks feel like. I'm so terrified of that, and I think of that all the time. But the way Ted in the beginning of the story describes how incredible it would be to step foot, like you said, a virgin pathway on a surface that man's never touched before, I was like, well, you know what? Maybe I would in this circumstance. Like, he does a great job at conveying that.
Yeah, he paints like a very beautiful thing, which that's the thing too, is like the first passage here on the December 30th passage is him saying like, you know, they're very excited about the remarkableness of this cave and the prospect of exploring a new kind of exciting path, and they definitely plan on returning. Like, you could tell how excited they are at the beginning, and it kind of just, the first passage just concludes with them talking about basically them leaving the cave and them just being like, cool, let's do this. But the next entry isn't until January 27th to 28th of 2001, so almost like a whole month passes before they return, and that's whenever he returns with B, and they start descending back down, except this time they bring a DeWalt cordless drill, masonry bits, sledgehammers, bullpens, and other tools, facing the challenge to actually make some kind of entryway into this hole, because like we said, it's only a fist big, so they're having to pound into earth and take shifts doing so, often yielding only small pieces like the size of your fingernails. This is an excerpt from the story. To begin work, we had to get down on our hands and knees and do our best to avoid smacking our heads on the ceiling. Working in this awkward position, we would drill into the wall around the hole. That was the difficult work. We really had to push on the drill, and it was still a slow progress. Then we inserted the bullpen into the hole and hammered on until the rock broke up. Then we would repeat the process. To give you an idea of how slow it went, the typical size of the rock that would break off was about a fingernail size. If we broke off a large piece, about quarter of the scale of the palm, it would cause for celebration. Which, you know, if I'm being honest, too much work. I would immediately give up. I'd be like, okay, and I'm done.
The first piece falls and you're like, oh, this is going to be longer than like a 15-minute, half-hour thing.
Yeah. Or even like, just like a couple hour thing. If the first piece that came off and I was bringing industrial like tools, like a DeWalt drill and shit, and it was just a fingernail, I'd be like, okay, don't think so.
They mentioned at one point, they're like, oh, maybe we could pull a generator up to the mouth of the cave and run a jackhammer down here. Could you imagine carrying like an 80-pound jackhammer?
Yeah,
like
crawling with it
through a cave? Yeah, absolutely not. Not worth it.
No, there's no way. And that's what I was gonna say too. Is like, I say that I would give up, but if my fat ass had to like actually crawl down a cave for 45 minutes to even get to the hole, I'd probably be like, well, fuck it, I'm already here.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
What am I gonna do? Crawl back up? Like, yeah.
After hours of labor, they identified battery life as a limiting factor of the 2 batteries. They brought drain quickly, ending their first session, which, you know, that's whenever they kind of pondered the idea of maybe the jackhammer, but they were just like, who the fuck are we kidding? But then they did begin to notice a weird howling and rumbling noise. Unexplained by outside factors, B planned to consult veteran cavers for insights. And I just wanted to do this little deal because I love this little excerpt. It says, "Then we noticed the howling again. It seemed to be a little louder than the last time we were there. We just figured the wind was blowing a little stronger outside. What we could not figure out was the rumbling. It too seemed to be louder and more frequent. This time, we could not attribute the noise to trucks. The road that the trucks drove on was not very busy to begin with. At that time of night, it should be dead, yet the rumbling continued. It seemed to be coming from deep within the passage." I love the little, like, it's just little crumbs of things. And it's nothing too crazy, but it's enough to be almost believable while you're reading it. It's almost like you picture the rumbling in your head, like what that sounds like in a cave.
Yeah.
Which also, to be fair, I would be like, you guys are probably, your eardrums are probably fucking pulsating inside your head because you've like been jamming. You've been in a small cave hammering, drilling with a DeWalt drill bit. It could be that, but to have that question feels very, very creepy. They get exhausted after all of these interactions in the cave, or like after working, they get exhausted, and instead of driving home, they just kind of stay in a motel and they kind of just talk about how they're going to approach things. And they do this from time to time, not going home. They just kind of charge their batteries and then come back the next day. But the subsequent day mirrored basically what they did the first day, a bunch of intense work and kind of just some mysterious cave noises, but nothing too crazy. And that's where the second journal entry closes. It's them kind of just being like, it's weird, but we're going to keep going. Still not shaken.
At that point in the story, it's subtle enough, the fear, that it's kind of justifiable to ignore it, right? Like, you know, caves make weird noises. Maybe, they mentioned later, maybe there's a waterfall somewhere. Maybe it's the road. It's creepy, of course, but it's just enough on the edge of, like, understandable that you could see why they justify it. I can't say that about their later decisions, but right now.
Yeah, like, the excitement is still in the air enough to where, which I'm pretty sure B at first is more like, hey, did you hear that?
Yeah.
And the guy, and Ted is more just like, dude, it's nothing. Just keep going. And he's just excited to see what's happening.
What are we gonna do? Not break into a cave?
Are we not gonna sit here for 70 consecutive hours chipping away, getting nail-sized bits of rock off of here? Come on, dude.
And you're gonna let a little earthquake scare you. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're gonna let rocks caving in on your body, never to be found, scare you. Cool.
I guess history won't remember you then, loser.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Floyd's Doom Part 2 belongs to me, I guess. But in Journal 3, he kind of goes into some cave lingo. He starts by saying, I noticed that I was writing in a vernacular that's probably known to me, and he kind of just really goes into depth about what caving is and kind of some of the things he was doing in terms of like his crawling positions and stuff. He kind of just gives a more in-depth breakthrough of what spelunkers have to do while caving, how weird the walls are, how tricky it is just to get to the hole when crawling through. And he really paints a picture that like, okay, well, this isn't like as casual as they were kind of leading up before. And what I love about that too is I was reading it and I was just like, dude, this sucks. This sounds terrible. Before he makes it sound like he's just like, oh, I'm just gonna hop in and we approached the hole. I wanted to check this out. But this time now he's like, there's like weird vertical walls. I have to shimmy on my belly here. I was kind of nervous to even go through this hole, but I did it anyways. You know, there's water in some areas, which also just scares me. Imagine, I know there's that one TikTok video of the guy who's like in a cave and half of his face is in water and he's like, oh, I think the cave's flooding.
Oh my gosh,
have you seen that
video? Yes.
Oh, God, fuck that, dude.
And he makes some comment like,
oh my God, I think I'm stuck.
Oh my gosh.
It's the worst.
Bro.
I hate it so much, dude.
Imagine dying that way where you have hours to think about it, you know?
Oh, man. I feel like you'd probably go insane, right? You would probably clinically have to be like going through the stages of grief in your head for your own death.
Yeah.
And I think that I would hope I would just go insane and just I don't know, drown myself or something.
It'd be so much better to like become non-lucid, right? To lose your mind,
definitely.
suffocate.
Yeah.
I think I'd just put my face down in the water. Be like, maybe I can drown
That's
this
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck it, dude. I'll just go to sleep and just stay here. Fuck it.
There was one video I saw of a dude caving. He wasn't in water, but he was in a similar condition. And, oh man, I don't know what kind of spiders they are, but there's like a bunch of cave spiders down there with him. And he runs into a nest and they just start running all over him. Like he gets swarmed in them.
They're all over. They're raining down on me now.
Like, bro.
I can't remember if it's that. I think that's the guy who it's him and his son do spelunking, and it's him like very casual about it. I don't know, but I have so little sympathy too because I'm just like, why are you down there? Why are you down there?
It's all self-inflicted. If someone was kidnapped and thrown in a cave, I'd feel horrible.
While I was reading this too, because they do say that obviously from the passage in the hole, they can feel a breeze coming out of like the hole that they're trying to chip away at. But I was wondering, I'm like, I wonder how much oxygen really is down there, because that's like a thing too that cavers fear about, is that if the farther you go down, the tighter the space. If you're there and you're pinned and you like are sucking up all the oxygen and just breathing out all that fucking, what the fuck do you breathe out? God.
Carbon dioxide.
Yeah, dioxide, whatever. People can you can just suffocate just by simply being there. Just like, I was breathing here, but I breathed out all the air.
Just by existing.
Even just by being stuck, you could just like, oh, I'm out of air.
There's a video, but are you familiar with Jacob Geller?
Yeah.
Have you seen his Fear of the Depths video?
Yes, I have.
Oh my gosh, bro. When he's describing caves as a living organism, that you're effectively in the digestive tract of like a dragon, and you just have to try to not die. Ugh.
Makes me think of the movie we talked about last year, Borderlands.
I was thinking of Borderlands. Yeah.
Exactly. But it's such a cool theory and thought. They finally make some progress to where they're opening it up a bit more. Ted is still very optimistic, and he's kind of like looking at the hole like he's just like, I can fit in there. Fuck it. I remember that I frequently looked at the hole and thought, hey, it's big enough. I think I can squeeze through, only to be disappointed in my attempt. However, even after the first attempt and failure, I knew that I would keep working on the hole until I got through. This despite the fact that I knew it would take many more hours of hard work. It actually became an obsession with me. I tried to get out of the cave and work as often as I could. I hoped that the passage led to a larger, undiscovered cave and that we would be the first ones to enter. I guess the explorer in me wanted to find a new frontier there in the cave. Since B is such an avid caver, he was motivated by the same desire to find a new, unexplored cave. What we did find was not all that was expected. Which is a fun way to end the journal. I love that ending to the journal entry. It's kind of weird because, yeah, he's like scratching at it's like a dog scratching at the door to like get out or get in, whatever. He's like making a little progress and he's like trying to squeeze in but can't actually do it, and they keep coming back quite frequently to actually work on the cave. I bring this up because after a while, you know, they will not be as excited to return to the cave. But now they are still, you know, coming back to the cave. They're still pushed by the potential discovery of being in some place that no one's ever been before, and they've even discussed some of the theories of what the rumbling is, and they're talking about maybe it's just some water, like a river, or like some kind of weird underground river that they just haven't seen yet, and they're kind of like, you know, sidestepping being scared. They're a little spooked, but they're like, hey, it's probably water. This is where we start getting some fun scares, which is in the Journal 4 entry where they go at night, and this time B brings his dog, Whip. Terrible name for a dog. If I'm being honest, just me being a
that's the problem with it. That's the problem with it. The dog's
that's the problem.
Not bringing the dog down into the cave, just what they did.
Yeah, no. Him bringing his dog down into the weird rumbling cave isn't a big deal. It's the name. How dare you? Of course. I didn't mind bringing Whip along because we plan on putting her into a small hole to see how far in the passage she would go. That's kind of animal torture. That might give us an idea of what is on the other side. They were going to bring this small dog and be like, get in there, Whip, see what's back there.
Go, Whip, you can do it.
God forbid. I'm like, God, I hope the dog comes back. Holy shit.
I did think that part was kind of brutal because it's like, sure, the dog, like maybe it runs around caves with them, but you don't know what's back there. It could be like a drop-off or something. man. You don't know where you're sending the dog.
This time, though, they made it down much quicker because they didn't bring all these tools. They just brought the dog. So this time they were able to get to the hole much quicker and easier, and they were feeling pretty comfortable. But as they were crawling down, the dog Whip became increasingly more anxious as they got deeper inside and near the work site. The dog kind of got a little sketchy, and these are just some excerpts from Whip's adventure, as it were. The dog began exploring as soon as we let her off the rope. She was in hog heaven, sniffing and darting around our feet. She would run from one person to the other as we made our way back to the work site. At the point the cave splits into 4 passages, the dog seemed to run out of juice. She just stuck right by either B or me. That seemed kind of odd. As we progressed further into the cave, she would stay by B. She seemed edgy, like she saw something she didn't like. As we approached the short drop-off before the hole, she stopped and would only come further after we coaxed her. The hair on her back stood on end. Finally, as we got within 20 feet of the hole, she began to whimper and hide behind B. Her tail was between her legs, and she was cowering down on the ground. Strange. I've seen her square off with dogs twice her size, but now she's acted as if Satan himself was lurking in the darkness. I figured there must have been animals that used the cave as a home, and Whip smelled their scent. Too bad it upset her, because there was no way she was going into that passage. Which, thankfully, I when I first was hearing the story, I was like, God, please do not force the dog into the small hole. The dog's like, please, God, get me out of here.
And crying
like,
and yelping, right, and they're like, go ahead, Whip. Just
get on in there, Whip.
Load her in. To their credit, they don't put the dog in there when they see it's
They do not put the dog in. We want to make that very clear. They did not put the dog in. But when they were working, this is what the dog was doing. The entire time we worked, Whip did not move. She just laid there on a rope bag, shivering. She would whimper from time to time. One thing I didn't think about at the time was that she would not take her eyes off the hole. We should have made more of an observation of the intuition of an animal. If a small dog was whimpering, shivering, I probably wouldn't just stay down there and open the hole. I probably would just be like, this is a bad idea. But you know what? They're down there. What are they supposed to do?
It looks at the hole you're working on and starts crying. And they're like, wimp. What a loser.
Yeah, exactly. God, Whip, you pussy. Jesus.
Amateur hour down here.
Yeah, good Lord.
This hole that periodically makes grinding and moaning noises? What's your problem?
I think about my dog. Like, there's been times where I'm like laying in my bed and I like look up, my dog's just like staring there, like looking at a wall. I'm like, what are you looking at? Stop! Or it'll just be like, he's just like looking at a door. And I'm like, is someone breaking into my house? Like, I get very afraid. I would immediately look at that and be like, this is like a haunted cave. We gotta get out of here. Haunted cave. Haunted hole. But there's also another weird, strange occurrence, which is while they're chipping away at the hole, the progress is slow. B hears unexplainable grinding noises, and they both notice that the wind is stopping coming through the tunnel. B was working. He had just finished drilling a hole and was getting ready to hammer the bullpen when he stopped working and looked into the hole. He had a light by his side to illuminate the work area. I could see the eerie glow, a puzzled and intense look on his face. He looked over at me and shook his head. I asked him what was up. He said he swore he just heard a strange noise emanating from the hole. He said it sounded like rock sliding on rock, sort of a grinding sound. I assumed his ears were just ringing from the drill. He didn't wear any earplugs this trip. He assured me he had heard what he had said he heard. I didn't have an explanation, so I went back to dozing. B sat in quiet of the cave for a long time before he resumed work. He would stop from time to time just to listen. B is very grounded and not one to pursue some imaginary sound. Starting to get into some more of the creepy territory. One of the guys is starting to hear some shit, but still it's kind of like, dude, B, you're acting crazy, bro. And he just goes back napping. I thought that was kind of funny. God, it's not that big of a deal, B. Jesus. Just immediately starts snoring.
We're in a cave throwing rocks and you heard a rock make a noise. Wow.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Wow, dude. You gotta get your head checked on, dude. You and Whip are fucking up today.
Maybe Ted's just a jerk. Maybe that's...
Yeah, he is a jerk. As I was kneeling there contemplating how close we were, I noticed something that B overlooked. The wind had stopped. At all of the times I'd ever been in the cave, I've always felt the wind blowing. The last time we were out working on the cave, the wind was blowing worse than ever. Even earlier, we remember the breeze cooling us off, but now, nothing. B said he did not know when it stopped. The rumbling had ceased too. Bizarre. Which is just like, weird. The breeze has stopped. We're sweating up a storm down here. That's kind of weird, huh?
Hey man, you know how every cave we've ever been in has wind and it's never quit ever? Probably nothing to worry about.
It's almost as if there's a box fan plugged in on the other side blowing constant air on us. Yeah, that stopped, B. Did you see that, man?
Right after I heard the rock noises.
When did this happen? He's like, I don't really know. I was just working. He's like, B, you got to be a little more intuitive than that.
Oh, good. Slacking on the job. I see. Huh?
It's slacking on the job. anytime in these passages, I love when they show the pictures, which definitely whoever wrote this, there is an argument to be made that they probably were a caver. And I think that they took these photos themselves of like maybe some random cave they were exploring.
I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, they found the real Ted, and he is in fact a spelunker.
Right now, my hobby is disc golf. Before that, it was mountain biking. Before that, it was caving.
It was something about like he saw this hole.
My buddy Brad and I, who is B in the story, had planned a trip out to this cave we had been to many times to explore this hole.
On one of their excursions or something like that, and be like, hey, it'd be real messed up if something scary was behind that. And then that's what like started the stories. Yeah, these are real pictures.
So when I
was dating the sister of Hernandez's fiance, Cheyenne Jenkins. Lloyd's body was discovered in an industrial park near Hernandez's home. Surveillance footage, text message, and witness testimonies placed him at the crime scene, and Hernandez's behavior around the time of the murder was increasingly erratic. Reports indicated he was paranoid, believing his phones were bugged and that he was being followed. His actions suggested a man grappling with severe psychological issues, possibly exacerbated by substance abuse and a history of head trauma with his football career. In April of 2015, Hernandez was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. Hernandez's behavior in prison continued to be erratic and unpredictable. He was involved in multiple altercations with other inmates and prison guards. He displayed extreme mood swings, ranging from bouts of aggression to periods of deep depression. His mental state deteriorated, raising concerns among those close to him and prison staff. On April 19, 2017, Aaron Hernandez was found dead in his prison cell at the Sousa Baranowski Correctional Center in Lancaster, Massachusetts. He left 3 handwritten notes next to a Bible in his cell, addressed to his fiancée, his daughter, and his lawyer. Reports mentioned Hernandez had drawn several symbols on the wall of his cell in blood. These include references to the Illuminati and a pyramid with an eye. He also wrote John 3:16 on his forehead, a verse from the Bible which states, "For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life."
Do you think he thought he was going to come back to life after that?
I don't know. I think it's just more symbolic, and I think John 3:16 is just a very popular Bible verse. He was also implicated in a 2012 double homicide in Boston, although he was acquitted of those charges in April of 2017. His death occurred just days after he was acquitted in the double homicide case, leading to speculation about his mental state and motivations. After Hernandez's death, his brain was examined by researchers at Boston University who diagnosed him with severe CTE. The extent of CTE in his brain was unprecedented for someone his age. So, I mean, he was not the oldest guy, but his brain was just, unbelievable. I mean, you can see it in the photos of it or whatever evidence they have. It's pretty fucking unbelievable. It's a fucking shame, man. Especially, I feel like it's one of those things too where your brain starts to deteriorate and then you just start giving into all these impulses or whatever, like the gang activity. Why would you do that if you have an NFL contract? Why would you risk that? You're not concerned with the outcomes, but it's like such a petty little pleasure to get out of that. I don't know. Next up, we have Jovan Belcher. He was signed on as a linebacker for the Kansas City Chiefs in 2009. Belcher and his wife Perkins had a tumultuous relationship, marred by frequent arguments and allegations of infidelity. Friends and family noted that the couple often quarreled over minor issues, and their fights had become more intense. Perkins had reportedly considered leaving Belcher due to his behavior, but the birth of their daughter Zoe seemed to offer a temporary reprieve. However, the stress of the new parenthood and unresolved conflicts continued to strain their relationship. Belcher exhibited increasing paranoia, believing that people were out to get him. He expressed concerns about being followed and suspected that his phone was being tapped. That's like an ongoing theme. Like the paranoia of like somebody's listening to me, somebody's following me. Why do you think that's always a repetitive theme? If you think that someone's like following you, do you think it's just like people, it's the idea that's like malicious, like someone is trying to...
Oh, you know what? It might be, I should have looked into this because that's a good question, but it might be because your frontal lobe is like damaged, that maybe you can't read people's faces. You might think they're suspicious or something. Like they might look at you.
Yeah, you can't read people's like body posture, like, because your frontal lobe, like you're saying, yeah, you're able to see like, oh, that person's generally happy, whatever. So now if you like, you could drive by somebody and you're like, what was that? So now you're just confused by everybody.
Also, your anxiety goes up too. So I'm wondering if it's just like, that's just a side effect of it, the anxiety. You're so anxious, you just think like everybody.
Yeah, I mean, if you think everybody's out to get you, that just has to be a direct thing. He became more agitated and short-tempered, often lashing out verbally and showing signs of extreme stress. Friends noticed that he would drink heavily, which sometimes led to further arguments with Perkins. And on December 1st, 2012, Belcher and Perkins had a heated argument at their home in Kansas City. The fight escalated rapidly, fueled by Belcher's intoxication and ongoing tension. Perkins was reportedly trying to calm Belcher down, but his agitation only grew. And around 7:50 a.m., Belcher shot Perkins multiple times in the master bedroom. Their 3-month-old daughter Zoe was reportedly in the house at the time, but was unharmed. Thank God. When you hear about that stuff, it's like always the ugh. After the shooting, Belchers reportedly kissed Perkins and apologized to her. This act of remorse indicated a moment of clarity amid his violent outburst. It's fucking tragically sad, good God. After killing Perkins, Belcher drove approximately 5 miles to the Kansas City Chiefs training facility. He parked his car and entered the facility, where he encountered General Manager Scott Pioli in the parking lot. Belcher explained to Pioli what he had done, expressing regret for his actions. He thanked Pioli for all he had done for him and asked him to take care of his daughter. Pioli, and along with 2 other coaches, attempted to calm Belcher and talk him down. Despite their efforts, Belcher remained resolute in his decision. And at approximately 8 a.m., police sirens approached. Belcher knelt behind a vehicle, made the sign of the cross, and shot himself in the head in front of 3 chief officials. Emergency services arrived shortly after, but it was too late to save Belcher. His death was pronounced at the scene. It's always hard to say too with these things, with like drugs and alcohol playing factors and having like ongoing tension already. The CTE always just feels like the missing link of like, that's the thing to push people over that edge, over that hurdle to not be able to come back. Because I feel like a lot of people, it's like you get separated and you're like, I'm just gonna move on, or you can go to counseling, do whatever, but how the can you when your brain is just literally rotting inside your head? If you have no actual way of controlling yourself, it's just like, yeah. Next, we have Phillip Adams. In 2010, Adams was drafted by the San Francisco 49ers. His professional career spanned 6 seasons, during which he played for multiple teams, including the New England Patriots, the Seattle Seahawks, Oakland Raiders, New York Jets, and the Atlanta Falcons. While Adams showed flashes of talent and versatility as a cornerback, his career was marred by injuries, including multiple concussions, which ultimately hindered his ability to secure a long-term position with any of the teams he joined. The repeated head trauma he sustained during his career likely contributed to his mental health struggles. Friends and family members noted changes in his behavior over the years, describing him as increasingly paranoid, agitated, and withdrawn. And on April 7th, 2021, tragedy struck in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Phillip Adams embarked on a violent rampage that would end in the death of 6 people, including 2 children. The victims included Dr. Robert Leslie, a well-respected local physician, his wife Barbara, their grandchildren Ada and Noah, who were 9 and 5 respectively, and 2 HVAC technicians, James Lewis and Robert Shook, who were working at the Leslie residence. At approximately 4:45 p.m., Phillip Adams arrives at the home of Dr. Robert Leslie. Adams forcibly entered Leslie's home, where he opens fire, killing Dr. Leslie, his wife Barbara, and their grandchildren. Outside the home, 2 HVAC technicians, James Lewis and Robert Shook, are working. Adams shoots both men. Lewis is killed at the scene, while Shook, despite being critically wounded, manages to make a desperate call for help. Police arrive at the Leslie residence. They find Dr. Leslie, his wife, and their 2 grandchildren dead inside the home. Outside, they find James Lewis dead and Robert Shook critically injured, but still alive. Police track Adams to his parents' home, which is located nearby. They surround the house and attempt to negotiate with him. Despite attempts to negotiate and de-escalate the situation, Adam remains inside, refusing to surrender. A single gunshot is heard from inside the house. Officers quickly enter the residence and find Phillip Adams dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The standoff ends with Adams taking his own life, and an autopsy was conducted afterwards and concluded that Adams had CTE. I mean, we didn't go into. I'm confused of like why he chose these people.
It's just random. Literally, he would just like.
So he was just like, oh, this is just a close by house. So it was just all random. So almost every single person, which regardless, it's horrible. But to have it be so uncalculated, and to have it be so, it makes the HVAC workers. You have a grandparents with their grandkids there, and it was just like, you're just unlucky today. It's just fucking absolutely tragic. And especially too, what's crazy too is I would like to think in a world that these people, if they could see themselves before their brain was just completely rotted, you would hope to think that they would never come to that conclusion. You know what I mean? In a way, I feel sympathetic for the people who have CTE as well, who do these horrible things, because that's like all you're going to be known for as well forever. And you did a horrible thing. And obviously the victims you have the most sympathy for, but in a way I also feel bad for people who they did a thing that they loved and then they get transformed into a fucking monster. But lastly, I want to talk about probably the most notorious one, which is Chris Benoit. Chris Benoit was a Canadian professional wrestler known for his technical prowess and intense in-ring style, which if you were in the 90s for wrestling, you fucking know Chris Benoit. I mean, he was like a superstar. 90s, early 2000s, crazy popular. Over his career, Benoit earned a reputation as one of the most respected and skilled performers in professional wrestling. However, behind the scenes, Benoit struggled with various issues, including injuries, substance abuse, and mental health problems. Benoit sustained numerous injuries throughout his career, including repeated concussions. He was also known to use steroids and other substances, which may have exacerbated the mental problems that he already had. Friends and colleagues noticed changes in Benoit's behavior over the years. They also noted that Benoit had become increasingly isolated. He distanced himself from other wrestlers and even from close friends. He often stayed at home and avoided social interactions, which was a marked change from his earlier, more sociable personality. Benoit developed a deep-seated distrust of those around him, and he was suspicious of people's intentions, believing that others were out to get him or harm his career. This paranoia extended to his personal relationships as well, causing strain and conflict. Benoit's mood swings became more pronounced and unpredictable, as he would alternate between periods of deep depression and intense anger. Benoit's marriage to Nancy Sullivan was tumultuous, especially in the years leading up to their deaths. There were reports of domestic disputes and instances where Benoit's aggression turned towards his wife. Nancy had reportedly filed for divorce in 2003, citing domestic abuse, though she later withdrew the petition. On June 22, 2007, Chris Benoit bound Nancy's wrists and ankles and then strangled her. The autopsy revealed that she died of asphyxiation. She was choked to death. There were signs of a struggle, and she had internal injuries consistent with being restrained and attacked. Nancy was found wrapped in a towel in an upstairs bedroom, and a Bible was placed next to her body. And the following day, June 23rd, Chris Benoit sedated his 7-year-old son, Daniel, with Xanax, rendering him unconscious before strangling him to death. The toxicology report indicated that Daniel had been given a high dose of Xanax, which would have sedated him to the point of being unconscious at the time of his death. Daniel was found lying in his bed with a Bible placed next to his body. Then on June 24th, Chris Benoit hung himself using the cord from a weight machine. He fashioned a noose from a cord and attached it to the high pulley on the machine, and then released the weights to hang himself. His body was found hanging in the basement of his home gym. On June 25th, 2007, WWE officials requested a welfare check at the Benoit residence after he failed to show up for the WWE Raw event. Police officers arrived at the home and discovered the bodies of Nancy, Daniel, and Chris. In the days leading up to the murders and his suicide, Benoit sent several cryptic and disturbing text messages to his friends and colleagues. These messages included his home address and information about the location of his dogs, which seemed out of context and raised concerns among those who received them. Benoit's behavior in his final days were increasingly erratic, and reports indicate that he missed a WWE event, which was highly uncharacteristic of him. Post-mortem examinations of Chris Benoit's brain revealed that he had severe CTE. We talk a lot about like weird horror and disturbing things in this channel sometimes, usually in a joking manner, but this, if it would feel a bit wrong to be that playful with something like this. But I will say that there's just something so deceptively scary about a disease that we really hadn't even acknowledged until the 2000s came around. And even then, that the NFL or a lot of sports associations didn't really take seriously till the 2010s, 2016s or whatever. It's just kind of crazy. And to think that people's brains are just literally melting inside their body from these concussions that keep hitting in their head, and these proteins keep building and just deteriorating their thoughts. And it's happening to people who are top of the top in terms of physical conditioning, literal powerhouse monsters that are walking around. It's pretty wild. And to me, I feel like people don't even still know a lot about CTE. It's just a weird disease that's plaguing all of professional contact sports, and I guess it's scary too, knowing that will probably be more and more cases like this in the future. It's like a looming cloud coming over. You just know it's going to happen, but just who, when. And luckily they're doing more rules and implementing things to hopefully curb that. But I'd be curious to see what Ryan Garcia's thing, if there is elements of that. I mean, especially for a professional boxer, how many times do you get fucking beat in the head from that? And I don't know. I mean, I obviously it doesn't affect everybody, but it's just a matter of, does that tau protein start like digging into your brain? I don't know. It's like a roll of the dice, because there are people who are just pieces of shit, who are just like alcoholics and whatever, and maybe they don't have CTE. But just looking at this within itself, it's like you can never really rule it out. I think you gotta treat that shit seriously. So I don't know. It's a weird, dark, looming shadow over professional sports, and I think that it was just kind of an interesting thing to talk about. You might already know about it. I don't know, but I just wanted to talk about it today because I think it's pretty fascinating, especially with the Ryan Garcia stuff. That made me think about that. So CTE, check out your brains. Don't fucking bash your brains into walls and stuff. You know how it is, guys. Take care of yourself out there. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. In the same bottle as a Prime, huh? Similar shape? What came first, Gold Peak Tea or Prime?
Everyone knows Prime.
In our hearts, Prime.
It's kind of funny because this video is going to have the Gamer Sub sponsor.
Following these actions, Nina Agdal filed a lawsuit and obtained a temporary restraining order against Dylan Dennis, claiming that his tweets have caused her to suffer humiliation, emotional distress, among other issues. She is seeking $150,000 per violation, aka per tweet, which, let me tell you something, Homeboy is in for quite the laundry bill after this one. I mean, this, in my opinion, I've seen a lot of people talk about this. I've seen Oompaville talk about it. That's pretty much it. That's the only person I saw. I know a lot of people have been talking about it. For me, if you're a public person and you date every celebrity on earth and you do have a video of you saying that you want some cock and stuff like that, at what point do you just say, who cares? I did that. The reason this is such a problem is people say that it's bullying. Well, dude, tough shit. I mean, honestly, you're a public figure. You're married to Logan Paul, one of the most hated fucking people on the internet. I mean, am I wrong? What Dylan is doing is childish. I don't condone it. But at the same time, you're winning in every other aspect of your fucking life. I think that you can realize that some people aren't gonna like you. Everybody needs to swallow that pill. I feel like her husband, Logan, I feel like he has been able to swallow that pill, and he's just kind of like, I don't give a fuck. Which also led me to believe, I was wondering if who put the idea of suing him in her ear. I don't know. Making a lot of speculations. Logan started doing meme warfare himself, and he was doing a lot of cute stuff as well, mocking him that he's gonna beat him in the fight and he's gonna go broke, or he could leave the fight and still go broke. It's a loss-loss situation from Mr. Prime himself. Logan Paul deepfaked an interview with Dylan.
Logan, I apologize.
Huh?
I'm a bitch. I'm not a real fighter.
Saying all sorts of things. So now the cringe warfare is becoming lethal. It's almost as if all world treaties are off and the cringe is accumulating to more and more horrible, horrible things. In a recent interview with comedian Andrew Schultz on his podcast Flagrant, which my friend Noel Miller was on.
Black people.
I didn't watch the full episode, I'll be honest. I was kind of jealous. I was like, there's my friend. They're making him laugh, not me.
Does that fucking you do the podcast with?
It's really funny, like reading some of the comments, being like, "Is this dude even funny? Like, what does he do?"
Paul admitted that Danish jibes were funny, telling the host, "I'll be honest.
The guy is fucking so good at Twitter. It's top tier trolling. Yeah. Which is why I chose him as an opponent. At the end of the day, it's all fight promo.
It's all fight promo," which feels weird to me too, because when I saw this or heard about this, I was like, if you knew that he was a top tier troll, why are you getting mad that he's trolling? You've been bitching about him for posting all of these bullying Nina, sweet innocent Nina, beautiful fucking angel Nina, but then you're giving him compliments for this. I thought that was weird. But luckily, it was fight night. October 14th finally rolled around and the gloves were on. Almost said off, but it's a boxing match, so they're definitely on. You have Dylan Dennis in one corner, mixed martial arts champion, Brazilian guy. I'm pretty sure he kicks people and he's good at strangling people. Joe Rogan had to say this about him.
That kid has some fucking serious jiu-jitsu.
And Joe Rogan, his nipples get really hard in ice baths, and he knows a lot about MMA, so that was a good vouch. Logan Paul looks like he's on 6 different types of bull testosterone. He was towering over Dennis, but who would win the fight?
Look at this shit.
Fuck! Ding, 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 it's fight day! That's right, the cringiest day has finally come. It has been it's been a very funny series of events that have led up to the conclusion of this story. First, the press conference. We have to talk about the press conference, which...
You obviously have no respect for women.
Yeah. Logan and Dylan, they got to do their little face-off, and there was like a piece of like plexiglass blocking them, and there was like a cage. They're just for people's safety, really? I don't know. Dylan Dennis looked hot. He looked like he was on top of the world here. I mean, he was giving quick jabs. Logan really was fumbling the charisma ball, and Logan Paul even brought up Chris Hansen on stage to catch this predator, and Dylan Dennis just kind of shooed him away by talking about his tax fraud evasion allegations. And
go pay your taxes, buddy. Go pay your taxes, buddy.
No issue there, brother.
Chris Hansen had no business being on that stage. He was like, why don't you have a seat? Right? Remember when I said that? Why don't you have a seat? And he's like, why don't you pay your taxes? Oh, don't worry. I'm all squared up on that end. Things were going good until the end. And then once the press conference was beginning to end, Dylan said a little quip. Logan said a little quip. And then Logan chucked his microphone at Dylan Dennis. Dylan Dennis freaks out, runs up, and it looks like he either swipes, I think he threw the microphone, and it cut Logan Paul's face. And the internet went crazy. People were like, is he going to pull out of the fight? We don't know. It's the day before the fight. What's gonna happen here? But luckily, I think Logan made a tweet or something. He's like, I'm not giving up. I don't care. All in all, it was a cringe fest, but at the press conference, I think Logan lost that one. But what followed on fight day was one of the most irrehensible, cringy, disappointing, waste of times to ever be brought up on the internet. Logan Paul simply boxed. I mean, he threw some punches. Dylan Dennis was doing some kind of weird shit where he like would do a side jab like this. He tried taking Logan to a submissive like chokehold a couple times. I think he was trying to clown him. There's a part where he laid on his back and spread his legs open, and it was just like, it's all Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu shit, because in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it's like all ground fighting. So I think he was just trying to lure him into that, but it was one of the most pathetic displays of a fight ever when people really just wanted a boxing match at the end of the day. Dylan going into this fight had everything to gain. In a way, I thought had nothing to lose, because historically, these are two kind of pieces of shit. it's just two fucking hitting each other in the face. I know I can't say but that's just how I feel. I think that if Dylan would have just simply fought, he still would have come out on top, even if he didn't win. Because, I mean, newsflash, he doesn't win. Not only does he not win, but in the last couple seconds, he tries to guillotine, chokehold slam Logan into the ground, slips, gets up, and starts throwing his hands at the security guards more than he threw punches at Logan the entire time. And it's kind of a big brawl breaks out, or like all of England's security officers poured into the ring. I don't know why there were so many security officers, but there we are. Paul dominated with a striking rate nearly 20 times higher than Danis. I mean, he threw more punches, he landed more punches. He was participating in the event. Say what you will about Logan Paul, at least he showed up and did the thing. The way that Danis approached it all was like, it was mockery, but it wasn't like fun. Like, we're taking the piss out of these rich YouTube people. It was just like watching a disabled child flop around on the floor and try to like strangle somebody. Here's a key example. This actually perfectly reminds me of this. There was a disabled kid in, I don't know if we can use this, but I'm just gonna leave it in for you, Jono. There was a mentally challenged kid in my high school. The varsity football players would juice him up and like he would power lift with them. He was excessively strong, scary strong, and he would put people in chokeholds and there's no way out of it. He strangled people to unconsciousness 4 or 5 times, and it's like, well, how do you really punish this person besides like putting him in a different room? But then that feels kind of like, you know, tragic, right? That's kind of what it felt like with the Dylan Danis thing, except he was weaker and didn't successfully do it at all. It's just mostly the mentally challenged thing, I think, was the combining factor there. But needless to say, it was a giant upset. Dylan got absolutely fucking torched on Twitter, which is the place where he was making his comeback. There's no way he can hold his head up now. I mean, it's an embarrassment. I mean, I don't think it could have gone any worse. Maybe if he would have shit himself and pissed and he like cried, that might have gone worse, but it's pretty close. I mean, it's pretty rough. In the post-fight, Paul expressed his intentions to challenge Rey Mysterio in WWE. Who gives a fuck? Face Conor McGregor in boxing match and is open to MMA bout against Danis, provided Danis forfeits his entire purse for the match, which purse is a boxing term for payment money. But it's like, why would he do that? He probably made millions of dollars off that fight. I wonder how much money he made. People paid money to watch it. Fucking idiots, dude. And pretty much this story has now come to a point where Dylan is making excuses about how he didn't train at all. And it's like, what are you talking about? So you spent this whole time talking shit. You didn't train and you were just gonna show up and do that? You fucking idiot. It's gone completely in Logan's side, but also I think Logan kind of just dropping all the beef afterwards, I think makes him, it puts him more in the light. It's still cringe. I mean, also KSI lost to Tommy Fury and that was a whole thing. And what I love about these whole situations with people doing YouTube boxing is that KSI the whole time, holy shit, just the cringiest videos. Tommy Fury, October 14th.
This will be the day that you'll hate for the rest of your life.
Because it'll be the day
that you lost to a YouTuber. Soon you will face reality and it will hurt you. I'll see you soon.
Tommy! And his chest says knowledge? With the cringe. Oh, it's terrible. And then when he loses, he makes like a motivational post being like, people always count me out because I'm the YouTuber with big dreams. I never said I was that good, and I gave it my all. It's really fucking convenient when the rest of the time it's like, I'm a boxer. I'm a legitimate boxer. I'm one of the best fighters in the world. And then whenever anything else happens, well, I'm just a YouTuber, dude. Like, get off of me, man. Like, I'm a fucking YouTuber, all right? God. I will say that this might go down as one of the most mediocre. No. Meteor. This might go down as one of the biggest, most infamous cringe events in history. The build-up with assaulting a woman married to Logan Paul. Boom. Logan Paul trying to clap back by making very mediocre memes. Boom. Scammers, people that are just parasites on the internet that want nothing but your money and your attention to benefit themselves because they're pieces of shit. Boom. And then you just have KSI's Twitter, his tweets. Boom. Boom! And it all collides into the most lackluster boxing event on both sides. So boring, so uneventful. Boom. And also, dude, the promo pictures for this stuff. Pictures of people like, you know what I mean? For the boxing promo stuff, like KSI. I'm a freak! It's the most overhyped. God, it feels like a fucking Ponzi scheme, doesn't it? I mean, are they really doing benefits for the game? I mean, they're making people more interested in boxing, I guess. That's a good thing, but it's just so cringy. I don't fucking know, dude. I don't have any side. Fuck everybody. I don't give a shit. All I know is that Dylan Dennis, dude, massive L. I think I saw a tweet, I think FaZe Banks said it, and he said, I literally just watched Dylan Dennis's 15 seconds of fame die right in front of me. That felt like the perfect tweet to encapsulate what just happened. So it was a roller coaster. I wonder how Nina's doing. I haven't heard anything from her. I was honestly expecting Nina to have like a video being like, ooh, Dylan, you lost. It'd be funny if she just uploaded another video of her in the exact same thing being like, I need some hard cock. And she just like double down on it. That's how you really win. She's just like, I don't give a shit. I just want to get piped down. Logan's a speed bump, dude. I'm gonna go after fucking Tommy Lee Jones next. Dude, imagine if she had sex with Tommy Lee Jones after this. That would be insane. 87-year-old Tommy Lee Jones. She's like, I loved you as Two-Face in those 90s Batman movies. He's like, thank you very much, sweetheart. That's why Tommy Lee Jones. Did you like the movie Men in Black? She's like, ooh, that scared me. I don't like Men in Black. He's like, it's a scary movie about aliens and stuff like that. I'm Tommy Lee Jones. Actually, we're gonna end this. Play the monologue at the end of No Country for Old Men. Tommy Lee Jones monologue.
All right, then. Two of them both had my father in them. It's peculiar. I'm older now than he ever was by 20 years. In a sense, he's the younger man. It was like we was both back in the older times, and I was a horseback going through the mountains of a night. Rode past me and kept on going, never said nothing going by, just rode on past. He's fixing to make a fire somewhere out there in all that dark and all that cold. I knew that whenever I got there, he'd be there. Then I woke up.
Don't forget to check out Scentbird. You want to smell good? Be good and smell good. Click the link in the description below. It helps out the channel. And you know, I bet you smell like a big piece of shit, so consider Scentbird. It's good. It's good stuff. Not leave the cave until I had made it through the passage. Conquered Floyd's tomb. This would be the trip. He's like so determined. It's unbelievable. But this is also, as he pushes through, he's able to get through this tight space finally. And that's when he takes the camera with him and takes some pictures. And he also sees fucking hieroglyphics on the wall. And it's like very similar to the Blair Witch symbol, which is also, once again, another reason why I'm like, I wonder if that was inspired.
Yeah,
it looks like
probably
one of those like little, like the stick people in the trees, whatever. Kind of has that similar vibe.
The symbol itself is interesting because I haven't done a ton of research into what the symbol could be before. What little I did, it doesn't correlate to anything, but it does kind of depict an image of like something above. If you kind of view this as a vertical plane, you have maybe land above, cave underneath, but then something under the cave. Some kind of hidden passage down there. Or perhaps it's some kind of idol, because he mentions that beneath that hieroglyph, there's little depictions of people. So maybe it's like a worship, or maybe it's saying there's some quote unquote people underneath everything. There's a lot of different ways it can go, but it's so subtle in just the presentation of what it is. It's fascinating.
It does the perfect thing, at least that I love, is that it lets the reader just completely like explode with possibilities. And also like in a way it formulates what people would be afraid of or most intrigued by the most. And I think that that's a really powerful tool. But also, once again, like you said, it's so simple. You can kind of take it however.
Yeah.
But Ted's all excited by going in there because he's like, oh, well, shit, if there's hieroglyphics here, there's probably a different entrance in, since this is obviously like a sealed wall that's a hole. So maybe there's a
no
different
one
entrance.
came the way we just came, so that means
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So there's got to be something else. He hears like rocks moving deeper in the cave, freaks him out bad. They really capture that feeling, like, you know how when you're home alone, you do that thing where like you start going upstairs and you think someone's like running behind you, so you run up your stairs. I feel like they capture that really well in the story here. Strangely, the photographs he took in the chamber, they didn't develop, erasing the evidence of the hieroglyphics and the round rock, prompting the explorer to sketch the symbol. So that's like the thing that we see here is what he drew, his interpretation of what it was.
The round rock too is like particularly interesting because like round isn't a shape that naturally occurs in you know nature. Like if a rock falls off of something, it's going to be jagged, it's going to be broken. But a smooth rock implies it's been moved around a lot, which is harrowing because no one's been back there in at least, you know, the past 1,000 years.
And especially because there's no water. Like that's another thing too, is like if there's a stream, usually it's chipped away until it's smoothed out, but there's nothing. So yeah, it does seem like somebody's been rolling it around or it's been moving on its own. It's very creepy. Ted, like the good guy he is after hearing all these sounds and seeing these things, doesn't tell B. He's like, nah man, it was cool. Nothing happened. He keeps all the unsettling stuff away from B. I think he knows that B is definitely little more intimidated by all of the crazy shit going on. Which that ends the journal entry until the next time they go back, which is April 14th, 2001. And he says, only a couple days elapsed before B found someone who wanted to explore the passage with us. B told me he talked to a few other people who couldn't make it because of scheduling conflicts. But we get to meet our new man, Joe. He's an experienced, thin, twinky little man who was eager, but perhaps the most excited among them, impressing with his ease in navigating the tight spaces. So Joe is definitely a smaller guy. And I know Ted was stoked because he's like, well, he's smaller than me, so he can definitely get in the passage with me. He's going in, and Joe is definitely an experienced caver as well. So they're all really excited to go back in with this new guy to show him what's up, and also kind of told him, you know, hey, don't tell anybody about this spot. Joe entered Floyd's tomb. The explorer realized they hadn't informed him of the cave's odd phenomenon, questioning what and how much they should have disclosed, which I love that part. They're just kind of like a blood-curdling scream, rocks move around. I got scared and basically left as quick as I could, but we didn't really know how much we should tell Joe. I mean, come on. Joe was sent ahead alone, his enthusiasm akin to a child's. Joe was as giddy as a little girl, and this is what they had to say about that. When I reached the tight spot of the squeeze, I had Joe snap a picture of me. I thought it would make a good photo, which is just, the photo's so haunting. I hate it. Once I got through, B started to relay my stuff to me. Then disaster struck. I had gone all the way in and turned around to pull my gear through. I had to kneel down and still crouch down low. I had got my helmet, ironically, and light, and was turning around to feed the rope back to B when I smacked my head on top of the passage. Human skull versus solid rock. Rock won. I told B what had happened, so he sent my first aid kit through. I was bleeding, but even worse, I didn't feel too good. Well, you know, shit, dude. You just bashed your fucking skull in. What are you talking? I patched myself up. Then Joe didn't think I should continue. He looked like a little kid who was told that Christmas would be canceled. Although I didn't like the idea of him exploring the cave without me, for selfish reasons, of course, I wanted him to at least see part of the cave for making the trip out here. So he's sending Joe off into the hell pit that they've been digging into, and he's like, all right, man, well, have fun out there. And
Ted's a horrible person.
Once again, Ted is just really digging himself a grave here. I don't think that, I don't know. The anxiety mounted for a waiting explorer as Joe exceeded a set time limit for return, so they're like, you know, just be back here by this point, but he's late. He's gone way too long, but when Joe re-emerged, his condition was alarming. He was pale, breathless, and visibly shaken, with numerous small injuries suggesting a hasty retreat. He was uncommunicative and seemed eager to leave. Very suspicious. Maybe they should have told him, hey, Joe, by the way, buddy, seriously, there's a ghoul that lives down there in that pit. Just let you know.
Never mentioned to him a stray. Again, even if you think it's an animal, tell him you heard something yell.
If there was a raccoon in there, I'd be like, hey, there's a
raccoon,
a family of raccoons that live in there. Be
They're
careful.
Probably upset. You should be aware of that. Yeah.
Joe's post-exploration behavior was odd. He hadn't seen or heard notable cave features, and his short, dismissive answers raised suspicions considering the cave's layout. The ride home was tense, with Joe mostly silent and unresponsive to inquiries about his experience. Attempts to contact him later remained unanswered, deepening the mystery of what occurred in the passage. And then Joe says this to close out the journal. He says, once we got outside the cave, I figured we would be able to find out more from Joe. But when we got up the final climb, he just unclipped from the rope and went straight to the truck. In the light of day, he looked even worse than in the cave. Joe said that he did not want to stay overnight because he felt terrible, and we believed him. So we headed home. We could get no more information from Joe. He just stared straight ahead. He was shaking like a leaf, and he said he was not cold. Damn, dude, you cold? What the fuck's wrong with you? Stop shaking, Joe.
Bro, are you like chilly or something? What's wrong, dude?
Yo, dude, B, turn on the heater. This pussy's cold, dude. When we tried to question him, his answers were short. I asked him if he saw any hieroglyphics. No. Did you hear us yelling? No. Did you see the round rock? No. Did you see the crystals? No. He said he just went a little ways in and started to feel sick. Something was fishy about his answers. He would have to have seen the crystals. You're a fucking liar, Joe. I know that you saw the crystals. If he got far enough into the cave that he couldn't hear us yelling, but why would he not elaborate? To be fair, though, Joe just seems like also he's just like the vibe is off. Joe's like, dude, take me home. You guys suck.
It doesn't feel
you know
like Joe saw or dealt with anything like conclusive, absolute, but it does feel like something happened to him in that cave that changed his outlook, you know?
Something definitely happened. He's not exploring any of the stuff, or he's just like, he's visibly shocked. They are painting a picture of a man who is just like, I do not want to even say any of the things that I saw because it's just like, then I'd have to almost relive it. But they decide to go back on April 28th this time, which is 2 weeks after their trip with Joe. But Joe's not there, obviously. It's just him and B again. Ted says this. As we were rigging up the rope to descend into the cave, I felt something for the first time. I did not want to go in the cave. It was not a feeling of foreboding. I was not receiving some premonition. I just had no desire to enter the underground world of Mystery Cave. I didn't share this feeling with B at the time. Such a good guy. Always not sharing anything with B. Even though I had no desire to go into the cave, I knew we had to. We tested everything, and I gathered the gear, wanted to take it into the passage. Then it was time. We looked at each other, but said nothing. Then I turned to face the passage. As I twisted my body to begin entering the tomb, I desperately hoped it would be the last time I would contort my body to enter this claustrophobic nightmare. From behind me, I heard the scraping noise. It was loud. It was close. It was coming from the large room I had just left. I wheeled around to face whatever had made the noise. When I did, I lost my presence of mind and stood up at the same time. Crunch! My helmet crashed into the passage of the ceiling. My light broke, and I was buried in heavy darkness. So, he goes in. He's saying, I really don't want to be here today, but god damn it, I have to. And he does it anyways. He hears a little something, and then this would be my actual hell. Being in a cave and then having a light break and just being in complete darkness, that has to be on the top for me. That's like the top of my list. A claustrophobic nightmare and you're in the darkness, dude? No way.
Gosh. The level of fear.
The way he describes the pain, too, is so surreal. Like, he's like, pain shot through my neck and down into my back. The helmet had protected my head, but my neck was nearly numb from the impact. So he's just like a vegetable in this cave now. He's like, my head was fine, but I couldn't feel my spine. Fear enveloped me, and my knees began to weaken. I slowly and involuntarily slumped to my knees. I gently set the camera down as I began to see stars from the pain in my upper back. The scraping noise lasted only a second, and now the only sound I could hear was my own panic-inspired breathing. Not only could I feel the fear thick upon my chest, but the darkness seemed to hold me in place. I felt like I was vulnerable from every direction. I wanted to turn and look behind me, and to the side of me, and in front of me. Everywhere I saw was black. I used the glow stick to light the phone reel, and with a fumbling fingers I managed to plug my phone into the jack. I put the phone to my ear and heard nothing. The usual beeps to indicate connection with the other phone were not there. Which B and Ted have been talking on a phone.
They used to use them in cave expeditions. It's effectively like a telegram line. So you run a physical cord from one end to the other. And you can talk to each other, but it has to have that actual cord. It's the equivalent of like 2 cups tied to a string.
That's what they should have had. So we and B decided to tie the cups together.
I do love this scene a lot because of how it's so visceral, but also subtle, the horror. So like, we've had the tease for a while of the noise of rock moving on rock, but then he's, as soon as he passes that main room, he hears it very close and very loud from that main room. And then in the same moment, his light's gone. Sure, you don't see a demon, you don't hear something speak to you, but you hear that noise and now you can't see anything. And you can't talk back to your friend. Horrifying.
It's absolutely horrifying. It's just painting such a picture, and like, it really is just such a descriptive retelling of just what it's like to be in hell, like to be in that nightmare. It's so effective even just through text. The phone is going silent, his legs are weak, he can't do anything, he's basically trying to move his way out now. The short trip through the room took an eternity. As I passed the crude drawing, it seemed to glow, as if offering some sort of warning. I didn't know what the drawing represented, but everything about this cave seemed to instill fear. Toward the far end of the room, I could see the round rock dimly as the far reaches of my light. Something seemed different about it, but I couldn't tell what. When I got within a few feet, I could finally tell what had changed. It had moved. That was the sound I heard. I remember when I read that for the first time, I was like, dude, fuck that.
Yeah.
The giant round rock, and it's like, oh, that was what was.
Yeah.
That was the sound, is that giant round rock moved. Okay.
I
that's
had
fun.
that suspicion when earlier he mentions he could hear rocks moving on rocks, and then that the rock was suspiciously round when he comes to it. And then to realize I was right about that is terrifying. Oh, man. It's very cool horror because it's so unique. In this open cavern all the way underground, something is rolling around a boulder. And it's not something that's immediately trying to target and kill him, because it would have done that in the darkness, right? But for some reason, the boulder moved.
As he's noticing that the boulder moved, that's immediately when he's like, okay, I want to get out of here. But coincidentally, it's also whenever he's starting to freak out and he begins to quickly leave. And he says, finally, I reached the last stretch of the cave before the squeeze. As I was crawling toward the beginning of the tomb, I called to B. He answered back. I screamed at him to get everything ready to go. He asked if I was okay, since he hadn't heard from me on the phone. He got worried. I told him no, and to get everything ready to go. He asked why, and I screamed that there was something in the cave with us. There you go, dude. First time, at least, you know what, though? For Ted, that's a big step. It'd be really funny if he's like, nothing, it's fine. He's like once again, he's like still holding information from me. No, dude, it's cool. Don't even worry about it,
Bro,
man.
did you leave Whip down here?
Yeah, dude, give me Whip. I want Whip. You bring him to me. He's obviously in a panic, but that's when he starts getting that nauseating stench, like the smell. He says, just as I started into the squeeze, I felt the wind in the passage increase, and with it, the most nauseating stench I had ever experienced. It smelled like damp, rotting, rancid, putrid death. Almost started to dry heave. I love this expression too, because it's almost as if now this entity or monster that's down there with him, now you're starting to smell it. It's like becoming more and more realized, and it's almost like this creature that's been completely hidden is like stepping forward from the darkness, and you, in your mind's eye, you're kind of picturing what the hell is this thing that's moving these boulders around. It smells horrible. It's probably been down here eating like dead animals or like rats and stuff for God knows how long. So creepy.
There's that mention too, whenever he's walking by the boulder, after it gets rolled out of the way, that it led to a passage that he says is like a 45-degree angle going down like into the rock.
Yeah.
So it's like, what? Is that like a chute for something? Is that what this thing crawls up? So you can almost, even though it's never said, you can kind of track in your mind, like the boulder moved, he now smells something. You can envision something coming, getting closer, like it's moving up the cave to get to him. Everything in the story is so well laid out at this point that you can picture what a chase would look like.
Basically see yourself in this room or a version of like what that slant would be like. It immediately made me think that like the practicality now of that room to something that lives there.
Yeah.
That's what I started thinking of, is like, is the boulder like a door somehow? Is it used to like hide? Like, it's setting up all of these great narrative devices that I think are so fascinating. And it leads into probably one of the scariest parts of the story, which is their escape here, which this is a little long, but I think it's worth reading a little bit. It's a great one, which is them retrieving the rope. And he says, I did not see or hear B until I reached the small area at the bottom of the drop. He was on the rope and climbing out as fast as he could. This is them leaving, by the way. They got out of the hole and they're running. I could hear him moving quickly and breathing heavily. I called out to him, and his startled reaction told me he was nearly as tense as I was. He told me to get on the rope and start climbing. We both knew what would be dangerous and not something we would normally do, but this was different. From above, I heard B warn me, "Rock!" And I ducked under the ledge as several small rocks landed on the floor near my feet. I quickly went back to pulling the rope in. I had about half of it in, about 50 feet, when the rope hit a snag. Ugh, it was solid. There was no way I was going to crawl back to release it, so I decided to just forget the rope and get my harness on and get out of the cave. I quickly threw the harness around me and started to buckle it. Before I could secure it, I heard a strange noise at my feet. My pulse began to quicken. I looked down at the rope, only to discover my horror that the rope was disappearing down the darkness. Something was pulling the rope back into the cave. I love that.
Oh, it's
I
so
love
good.
that. It's so good. I love that part.
Imagine the horror of you're wheeling it in and then something starts to tug back on the other end.
Oh my God, dude. We still have no idea what is down there, but it's just the tension and the anticipation.
There is so much
it's
going
amazing.
on with nothing going on.
I cut up to B on the ledge below where our relay point was fixed. I told him to keep going. It would only take him a few minutes, but every second would be torture because I had to wait for him to get up. I watched the rope that we had just climbed up. I expected to see some creature from deep within the earth climb up and make me its lunch. The rope moved around a bit in rhythm with B's climbing, but did not appear to have any tension to it. As I stood there waiting for B, I kept watching the rope for signs of anything bizarre. I didn't know if my heart could take any more stress. I could not have been more wired. I tried to relax a bit to make sure I was thinking rationally, but my poor brain had reached sensory overload. As B reached the top of the last climb, I got ready to clip on my ascender and get my sorry butt out of there. It was then that I noticed that the rope began to tighten from below. I could feel the tension on the rope, but it was a steady tension. Not like someone was climbing up. Either way, I wanted out of there as fast as possible. I clipped on and scrambled up the rope. I had noticed, but B had kept on moving towards the entrance. I got up the last few feet in a hurry and just unclipped and kept on moving, leaving the rope behind. They made it out of the cave, luckily, and I mean, now they definitely know something's down there. At least Ted does. I think B just believes him, and they're just like completely, I mean, they're just completely drained now. They're just like, oh my God, screw this. Like, they don't really talk very much after they get out. They just are kind of in their own heads. 4 days later, still haunted by the experience, Ted kind of explains that he struggled to write due to how crazy and overwhelming his emotions and memories were of the event. His vivid recollections of pain, stench, and terror terror still haunt him and his difficulty concentrating even after several days. Like he talks about like he can't watch TV. He's been asked to like go home from work early. He's just kind of like completely emotionally and mentally gone, still trying to process what's going to happen.
He gets medicated during that time. He starts to see the visions and stuff like that. Like, dude is in a bad place.
Like when he goes to a doctor, he doesn't even explain what's going on. He's just like, oh, I'm messed up.
Yeah.
Just to get a prescription. He says something along the lines of like he doesn't want to just like pop pills and be addicted to it his whole life, but it's like gotten to a place where he's like, I just simply can't take it anymore. And that leads us to May 19th, 2001, which is his last entry. It has been 3 weeks since our last visit to the cave. I want to update everyone as to my condition, my plans for the cave, and the events of the past few weeks. It took several days to get the last journal entry written down. I was so shook up from the experience that I could do little else but sit around and ponder what happened. When we left the cave, I was nearly in the state of shock. I could not think clearly, and I was having a difficult time trying to understand what happened. I didn't eat much, nor did I get any sleep. I had an overwhelming feeling of anxiety sink into my soul. I was depressed and confused, and had no one I wanted to turn to for comfort. Which, if this is a joke to your family, awesome. I mean, imagine the family reading this part. Like,
I have
horrible.
no one. I'm alone. There's no one here.
There's no one here. I feel terrible. I continued in a miserable state, eating and sleeping whenever I could manage until a week after the trip. Then things started to get strange. At first, I was hearing sounds in the house that had no explanations. Footsteps, shuffling noises, creaking doors, you know, the typical horror movie fare. Only the sounds were not distinct. It was as though I wasn't sure I heard what I thought I heard. I'd be eating or getting out of the shower and stop, thinking I heard something, but the sound would not repeat itself. In fact, if it weren't for the fact it had happened frequently, I couldn't be sure that the noises were there in the first place. Either way, I was scared. It was as though I had been caught on a spider web for the last week. Feeling of anxiety, foreboding, tension filled my life. Then came the hallucinations. He goes into depth about him having hallucinations of seeing things out of the corner of his eye, things in his house going on. He can't have any sleep. He's been shutting his blinds so he can like realistically stop thinking that things are like looking in his window, watching him. Just horrible stuff. Until he has this like overwhelming feeling to go to the overlook to see the city lights.
This is a fascinating part of the story, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And he says, I wanted to drive to the overlook point to see the city lights. I didn't know why I needed to go there, but I knew I had to go. The closer I got, the more urgent the feeling. When I arrived at the point, I saw something that first startled me. But then it caused me to be more relaxed than I had been in a long time. Joe was there. He was out of his car, standing looking at the lights. He could tell from the look on my face that we shared some of the terrible experiences. Our conversation was unbelievably brief. You been back? He began, even though he knew the answer. Yes, we need to return. Tomorrow good? I asked. Yeah, noon. He got in his car and I got in mine. I hadn't even talked to him about his experience. Obviously, he didn't want to know mine. I love that.
It's so
I love
good.
that little excerpt.
It's so good.
Just that the very, very quick back and forth is just so, I don't know why, but I always picture like an X-Files episode or something. Like the overlook of the city, the city lights there, and then just this brief encounter, and then both these guys just get in their cars and go away. But what's weird about it is that he's like relieved to see Joe instead of being creeped out. I was always fascinated by that part. Whatever haze he's been under, it was like relieved because almost as if whatever was like puppeteering this plan was like letting go for a second. You're where you need to be kind of thing.
Yeah, and both of them felt the need to go to this one point at the same time, and there's not even a discussion. Ted treats the story when he's writing it as if like, of course I would want to go back to the cave. Why wouldn't I? When to the reader, that's the farthest thing he could possibly want to do. It's such an interesting little moment between the two.
In my opinion, it's one of the most impactful parts of the story.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like, because anybody else, if they'd be that, they'd be like, "What the fuck, Joe? You're here?" And like, you would think that they would explode into a conversation, but no, they're just like, "We should go back.
We need to go back. We have to
Noon?
go back." Yeah.
Okay. And which leads Ted to go meet with B after his interaction with Joe, and he says, "I drove her to B's house. When he answered the door, I thought that B actually looked like he was doing fine, somewhat happy. One look at me, his disposition changed. B looked dead serious. He just nodded his head." Basically, they knew that they were going to go back to the cave. Part of this I liked because Ted ends it by saying like, "Oh, I just noticed that every light was on in his house," which is so simple, but that made it so creepy to me. Of just like, I noticed that every single light was on in his house. It's just a quick little blurb.
B knew that something went down in the cave. Like he was running, he smelled it, and at the very end, there's that mention that B cut the rope whenever the thing was like pulling on it, right? B knows something went down, but because he didn't go in that room, up until that point, point, you kind of have the idea, well, maybe he's free from whatever's plaguing Ted. Maybe B's doing more okay. And we've seen Ted's side. He's hallucinating. He leaves all the lights in his house on at night. And you're like, okay, maybe B's not going through it. But when he visits B's like, oh yeah, please, you can stay at my house, sure. And all the lights are on. And you're immediately told, oh no, B's got it too.
That's what I like you're saying, is like the writer tried to put your guard down by having B be like, oh, well, he didn't see it, so he's fine.
Yeah.
But no, actually, he's just as tormented as them. And if anything, he's putting on a front to maybe like try to trick it, almost like you're not trying to give in to the things you're seeing. So it's very creepy. And I mean, the story begins to wrap up by him talking about their preparations to return. He talks about how they're going to bring more first aid kits. They're going to bring lights. He's going to bring a video cameras. He's going to bring a pad and paper to write whatever he has to do. But they are determined, like they're almost in a haze, like being like, we're going to go there. And the conclusion of this story is so like hauntingly awesome. It's always stuck with me. And the fact that it's supposed to be like a blog post makes it so much better. And this is part of the ending here. He says, many of you don't agree with my decision to pursue this cave. I'm afraid I don't have a choice. If I am ever to experience restful slumber, I must return. If I am ever to walk the halls of my own home in peace, I must return. If I'm ever to exit the overworld and enter the subterranean world of a cave, I must now return. I no longer feel that I have a choice. I must return. For my family and friends who are reading this, I say, be at peace. I will conquer this cave. Then I will return and update this website immediately. I will include any photos we take in the cave today, and if you stop by my house, I will show you the video I have. I expect to be home later tonight or tomorrow at the latest. And that's the last post. It's like, it's such a good, like, when I remember the first time I end this, you're like, oh God. And it does a couple great things. One, it makes your mind race, obviously, about like what was down there, obviously. But then it makes you think, I immediately thought of his family finding this. Like I thought of like the aftermath of that. I thought about like people back then reading this, because God forbid you read this the day it got posted and then you check tomorrow and you're like, wait, what the fuck? And you're like updating it. Oh my God. You know, like what happened? Who knows? It's so hauntingly just like beautiful in that way. Just that nice poetic ending. Ugh, man, it lingers with you. It's just so Lovecraftian. I mean, like it's just that perfect Lovecraftian end to where it's just so bleak. It's bleak without even being bleak, because Lovecraft would probably say something like, the horrors, like we're all dead, like blah, 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 blah. But really it's just like, you know, I'll see you tomorrow, and that tomorrow never comes. And that's like the best part, realizing that there's no other post, like you just kind of like scrolling down more, being like, wait, what the fuck? That's it? What happened? You know, it's so good.
I remember first time like thinking like, okay, what's next? And then it just stops there and you're like, oh, that's what was next. That's what happened to him. I love how much we are given and how much is left up to imagination. We're given things like the boulder, things like the hieroglyph, the smell, something pulling on the rope, and this kind of supernatural desire to return. Something led him to go to that mountaintop and meet Joe. Something makes him feel like he has to go back to that cave. Something beyond just the need for exploration. Something's giving him these dreams, these visions. We're given hints as to what it might be, but there's just the right level of interpretation left up to the audience.
Oh, dude. Well, that's the best thing about this, is that the ambiguity never feels like ambiguity, because the author, whoever wrote this, is so in depth with everything else. The amount of detail he gives the cave that you get in just the process of cave diving, all of these things are so in depth text-wise. I mean, this isn't like a short read. Like it takes some time, a couple hours or something like that. The areas in which it doesn't explore, it's because it cannot. And that's what makes it so good. It doesn't feel cheap. It doesn't feel like ambiguous horror that's just like, well, that's up to your interpretation. It's giving you everything that you need to know while still not showing all of its hand. I love that. The juxtaposition between being so super detailed and then wishing there was more. That's what I thought was interesting on this reread, was like, God, how I wish that like we could have known what the monster was, you know, just one more day of another log, like, but it's so interesting because he gives you so much. It's just so much visual candy that you're given to just like absorb and really feel like you're in the space, but yet it's something that dies with Ted. Is what's so great. I love that.
Creepypastas vary a ton in quality of like, you know, great or bad.
Definitely.
And I love that they kind of kicked off in a sense, or at least in the cultural mindset, with such a banger.
Yeah, I think it set the bar high, and I think that there's so many good creepypastas out there too. And that's the interesting thing, is that they can be so simple or so complex, but this just rides that perfect wave. Like I love a lot of creepypastas, but this one always has stuck with me for forever. I was younger when I first read this on a website. I don't think it was Angel Fire, but it was definitely a different like kind of website. It scared the shit out of me. And of course now it's blown up. There's tons of people who have done rereads of it on YouTube, but it just feels like that perfect mix. It's just so fun. And I think honestly, as like something where if you're in the Halloween mood and maybe you're like, I feel like I have no horror movies. I feel like I'm craving to be put into the season that is Halloween. I think that this is awesome. I think it's great to read before bed. It's actually really fun too to read across multiple days. Like if you stop per journal entry, it's really, really fun, especially if you haven't read it before. Because then it almost feels like you're updating yourself on the blogs as they go on. And you can like really let it sink in. That's a lot of fun. Hard to do because, you know, I get glued in. I know like whenever you were reading it too, you were like, I just need a couple more minutes. I'm really hooked.
Yeah. Because I had heard it a while back. I think I'd listened to it before, but reading it, there was all this stuff I didn't remember. Details about like the boulder and the hieroglyph. And I was like, wait, let me cook. Let me get through this.
It's so fun because there's so many times where I'm reading it and then you stop and you're just like, what is that? Like I found myself pondering more about being like, oh, very happy with what was being revealed to me. All of the little context clues, all the little breadcrumbs that they leave are just awesome. So
it's so good. It's so many layers. Just the hieroglyph has so much to it.
The real thing is that when are we going to get the sequel with Whip going in there and following him?
That's why everything went wrong. They didn't bring Whip with them. Whip would have kept him safe.
You know what would be fucking insane is if somebody did like a found footage horror film and it's like they tape a fucking camera to Whip's back the tunnel and it's all the perspective of just a dog walking through. So then that also seizes the thing of like, why are you still recording? It's like, dude, it's a dog with a camera on its back. It can't stop recording.
The dog doesn't choose. They did that with VHS
2, the second one.
Yeah, the alien one. Yeah.
So good. And it's perfect too, because it's like, well, yeah, of course. And the pacing of that is great because he's just running around and he's scared.
Yeah,
that's a good
the dog's gonna do what the dog does. But yeah, I really love Ted the Caver. What do you think the creature is at the end? Because they mention the Hodag.
What, the hog dog?
The hog dog. No, that's Whip. You're thinking of Whip.
Yeah, the Hodag. I don't know. I mean, the Hodag, which people don't know, it's like a bullish, like little horned creature that just kind of like lurks around caves. I don't know. I mean, like in my mind, every time I read this, my mind always goes to a place of like the Descent, of like some kind of weird culture or thing that still lives down there and is feeding on things. But when I read this time, it did feel more paranormal. It felt like almost like something that was sealed up that they released, which is also great. You know, like a Sphinx's curse, unveiling a tomb and releasing evil into the world, like a different kind of like, North American feel to that.
We mentioned Borderlands earlier, and I really do think of it as that creature. I think there's this massive thing underground that was maybe worshipped at one point. A lot of these caves, these tunnels, are maybe like ways people used to get to it or creatures used to get to it. Maybe it has smaller creatures that go out and feed it. But when he talks about the smell overwhelming the cave, I imagine that that's like its stomach opening. Yeah, like bile. Yeah. Maybe he has creatures that drag people down into it, and that's what grabbed the rope. But when they get out and he's thinking about, I have to go back, like we brought up Lovecraft, I think of it as some like creature within the mountains, some unspeakable horror down there that has dragged humans into it for centuries. I kind of think of it as something like that. But again, that's what I love about the story so much. There's nothing outside of what is scary to me to support that. So it is the scariest parts of my brain that put the pieces together. And I think that's fascinating.
Also, it is funny to think that it's a stomach because it's like the day they smell something, it's just like the fucking pagan god or whatever had like bad like heartburn or something.
It had
like a bunch of like stomach bile. He really doesn't go that far.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like 40 feet.
And then it's just like, oh shit, I heard something, and he leaves. So it's like you never really actually go that far until probably the time that they went in the last time, and they probably went as far as they ever did and never made it out. So it's such a captivating story. But appreciate you stopping by, Wendigo. And if you haven't checked out Wendigo's channel, you gotta check it out if you love this kind of stuff, because he does it much more in depth, much more entertaining than I do. So please go check out his channel, give him some love. I appreciate you stopping by, buddy.
Absolutely. And you sell yourself short. It's always a pleasure to come on. I enjoyed last year's video so much, I wouldn't miss it for the world. So thank you very much, man, for having me back on. I can tell you that Papa Meat is one of the kindest people I've spoken to, both on and off the air. He's a great creator, and you all should definitely continue to show him some support.
There's definitely going to be text that says this is a paid endorsement.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Did I do it right? Is my check going to be in the mail? Okay, cool.
Yeah, we'll check the script later. We'll see.
Yeah. The bullet points are kind of smeared on my hand right now, but I think I got the main ones, yeah.
All right, man. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you in the next one.
Bye.
Peace.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we all know that everybody loves animals. We've all got them, and we'd be devastated at the idea of anything happening to them, right?
My little fur baby.
This has been the case for thousands of years. In fact, some people care about animals so much that they devote their entire life's effort to protecting them. It's from this mission that organizations like PETA or the People for Ethical Treatment of Animals was born. PETA's focus tends to be on animal testing, factory farming, fur farming, and other types of cruel treatment. Their core principle is the idea that animals do not belong to humans and that they should have their own rights as animals. Animals! You'd think people would be 100% on board with a group that simply wants the world to take better care of animals. But no, PETA has received a massive amount of vitriol from people, animal lovers or not, for their often controversial and chaotic tactics. So today, we're going to talk about all the wild things PETA has done over the years in the pursuit of grabbing the world's attention. We're also going to take a look into their many controversies to decide if they're doing more harm than good to the animal community that they've sworn to protect. So, without further ado, we're talking about PETA.
PETA? PETA?
Yeah, I like PETA. PETA, I don't know. I just see them. I think they throw paint on people and stuff. I do think there's some stuff like they say that sheep shearing is wrong. Word? Listen, factory farming's lame. Actually, it's more lame. It's pretty gay. Okay? Factory farming sucks. Mistreatment of animals is bad. But also, sorry folks, animals aren't people. Don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. That being said, if you're a vegetarian or vegan and you think you don't believe in killing and eating animals, more power to you. All right? But it is what it is. That's my opinion. It is what it is.
Can your opinion be wrong?
My opinion can be wrong, but also it's just an opinion. So can it be wrong?
Yes.
If it's a subjective thought?
Opinions can be wrong, and yours are wrong.
Damn, man. All right. PETA was created in 1980, led by animal rights advocates Ingrid Newkirk and Alex Pacheco?
Pacheco.
And Alex Pacheco. Ingrid pivoted from pursuing a life as a stockbroker to taking care of animals after finding a box of stray kittens and being revolted by the conditions of their nearby shelter. She started dating Alex, a passionate activist, and together they formed PETA. They also formed this. You should come with me. Also, I'm a rich stockbroker. He's like, ding, 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 Coaching! By the following year, they already had their first big victory. Alex went undercover at Silver Springs, Maryland Primate Research Facility, only to take photos of the cruel conditions the monkeys were kept in. They discovered that the monkeys had clusters of nerves severed before being shocked, starved, and restrained for the purpose of neuroplasticity experiments, which is fucked up.
He looks cute.
Tell you what, that photo is haunting. I don't think we can show that photo, but it's a haunting photo. And Alex's photos led to a police raid and a researcher being convicted of animal cruelty charges for the first time in human history. 1981. God damn.
Damn, took that long, huh?
That long. People were like, I don't give a fuck about animals. What followed was a lengthy custody battle over the monkeys that led to massive campaigns from politicians and celebrities urging for them to be safely released. Put them back in the jungle! So they're probably yelling. And then they thought about that for 1 second and they're just like, all right, on to the rest of my life. I'm sure they really gave a fuck what those monkeys did. Story like this put PETA on the map, making the animal rights movement more mainstream, and people liked them. They liked them. They would continue to expose companies for their cruel business practices, from cosmetics to pharmaceuticals to the auto industry using animals in deadly crash tests. They're like, we had no idea what a crash dummy was at the time. It was the ostrich. We put the ostrich in the car to drive it into the wall at 140 miles an hour.
They would actually test humans before crash test dummies.
How are you supposed to know if it's good or not, Nick? Can you blame the people at Toyota for that? They would also sue these companies, often on behalf of the animals themselves. We're bringing Chim Chim as lawyers. They're like, what? If there was an ostrich test dummy, you better believe that ostrich better be in court. You bring those animals to court, or they don't get in the representation they need. I want a full 7-foot tall ostrich with super long neck, a comedically long neck brace on. Look at him, Your Honor. He's just like, Mah! A perfect example would be the famous monkey selfie copyright dispute that started in 2011 after a monkey from Indonesia named Naruto grabbed a photographer's unattended camera and took several selfies that went absolutely viral! The photographer, David Slater, was angered to find out that the photo was placed in the public domain due to the author of them not being human, which is fucking stupid. I'd be like, he took my camera. The monkey took my camera. If there's not another sign from God that this is supposed to be my payday, what the fuck else is there?
You know what my conspiracy is? I think they just did that to fuck fuck the guy.
Fuck you, dude. Your stupid ass monkey selfie.
Because everyone's like, there's no way this monkey took the selfie.
Oh yeah, people are like, here, look at it.
Yeah.
Chim Chim, look. And he's like, looking down at it. Yeah, he took it and he did it. He took his own selfie.
My conspiracy is that like he's gonna have to admit the monkey didn't take the picture if he wants to win.
It's public domain because it's a monkey picture. God damn it. Which Pete has stepped in with a lawsuit on behalf of Naruto, demanding that all proceeds the viral image makes should be used to improve the monkeys community. Gonna build a nice monkey neighborhood. Look, he's like in a car. He has like a hat and everything.
He's got his headband on.
Shadow jutsu or some shit. In the end, the case was dropped and the court believed that PETA cared less about Naruto's legal rights and more about turning attention to their organization. And regardless, David agreed to donate 25% of all future revenue made from the selfie to go to charities that will protect the habitat in Indonesia. Which is nice, but to be fair, he got strong arm because also you don't want to be the guy who's like, oh yeah, you're the dickhead who that selfie monkey guy. But you don't really care about monkeys, do you? He's like, God damn, dude, fine. 25% though.
He should have just gave it to Naruto.
He should have given anything. It's a picture of a monkey. Today's video is sponsored by our partners at Factor. Summertime is here and there is so much to do. No matter what though, you can't skip out on your workouts or your meal prep. It can be tough trying to eat better on a busy schedule, but thankfully, Factor has all that covered for you. Factor has delicious, ready-to-eat meals that are delivered right to your door. And in just 2 minutes, you can heat, eat, and enjoy. Plus, Factor lets you eat the way you want, whether you need calorie smart, keto, protein plus, or even vegan dishes. And if you enjoy the gourmet side of life, you can get fancy ingredients like broccolini, salmon, and truffle butter when you choose Factor's Gourmet Plus meals. With over 35 options to choose from each week, I'm sure you'll find something that you like. Each meal is chef-crafted and dietitian approved, and the best part of Factor is there is no paperwork, no grocery lines, and virtually no cleanup. So head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code 50PAPAMeat to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first Factor box today. That's code 50PAPAMeat at factor75.com to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. Thank you so much to Factor for sponsoring this video. Now back to the episode. PETA would constantly up their ante for their campaigns in order to continue holding on to attention of the public. Because of this, the organization slowly started to become the butt of jokes as their stunts became more and more absurd. For instance, PETA's many video game related stunts. Did you know that PETA did video game stunts, Nick?
Yes, they were after Super Meat Boy.
PETA began focusing their efforts on heinous act of seal clubbing that exists in Canada, which is regulated by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, which there's nothing fun about seal clubbing.
It's a Canadian pastime.
It is a Canadian pastime, just like baseball is to America, but I do think, dare I say, clubbing a little baby seal is just a little sadder. Would you club a baby seal?
That's where I'm gonna have to agree to disagree.
I could see you clubbing a baby seal, dude. I don't know, his head just looked right for it.
No, I don't want to give fodder to the comments. They're gonna.
In 2009, they announced a protest via World of Warcraft, in which people would band together to kill 4 members of the Horde that were killing baby seals in the Whisperwind server. Activism. Activist gamers were given detailed instructions on how to join in on the event, which would be taking place at the Howling Fjord. There's no footage of the actual event, so it's unclear whether or not people cared enough to participate. Who cares? Is that a real thing? They actually were like, let's kill people in game. That's them living vicariously. They're like, they wish that they could shoot people in the street.
Oh,
let's
yeah.
take it to the game. The Horde's evil. In another stunt that got much more attention, PETA took shots at Nintendo's upcoming release of Super Mario 3D Land by creating a game called Super Tanuki Skin 2D to criticize the use of the Tanuki suit power-up in the game, because that's what's wrong with the world, is the Tanuki suit from the Mario game. They created their own in which you could play as a skinned raccoon dog. You have to dodge obstacles as you chase after Mario, who is flying above him wearing your blood-soaked fur. Bit more mature rated than I would say the standard Mario game. Has there ever been a rated T game for Mario? Has he always been E?
That's a good question.
I want to see Mario get some pussy, dude. Put him in a T game. He's like, Peach, come here.
And he sniffs his fingers.
Louisa, what do you think I just did, Louisa?
Mario, no.
Mario. Mario. Come on, Mario.
Stinky Mario.
The scratch and sniff of Louisa. The webpage showcases a brutal video bringing awareness to the cruelty enacted on Tanuki, who are, quote, bludgeoned, hanged, and skinned alive for their fur, which is true, which is sad. But once again, people got to get warm, Nick. All right, good looking fur. What do you think? Would you wear Tanuki fur? There's a Tanuki fur scarf.
I think it'd be disrespectful not to wear it. The animal's dead now.
Kind of dead for no reason if you don't wear it now.
I wouldn't like purchase one, but if someone handed it to me.
Well, I mean, I feel bad if you handed it to me. I'll do whatever you want with it. I'm not gonna buy it. You're just cheap. I wouldn't buy the thing, but if you handed it to me, I'd use it gladly. Surprised at the angry army of Nintendo fans criticizing the stunt, PETA made a statement explaining that it was meant to be tongue-in-cheek. It became big enough that Nintendo even made a statement after being accused of being pro-fur. Nintendo said this. Mario often takes the appearance of certain animals and objects in his games. Different forms that Mario takes make no statement beyond the games themselves. They're like, he's an Italian man in a tube world. Where he stomps on mushrooms. What are we doing with our time? And PETA did a very similar thing with Cooking Mama by creating a game called Cooking Mama. Mama Kills Animals, which aimed to bring attention to the high number of turkeys being slaughtered every year on Thanksgiving. And in the game, you play as an angry-looking Cooking Mama as you cook a turkey dinner covered in blood and guts. Once completed, Mama has changed her heart and becomes vegan and shows you how to cook tofu turkey. Which, let me tell you, fucking old Mama got done doing a full Thanksgiving dinner. You think that bitch isn't eating the bird? Yeah. Right, dude. Also, I'll tell you what, aesthetically, nothing better than just a nice looking turkey.
Do you think Cooking Mama's a trad wife?
Cooking Mama's a trad wife, and she sits on it, spits on it, and twists on it. She's a bop it. In 2012, PETA continued criticizing Nintendo by making a game called Pokemon Black and Blue to make a statement about how Pokemon are treated like circus animals. The monsters in the game Pokemon are treated like circus animals. The digital monsters that are not physically real are treated like circus monsters. I digress. Stuffed in tight spaces and released purely to entertain their master at the risk of their own safety. And in the game, you play as Pikachu escaping the trainer and fighting a variety of comically evil humans, like a cleaver-wielding trainer wearing a coat made off Pokemon pelts. The game ends after you beat Ash Ketchum and inspire him to start an organization that spreads the message of compassion towards Pokemon, which is kind of funny. Please, Ash, we're people too. Get in the ball. It's like claustrophobic fucking nightmare. Also, I thought that the Pokeball was huge to them.
I don't know.
When they get sucked inside, I thought that it's supposed to be like big.
It's like Capsule Corp technology, I think.
So yeah, they're probably tiny in there. It's like probably a big aloft.
Pikachu hates his Pokeball though.
Pikachu's also kind of a little dickhead, if you remember. No, I don't want to. I think I'll just walk around with you. Oh, cool. This fucking rat's gonna walk with me everywhere. Thanks, Pikachu. Fuck off. PETA has done far more than create crude flash games to get people's attention. Also, first off, that's a lot of games. How much money they got to make all these games?
They make them really cheap.
Could you also say, this is the actual question, a human who skins a animal and has done it since the beginning of time because back then you needed it to stay warm and stuff, and now it's become a trade and all that stuff. Is that not just a part of nature as well?
I would argue man is a part of nature. So yes.
Me clearing land and destroying habitats for McDonald's and stuff. That's just a part of nature, PETA. Sorry! Many of their methods are fruitless and silly, like the time they urged the Ben & Jerry's ice cream company to shift to using breast milk instead of cow's milk, which I also want to say this. The Ben & Jerry's dudes, I'm pretty sure they're super progressive. Didn't one of them just get kicked out of like a fucking Senate meeting or something like that?
Yeah.
He was advocating against something? Put up the clip.
Ben, why are you getting arrested?
Move down the hallway. If you stop, you will be arrested.
Poor kids and gossip by buying bombs and pays for it by kicking kids off Medicaid in the U.S.
Drag the motherfucker away.
Do you agree with the breast milk?
I would. Oh, buddy. If Ben & Jerry started using breast milk instead of animal milk, oh man. You see me with a milk mustache every day, Nick. A frozen little milk mustache. Little milk icicles coming off that deal. What would be the first breast milk flavor?
Probably vanilla. You want like...
No, you need to spice up a little bit. You know what I'm gonna say horchata, first flavor.
Okay.
With breast milk.
So that's an odd... I've never heard of horchata ice cream.
No, that's what it's a first. Why has there never been a fucking horchata ice cream then, man? Because they need breast milk. Pasteurized breast milk. Also, whoever got milked, what woman got milked, this is a long segment. whatever woman got milked, I think that her name should be on it. Like, this is Michelle's. The women up in Idaho have good titty milk, dude. Would it be wrong to do a video on testing breast milk? How would we get breast milk?
Oh, you could get it off Craigslist.
You can get breast milk off Craigslist?
Facebook Marketplace.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, PETA, they suck. What? Or like the time PETA created a Super Bowl ad showing how being a vegan will make you last longer in bed, make your dick harder. The ad, which is now banned, was essentially just 30 minutes of uninterrupted seconds of people overreacting having sex. You can try to play a little bit of it.
My ears would have perked up. Huh?
Yeah, that's what I'd say too. I'm like a wolf. My ears perk up. Moves like these ended up being pretty tame compared to some of the other stunts, like when they compared factory farms to concentration camps. PETA created an exhibition known as Holocaust on Your Plate in 2003. Each piece, which was placed all over the world, would showcase a harrowing image from the Holocaust juxtaposed with the conditions animals faced at factory farms. They would have a text on a plate that reads something like, "To animals, all people are Nazis." While PETA worked with Jewish groups for this project, many others were furious that they used the death of 6 million Jews to push their animal rights message. And PETA has the tendency to get pushback for their bold and shocking claims they make. Another similar example was the time they claimed cow milk was the symbol of white supremacy. A blog post was posted to their website in 2017 titled, "Why Cow's Milk is the Perfect Drink for White Supremacists." In it, they discussed the similarities between the dairy industry and white supremacists, namely that they both inflict extreme violence on other living beings. That's right, Nick, I'm a white supremacist.
Clip that. Clip that.
Hey, Nick, I had a bowl of white supremacist juice. I used white supremacist juice for my Cocoa Pebbles earlier. The post references scenes from Get Out and Inglourious Basterds, where the symbolism is also used. To continue down this strange and offensive path, let's talk about one of PETA's boldest moves to date, dressing up as the KKK to protest a dog show. Get out of here, dogs. Got that. The Westminster Dog Show is an annual event that brings together purebred dogs from all over the world to compete in a variety of events. I will say it's very cute, even though some of them are genetic abominations. Like my dogs, Tugboat and Crawdad. They should not exist. Well, let's talk about shelter. People think of doomsday preppers, they think of one thing, and it's doomsday bunkers, dude. Your little straw house that the big bad wolf can blow over isn't big enough for you and your growing supplies, and hell, your growing family. Most preppers have a room or a basement to store their supplies, but if you're a true doomsday prepper, then you have to have your own dedicated underground shelter. If you're like, I'm a doomsday prepper, and it's all in your house, you don't have some shit built underground. You're right, dude. But where are you gonna put all your stuff? These range from concrete domes to fully fledged steel bunkers. And some preppers construct their own. But if you're like me and you can't build your own, then you can get someone to professionally install a bunker right in your backyard. I saw a Reddit post years ago about a guy making his own bunker and a man cave out of a shipping container. But the problem with the guy making it, he wouldn't have saw the criticism he got on his own post. The thing was basically a death trap. He had no air vents, so he basically was going to suffocate. And the container that he used to store pesticides. So he would have just suffocated and just been poisoned to death. All for a little man cave, which to be fair, kind of metal. I watched the football games in the rat poison den that I like to watch my games in. Simple bunker can cost anywhere between $20,000 to $80,000. A simple bunker, okay? These are underground structures, typically made of steel, reinforced with concrete, that contain 1 to 2 rooms in order for you to store food, water, and other survival necessities. And there are dozens of companies throughout the world that specialize in doomsday bunkers, like the company Atlas Survival Shelters, who have prefabricated bunkers that they can install in your very own backyard. That'd be a crazy thing, man, in your suburban neighborhood. What's Douglas putting in his backyard? They have a wide variety of options to choose from, ranging from a simple 5x7 design to a 6,000 square foot military complex. This looks like the f***ing Fallout game. I was just wondering, because it looks like 7 families interconnected their yard with a giant metal structure system. All the people are like, I don't think it was me. Or there are even nuclear silo condos. In the state of Kansas, a company is renovating Cold War era nuclear missile silos into condos. It's actually kind of sick. The Survival Condo Project is a luxury bunker development designed to provide safety and comfort in the event of catastrophe. Well, just because we're surviving doesn't mean we can't look good while doing it. These silos can hold up to 75 people and have over 20,000 square feet of floor space per silo. They span 200 feet underground with 15 floors. The facility has a shared pool, gym, bar and lounge, and a custom theater, a library, classrooms, medical center, and, you need the last one, a command center. Also, not to mention, there's Wi-Fi. Because when the world does end, you better believe all of our beautiful internet companies who love us will keep that shit running forever. That even when Earth is gone, those fiber cables are going to be working, all right? If you're interested in owning one of the spaces, the project features a few unit options. For 1.5 million buckaroos, you can buy half a floor condo.
Not too bad. For only, what, $1.5 million? Chump change. Chump change. This gets you 900 square feet of living space, 1 or 2 beds, a kitchen, and a TV in every entry. It's a lot of TVs. You're welcome. Or, for $3 million, you can get the full floor. That's about a little over 1,800 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, then a kitchen, a great room, and a dining room. But if you're like me, then you might want to go for the $4.5 million package, which can get you 3,600 square feet condo on 2 goddamn floors. You can even pay for a custom build complex ranging anywhere from 50,000 square feet to 300,000. Did you want to live in a legitimate military base factory? You okay, just making sure. You could build this out to be your own specification. You can modify it however you want to your tailored apocalypse experience. I think that seems pretty cool. You can have a giant pool, an arcade room, a theater, a full gym, and a conference room are just some of the examples of the spaces you can get built. I like the conference room. What meeting are you having? The meeting of the minds. Well, the world has ended. What next? Thank God we have this inquisitive conference room to think in. Let's access the internet. Appears the internet is down. Even better example is the $18 million bunker house in Las Vegas, Nevada. This bad boy is 15,000 square feet, and it has 5 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, a dance floor, yeah, a barbecue, yeah, a pool, a 4-hole golf course, 2 hot tubs, a sauna, a bar, lighting systems that can simulate sunlight and twinkly stars, artificial trees, fake rocks, and hand-painted murals simulating the outside world, a 1,000-gallon water tank, a cryogenic capsule that can hold up to 5 human heads and 4 bodies. Not to mention, it has cell phone reception, cable, and internet. Thank God. And you can rent the property out right now for receptions, weddings, and even dance parties. That actually does sound kind of cool. But I will say, seeing pictures of it, the outside scenery thing makes it look like you are being held captive by some murderer. It's like, let me leave in time. I feel claustrophobic looking at it. Also, I want to say this. There's like a family where they're like, let's go down the elevator ride. I would not get in that elevator. That would be my fate. Thank God we have the bunker. Can't wait to play some golf. Get my sauna.
Wow. It's really fast. We're going deep, guys. Don't be fooled by the slowness of the wall. We are now 50 feet down.
Sure, we talked about the bunkers and where you stay, but let's talk about defense, because in the apocalypse, and from what video games and movies have told me, it's a dangerous place. You have food and shelter, but no way to defend it. That's why you need to stockpile guns and ammunition and learn how to fight when shit hits the fan. Like Steve H., who's preparing for the United States economy to collapse, which it will. It's going to. Better buckle up. Every Monday, he sets prepping goals for his family. And by the end of the week, everyone in the family has to contribute to the prepping supplies. This isn't fun and games. He also vacuum seals his weapons to make sure no moisture gets in. Good man, Steve. And a good tip from Steve is to place explosives around your property to ensure that no one can break your defenses, because they'll blow up. Checkmate. Steve often performs drills that simulate what it would be like to have his property invaded. These kids are going to enjoy that. Dude, sometimes you have to make sure the fam is up to date. Sometimes shooting at a car just makes you feel a little better. But you know what? Steve is a pretty sane guy. He glued back his own tooth instead of going to the dentist. Sometimes you gotta drill your teeth in, dude. It's also important to live off the grid and away from society. That way, when the world does end, you're already far away from anyone trying to steal your precious supplies. Like Michael, for example, who fears his land will be targeted in an overpopulated world. He's like, this is the Garden of Eden. All right, and if the world's overpopulated, people are gonna try to come and take my land. Michael created his own alarm system using bird calls. He said he has studied the language of the bird for 2 decades and is now passing on to his children. He can even mimic the bird noises. Take it away, Michael. He doesn't want to have to be relying on guns and prefers to throw axes, which he made his kids practice for 7 years. He also makes them practice martial arts as well, just in case they have to fight any invaders on their land. He also uses a throwing stick, claims that they're just as good as shotguns.
Hands in the air! Hands in the air now! What do you do?
I have a feeling that girl would have gotten shot in the back of the head right there. I'm almost like, let me see your hand. She like turns around, pop. Michael also gave his son his umbilical cord back once he turned into a man.
You're entering a new stage of your life.
You're no longer a little kid anymore, turning into a young man. This here is your umbilical cord.
He's 12. He's a man. Son, just want to give you this back. Oh, what do you do with that? You just put it wherever. And if you got the cash, you can install an incinerator in your bunker as a last-ditch effort for intruders.
You can simply push this button right here and eliminate that threat. A torch fire chamber. Just burn them down.
Or run a homemade device that turns water into fire. This is an incinerator room. And also, we're able to turn water into fire. Did I mention that already? I feel like I'd just rather build a castle. But sometimes I believe with these doomsday preppers, as goofy as they may seem, I think that sometimes it goes a little too far. Controversial opinion. Sometimes prepping for the end can lead to tragedy. Survivalist named Peter Keller feared that the world was going to end. So for 8 years, he worked on a secret bunker he dubbed Camp Keller, which could be confusing because of Helen Keller's fame. In one of his journals, he had sketches of a bunker with notes on how he wanted a laboratory space to study viruses. This is some Resident Evil shit. Then in 2012, when the bunker was complete, Peter killed his wife and 18-year-old daughter, set his house on fire in order to live in the bunker. I'm laughing because of how shocking that is, all right? That's not me laughing at the situation. That's just unhinged. Could you not have just lived in the bunker without doing that? Why didn't you just live in the bunker?
He was so paranoid of like people finding him that's why he killed his family.
So they couldn't even tell him.
But then that's what like led people to find him.
If he just would have been like, hey, I'm divorcing you, I don't want to see the kids anymore, which is also horrible. Not as horrible as murdering them. But after several weeks of searching, Peter was found in the bunker dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. When he was found dead in the bunker, there were weapons and ammunition, explosive devices, bulletproof vests, 45 pounds of beans, wine-making stuff, and various of other survival essentials. And for years, he would vlog about the construction of the bunker, as well as conspire to kill his family. In one of the videos, he says, I'm getting to the point where just trying to live and pay bills and live as a civilian, go to work, it just freaks me out. It's actually more comfortable for me to think about living out here robbing banks, pharmacies, and just taking what I want for as long as I can. At least it will be exciting.
Think about living out here, robbing banks, pharmacies, just taking what I want. At least it'll be exciting.
The Diaries of a Legitimate Madman. A reason we bring this up at the end, I think, is because paranoia can amplify fear. But I think people fantasizing over things can become an obsession. I think a lot of people would get under the impression of like, well, why would you want something horrible to happen? When I don't think that these people want these things to happen. I think that they just believe it is going to happen. And that becomes the fantasy. That is the narrative in their head that repeats over and over and over again. There's nothing wrong with stockpiling beans and corn, or even having something to protect yourself in your house like a gun, or having a flashlight, something that gives you a bit of security. But it's when you amplify these things to such a means that once again as affects others or affects people around you that you love. I mean, it becomes a dastardly deceptive obsession that just completely overconsumes every other facet of your life, where it's the only thing you think about. That's where I think the paranoia and the doomsday prepping gets a little dicey. If the world ends, I'm sorry to say it, we're probably all f***ed.
Not me.
Not Nick, because he did spend the $1.5 million and has the bunker in his backyard, but that's his story, not mine. I just want to say that trying to be prepared is not a bad thing. I think trying to instill the idea that the world is going to end is also probably not a fictitious thing to say either. I think I'd like to live in an existence where I can do my part now and try to make it a better place for today. That's all I gotta say. Also, I like beans and corn. So that's our video today on Doomsday Preppers. Are you a Doomsday Prepper? Hopefully the world doesn't explode so you guys can see this video. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
This is just all part of our preparedness kit so that we can have transportation. The way that we educate our children and our prepping needs is basically show them ways of preparing for events and natural disasters that are going to take place, that have been taking place.